I know. I also was worried about how to check that.
Yeah.
People call you lucky.
We're very lucky.
How many people who died?
No, we're very lucky. Very lucky. But actually, she went. As Tom said, she went for a run yesterday. Yeah. It's like old times. It is. Jim back here, not really deal. Huh? Really? Is he working? He's working?
He does the, radio camera.
Really? Interesting. Well, did you talk to him lately? Tell Jim. Tell him I say hi and tell him come by sometime. All right. You all set down there, Harriet? Stephanie, we all good? Okay. We'll go back on the record then. Meeting 24F-0470T. And I believe we are on a joint witness. Yes, Your Honor. Good morning. Good morning. CenturyLink calls Mr. Tim Kunkelman. Mr. Kunkelman, if you raise your right hand. Affirm to tell the whole truth and with the truth under penalty of perjury. Right, have a seat. Mr. Kunkelman, I apologize. I thought you were the back of Mr. Grant when I saw you earlier today. I thought that was Mr. Grant. He was walking the other way, and I was like, boy, Mr. Grant can't get enough of testifying. So I apologize, Mr. Kunkelman. I did not realize that was you. Go right ahead. I'm going to swear him. Oh, I did. Okay. Can you please state your full name?
Timothy Kunkelman.
Mr. Kunkelman, who is your employer?
Lumen Technologies.
How long have you worked with either Lumen or a predecessor to
Sure.
Lumen?
I have been with the company for 26 years. Started at US West and then have just survived all of its subsequent name changes.
And what is your business address?
It's 931 14th Street, 9th floor, Denver, Colorado 80202.
Your title.
I'm a regional director in government affairs and public policy.
Did you have in this case an occasion to gather some written testimony, which is Exhibit 200 in this case?
I did.
200 is in the white binder there. Do you have any changes to your testimony?
I do not.
I will tender Mr. Kunkelman for cross-examination. Great. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Kunkelman. Good morning. I want to start by talking about diversity in the Estes Valley, which is something that you spoke to in your answer testimony at the outset. You testified regarding the history of diversity to the Estes Valley since 2013. Is that fair? Yes. And in 2013, flooding wiped out the two CenturyLink circuits connecting Estes Park to the Loveland Central office. Is that fair?
It's more than just circuits. We had our fiber facilities were all wiped out. So there were multiple services.
Right, but for purposes of diversity, the two circuits were wiped out, correct?
In 2013, we did not have two paths.
Okay, but you had two circuits.
Single path with multiple services over those fibers, including 911 circuits, there were two 911 circuits.
And there was no geographic diversity with those two circuits, correct?
That's correct.
And that exposed those circuits to being wiped out in that single flood disaster, right?
Not sure if I understand what your question is.
Well, because there was no geographic diversity, a single flood wiped out both of the circuits,
Wiped out all of our facilities, yes,
and both of the circuits.
including the circuits that were serving area for 911, yes.
And I think as we've heard, you've been here for all the testimony, this proceeding, the live testimony, right?
Correct.
And you'd agree, having heard the testimony with your experience, that having diversity 911 service to Estes Park is important,
Correct.
because it's susceptible to natural disasters like flooding and fires. Is that right?
Among other things, yes.
When I'm talking about diversity in the examination today, I'm going to be talking about both physical and geographic diversity, and you understand what those terms mean.
I do.
And you agree that the purpose of the geographic diversity component is to reduce the risk of a single natural disaster or other emergency taking out 911 service, right?
I think that diversity is important for a number of reasons, including those.
Okay. And as the state's only basic emergency service provider, I assume CenturyLink understands the important function of 911 for public safety in Colorado, right?
We are the only active DESP in the state. There is another one, but they are not an active basic emergency service provider. So we are the only active one, and yes, I do understand the importance of 911.
Okay, but I want to be clear. I'm talking about CenturyLink. When I'm asking a question about CenturyLink, and I'm wanting to understand CenturyLink to understand that, not just you personally.
Yes, the company understands the importance of 911.
And would you agree that as a basic emergency service provider subject to commission regulation, it's CenturyLink's responsibility to make sure it's providing 911 service in conformance with rules and regulations governing 911 service?
Yes, we follow all the rules and laws related to providing that service in the state of Colorado.
And CenturyLink cannot downstream that obligation to comply with the rules and regulations to a third party, can it?
Not aware of us ever doing that.
That's not my question. That wouldn't, you can't delegate that duty to someone else, can you? The duty to comply with rules and regulations. CenturyLink do that?
No.
All right. So in taking on that responsibility to provide 911 service, you'd also agree that CenturyLink should understand its own 911 network, correct?
CenturyLink understands its network, yes.
And let's talk about why that is, because the public safety community relies on information provided by network, not CenturyLink, like let's say in an emergency. Is that fair?
I'm not sure if I understand what your question is.
Let's say there's an emergency like a fire.
Sure.
You understand that the public safety community relies on CenturyLink's information to be accurate with respect to, for example, where the location of fibers are.
I don't know that that's true. I think it's important that we are providing the service that we've been authorized and certified to provide.
So it's your testimony that public safety community should not expect CenturyLink to have an accurate understanding of the location of its 911 fibers. Is that what I'm hearing?
I'm not sure that I can answer that question. I'm not sure what the expectation is of the community, but I think the expectation is that we provide the service that we say we're going to provide, provided at a level that we've put in our tariff that we will provide.
Okay, and that would include the locations of the 911 paths.
I don't know that it's necessarily the locations. No, I just think it's the service and are you providing the service that you said you would provide?
Okay.
I don't think it matters where the facilities may or may not be necessarily.
Okay, that's an interesting statement. So your statement is that as the 911 provider that's supposed to be providing geographic and physical diversity, and as you know, where feasible, it's not important where the paths are.
I didn't. That's not what I said. I didn't say that it wasn't important. I said you asked if the 911 community would be interested in understanding the paths. Some might be interested, but I think most people want just the service to work the way it's supposed to work.
Okay. Let's talk about some of the responsibilities CenturyLink has in providing the 911 service. Do you believe that CenturyLink has a responsibility to understand where the location of its 911 fibers are?
I'm going to ask, responsibility to who? Is every responsibility you generally have it to help or to everybody or?
Sure, the public safety community that it serves, its customers that pay for 911 service, pay a tariff.
Right. I'm sorry, what was your question?
Do you think CenturyLink needs to know the location of its 911 fiber paths?
Has a responsibility to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, we know where the network is, at least the network that we own and operate. We do lease facilities from other providers, and sometimes there's some maintenance issues that go on, as we've learned in this case.
Okay, so does CenturyLink need to understand the location of its fiber paths, whether leased or owned?
I mean, I would say generally, yes.
And does CenturyLink have to have an understanding, or does it have a responsibility, the same folks, the customers, to know whether its 911 circuits are plugged in and capable of carrying 911 traffic?
We monitor the network and understand what is working, and we have alarming for certain routes and things of that nature. So yes, we understand what is operational and what is not.
Right, but that wasn't exactly my question. CenturyLink does have a responsibility to its customers to do that, right?
To operate the network, yes, we do have that responsibility.
And same question, does CenturyLink have a responsibility to its customers to track and document when it moves, relocates 911 fiber paths?
Responsibility to notify our customers? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Sorry. What was the question?
Uh-huh.
No, not necessarily.
What about the commission?
No, not necessarily.
What about if the movement of a fiber path eliminates geographic or physical diversity? Same question. Have a responsibility to notify customers of that fact?
Depends on what the circumstance of that is. Are we permanently modifying our network? Then perhaps. If we're talking about some maintenance scenarios, then not necessarily, no.
Okay, what about for a year and a half?
I don't think that changes whether it was maintenance or permanent. I don't think it changes that answer.
So if you've eliminated geographic diversity for a year and a half, you don't need to tell your 911 customer paying a tariff.
We in this particular scenario, we did not eliminate diversity. So there was no change in what we were doing, providing our service.
I'm trying to understand that. What do you mean there was no change?
We didn't change how we were providing the service, CenturyLink.
So when your tech goes out and moves a fiber path from Bull Hill to the Highway 34 path, CenturyLink wasn't changing its service.
No, it wasn't. It was providing a maintenance function for one of its vendors that made a request to do some maintenance work. That's what we did.
You're talking about vis-a-vis PRPA, but vis-a-vis your customer, that's a different service, is it not?
No, it's not a different service at all. It's still the same service.
Okay, we'll talk about that.
Well, I clarify that. I don't know if you're talking about service or method of providing the service.
Well, to me, they're one and the same, but I guess we should clarify.
Yeah, I got to say that I think I'm seeing two different definitions going there at the same time. So, the method of service changes, does that change the service? That's my question, yeah.
No, I don't, it doesn't necessarily change the service, no.
That's, okay.
Okay, all right. So, let's talk a little bit about the paths at issue. We've talked a lot about them, but I just want to make sure we're on the same page for purposes of the record here. The first path that I'm going to be talking about, I'll try to refer to as the Highway 3443 path, which runs from Loveland to Drake along Highway 34, and then from Loveland to Glen Haven along Highway 43, and then to Estes Park Central Office. That's referred to as the green path and Lita's complaint. You understand what I'm talking about?
I'd like to ask you a question about that. You said from Loveland to Drake and Loveland to Glen Haven.
Sorry, Drake to Glen Haven.
Okay.
I misspoke.
Yes, I understand that.
And the second path is what I'm going to try to refer to as the Pole Hill path for clarity, which runs along Pole Hill and is sometimes, and is referred to as the purple path. This complaint. Do you understand what I'm talking about?
Yes.
And the Pole Hill path was primarily leased fiber from PRPA, right?
That's right.
Okay. And CenturyLink understood that that fiber was riding WAPA poles, correct?
Yes.
WAPA, W-A-P-A. CenturyLink understood that going all the way back to 2019.
Right before that.
Okay. And, sir, what are the endpoints for each of those paths that I just described?
I don't know beyond Estes Park and Loveland. I don't know exactly where they physically
But so Estes
terminate.
Park and Loveland. After the 2013 floods, CenturyLink worked to put in place the Highway 34 path and the Pole Hill path to your physical and geographic diversity in the Estes Valley. Is that fair?
What year did you say?
After the 2013 floods.
Well, it was a little bit of time after that, but yes, that was the event that began the process for securing a second route.
Okay, so it was after the floods.
Yes, but about 5 years.
Correct. And segments of both the paths, not just the Pole Hill path, include leased fiber from PRPA, correct?
That's correct.
And CenturyLink ended up eventually leasing that through 2024, right?
I think that's our current agreement. Yes, through 24.
So right now, there is no, the lease expired for both those paths at the end of 2024, right?
On paper, it's still an active lease, and we're working on renegotiating a new lease right now.
But there is no lease in place right now.
There is a lease in place. I think at Evergreens, it's not like it's canceled and terminated.
So you think that lease, that PRPA has no right to terminate that lease if it wanted to right now?
That wasn't your question.
Well, I'm just asking you. You said Evergreens, and I'm trying to understand what that means.
Yeah, it means we have an arrangement still in place. So even though we don't have a newly signed lease in 2025 as we sit here right now, that doesn't mean we don't have an agreement with PRPA, and it doesn't mean we don't have facilities in place that we're utilizing today.
Okay, I'll ask you a different question. Can PRPA terminate the lease given that it expired?
I'd have to look at the termination provisions of that lease. I'm not certain of what their opportunities are.
All right, let's turn to a different topic. Securing the diverse path on the 34 path and the Pole Hill path was also in compliance with settlement agreement between LIDA and CenturyLink in connection with the first formal complaint that LIDA filed regarding diversity.
I wouldn't characterize it as a compliance. That settlement agreement indicated that we would make as good of an effort as possible to secure a secondary route, stay in communication with LIDA, and I think even Bretza was somehow part of that, which is Boulder 911. And so yeah, as part of that settlement, that was the path we went down, was let's get this done. But I wouldn't couch it as a requirement to secure that. If it never became feasible, then it would never have required.
Right, but it was consideration, I guess I would call it, for that settlement. Sure. And as you noted in your answer testimony, the diversity requirement in the settlement agreement was subject to what's called the settlement period. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, through 2019.
Right. And just for the record, I think in your testimony you said that that period ended September 30th, 2019, but you understand that it ended December 31, 2019.
That may be correct. I may have been wrong.
All right, well, let's just pull it up. It's 110, tab 15.
Yeah, I'm there.
All right. Let's look at paragraph 2 on page 2. It says, as used throughout the settlement agreement, the phrase settlement period means the time period between the effective date of this settlement agreement through December 31, 2019. See that?
I do see that.
Okay. And so, separately, the settlement agreement required CenturyLink to communicate with LIDA regarding any changes that would diminish diversity. Are you familiar with that provision?
Yes.
Okay. Let's look at it. You can see it at paragraph 9. Is on page 4 of 8. The CenturyLink will have ongoing communication with LIDA and Bretza about CenturyLink's decisions that will enhance or diminish diversity or capacity for basic emergency service, LIDA and Bretza's respective jurisdictions, and will consider in good faith all alternatives related to the provision of diversity for basic emergency service in the long term, including feasibility. Correct?
That's what it says, yes.
And the diversity at this time was the Highway 34 path and the Pole Hill path, right?
Those are the paths that we're leasing, yes.
Would you agree that diminish means something that would reduce diversity, level of diversity?
Yes, that's what that would mean to me, yes. But it also talks about CenturyLink's decisions.
Right. And diversity in the settlement is defined as both physical and geographic diversity, right?
Where feasible, yes, that's correct.
And this provision is not subject to any term, is it? The expiration date.
I think it's just subject to the feasibility of maintaining diverse paths as mission rules.
Okay, and so if there's a change in the diverse paths, that's something that CenturyLink should alert LIDA to.
If CenturyLink was going to change how it routes its traffic and leases facilities or doesn't lease facilities, yes, I would say that we would talk to LIDA or any of our customers about that.
Okay, I want to understand. So, but if CenturyLink, like in this case, disconnects the path and leaves it disconnected, the diverse path, for 520 days, doesn't need to tell ETA.
We did not have a lack of a diverse path for 520 days. We still had two paths. That RPA provided us with two paths still. We did maintenance for them, and they still maintained two paths, two active paths.
That's not my question, though. Were they physically and geographically diverse?
In part, they were both of those things.
Okay, sir. Do you understand that the commission rule speaks in terms of geographic and physical diversity from endpoint to endpoint?
It talks about that, yes, when it's feasible to have it be diverse physically, yes.
Right, but so if you have, let's say, an 8-mile stretch, fibers that are riding the same cable, you've admitted in your answer testimony that that is not geographically diverse, right?
I have said that, yes.
Okay. So between Drake and Glenhaven, there was no geographic diversity, right?
That is what we learned subsequent to the fire, yes.
When you say we, who are you talking about? CenturyLink or yourself?
Yeah, CenturyLink.
Okay, and you sat here and saw more than a dozen folks at CenturyLink that were aware of that when it happened.
They were aware of moving a jumper for a customer request for maintenance. That's what they were aware of. That is the real issue of this entire case, is that we got an email that told our maintenance folks that a customer was requesting change in the jumper. That is what this is about. CenturyLink did not know, because we were not provided notice of what this request was about. All that came into CenturyLink was, we have a maintenance issue. We need to move a jumper. We, meaning PRPA, needs to move a jumper to do some maintenance. Okay. That's all our CenturyLink technicians did. That's all they knew about. That's all that they did.
All right, we'll look at the notice in just a minute. Would you agree that diversity is also a component of providing the ESINet services pursuant to Tariff 25?
We have some situations where we provide diverse paths, inter-office diverse paths between our central offices, and as part of those diverse paths, we do run 911 services over some of those facilities.
That wasn't my question. My question was simply, is the concept of diversity a component of Tariff 25?
Yes, it is mentioned in the tariff.
Can turn to hearing exhibit 113. All right. So this tariff was effective on January 4, 2019, correct? Top left corner of the first page.
Yeah, this particular version of this tariff was effective on that date, January 4th, 2019.
And were you personally part of negotiations for this tariff? Sure.
Yes, I was.
Yet you testified in your answer testimony that the language of the tariff did not set what I'll call a diversity floor, that CenturyLink could not go below. Is that correct?
I don't think this tariff set a floor, no. think it set a reasonable goal to maintain diversity where feasible as best we could.
Okay, and on page 17, we can look at your testimony, but you testify, and I quote, all the tariff states is that as initially deployed, CTL deployed a network that includes circuit and network diversity. That's of September 1, 2018. You recall that testimony?
Yes.
Okay. And so what I'm trying to understand is CenturyLink's position here today that, for example, on day 2 after the tariff was enacted, it could eliminate a geographically diverse path that it was charging a customer for?
Essentially.
Objection foundation as to paying for this. It was a compound question. You should ask each individually.
Is this what dictates what your 911 customers pay for CenturyLink's 911 services?
Our tariff does have the rates that our customers pay, yes.
And what I'm asking you is that your position with respect to this only governs what was initially deployed. Does that mean that CenturyLink could eliminate geographic diversity on day 2 or day 3 after this tariff was enacted?
Yes, if it no longer was feasible to maintain that diversity for whatever reason, it could be financial, it could be physical, environmental. There could be a number of reasons why it would no longer be feasible. Now, if that also then impacted the cost, the underlying cost of these rates, then yeah, maybe that would have to be reviewed and recalculated. Interestingly enough, though, the facilities running between Estes Park and Loveland were not cost calculated into the rate that our customers pay.
What I'm asking you, though, is, so let's ask a follow-up question. Would CenturyLink have to tell its customer that fact, that it eliminated diverse paths?
Again, it would just depend on what the circumstance was. And if we eliminated it, permanently eliminated, then perhaps we would, because perhaps that would impact how we calculated the cost to provide that service and the service itself that we had indicated we would provide.
What about if you eliminate it for a year and a half? Do you have to tell the customer?
If that's just a maintenance, a temporary thing, probably not. Again, it depends on what the circumstance.
You go on to say that in your testimony that Tariff 25, quote, also states that 911 customers can request additional diversity subject to the Colorado Commission rule. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, that's in the tariff.
Okay. But of course, if CenturyLink doesn't tell a customer that it's eliminated or reduced diversity, customers not going to be able to request additional diversity or wouldn't know to request additional, right?
Yeah, we made a network change that was permanent that would then impact the customer's understanding of what service they were purchasing. And sure, we would tell them, but in this particular instance, we did not eliminate diversity in the manner in which you're pointing to the tariff about. In fact, we didn't eliminate it at all.
Did diversity go away?
No.
Did geographic diversity go away?
Geographic diversity was eliminated in one segment, yes. It became physical diversity in a segment.
But again, there is no concept of partial diversity, right? It's an endpoint-to-endpoint analysis, is it not?
No, you even just said that there's physical diversity and geographic diversity. So there are different types of diversity.
No. With respect to geographic diversity, sir,
yeah.
Is it an endpoint-to-endpoint analysis?
I suppose it is.
Okay.
Sure.
Because if a fire hits one part of the line, the whole path is not going to work, right? It's not going to work endpoint to endpoint.
It depends on what the damage was done, but if we'll assume that the entire facility was damaged, then yes, it would affect.
And let's look at the commission rule, which you testified about. Rule 2143. If you want to look at your testimony, you're free to do so, which is at page 16 of your testimony. What's hearing exhibit 113? 112.
Would you like me to go to that too? I do have it in my testimony in front of me.
All right, you to page 16?
Yes, I'm there.
All right, this rule became effective in March of 2018 prior to the expiration of the diversity requirement in the LEDA settlement agreement, correct?
I don't recall when this rule was enacted.
Do you have anything to dispute that it was in March of 2018?
Generally, no.
And both LEDA and CenturyLink played roles in this rulemaking, is that correct?
We were both parties, yes.
All right, let's talk about the physical diversity component of the rule. And you testified about what you think the Commission's diversity rule means. And so I assume you are familiar with the diversity component of this rule, correct?
Yes, I'm familiar with the rule.
And in your testimony, you bold, I can see on line 14, excuse me, on line 11, you bold where feasible, you emphasize that. And below in the rule, you don't make any mention of subsection Roman numeral I, Roman numeral 1. See that? You didn't discuss that in your testimony, did you?
I didn't point anything specific out about that particular part.
All right, let's look at that subpart. It says in the second half of that subpart, circuits that share a common segment, such as a fiber optic cable or circuit board, are not physically diverse, even if they are logically diverse for purposes of transmitting data. See that?
I do.
You know what a circuit is? That what a fiber optic cable is?
I do.
What is it?
I'm not sure what you mean. It's a fiber optic cable.
It's a tube that carries fiber circuit.
I wouldn't call it a tube. No,
A sheath.
A sheath can have multiple fibers in it. I mean, a fiber optic cable is simply a very, very small piece of glass that transmits light. And we use that to transmit data, among other things. And in a sheath, there might be a couple strands, there might be a couple hundred strands.
Your testimony that a cable is the individual strand.
A fiber optic cable is an individual strand.
Okay. And so, did you hear Mr. Grant's testimony that the fiber circuits carrying CenturyLink's 911 traffic were riding the same fiber cable?
I did hear that.
Okay. So when he's talking about a cable, you think he's talking about something different than the cable being described here in the rule.
No, what I understand, you asked a different question. What Mr. Grant talked about was a fiber optic cable that had multiple fiber optic strands and even had a duct system, what I recall, a microduct system that they push these fibers through. And I don't know how many fibers they put in each of their microducts.
Okay, but what I'm getting at is rules speaking in terms of a fiber optic cable, and CenturyLink's fibers after February of 2023 were riding the same cable.
Mm-hmm.
Do you understand that?
You do?
Okay. So from Drake to Glenhaven, there wasn't even physical diversity under this commission rule.
There's physical diversity. There's not geographic diversity.
But they're riding the same fiber cable.
Yeah, but they're not riding the same fiber.
That's not what the rule says.
Well, that's how physical diversity has always been understood. That it can be on separate fibers, but it's still physically diverse.
What is it talking about when it says logically diverse?
That's a electronic diversity. That's so using a common facility and then separating it down into its. I'm not the technical person, but there's this logical diversity is more around electronics using the same.
What's a fiber circuit?
Not sure if I understand what the question is. A fiber circuit, like any other circuit, it's delivering service over a particular facility, whether it be copper or fiber.
Okay. So CenturyLink just interprets this rule as not meaning a fiber optic cable, a specific fiber strand, you think it means?
Yeah, so are we using the same facility, actual underlying facility?
In your testimony on page 21, you admitted that you don't know whether the temporary path and the Highway 30 path were riding the same fiber cable between Drake and Glenhaven, same sheath.
That's right. I did not know that until about March of this year.
All right, but by that time, Mr. Grant had testified to that exact thing in his deposition prior to your testimony, right?
I don't know what date Mr. Grant's deposition was.
Oh, I'm sorry. I've been corrected. It's in his written testimony that you were answering, that he stated that fact.
And when was his testimony filed? I seem to remember.
Before your answer testimony.
Sure, but I became aware of a lot of these details back in about March when we filed a second amended answer. That's when a lot of this information became much clearer.
Okay.
What was going on with what PRPA did.
All right, this is something I want to get straightened out here, because in your testimony, you deviate sort of between what you, Tim Kunkelman, individually knows, sort of what CenturyLink's position is, or what CenturyLink knows. And sometimes you speak in terms of just your individual knowledge. You understand that your individual knowledge is not what CenturyLink knows as a corporate body. Do you understand that?
Sure.
Okay. All right, let's talk about geographic diversity. We can go back to your testimony that quotes the Rule 2143A. and it's in subsection 2. Circuits or equivalent data paths are geographically diverse. And by the way, again, it's talking in terms of circuits, but you don't know what a circuit is, really. Is that fair? Talking in terms of circuits being diverse. Is a circuit like a fiber path, a fiber strand?
No.
It goes from endpoint to endpoint?
No, there could be multiple circuits on a single fiber strand.
Okay. Circuits or equivalent data paths are geographically diverse if they take different paths from endpoint to endpoint, not following the same geographic route. You see that?
I see that.
Okay. So what I'm trying to understand is your testimony about pieces or section or parts of the path at issue. That doesn't track the commission rule here about from endpoint to endpoint. Your analysis saying, well, this part was not diverse, not geographically diverse. This other part was. That analysis does not track this commission rule that speaks in terms of endpoint to endpoint, does it?
I think it's just trying to guide what geographically diverse means when you're defining it. But again, there was no obligation or requirement to maintain a diverse path. That's not what's at issue. The rule allows for the opportunity to perform maintenance in the network, and that you're not running afoul. You know, when PRPA asked us to move that jumper and only went through our change management organization, which only does maintenance work, did not notify the rest of the company that there might be other underlying things that happen. Even what PRPA did when they did that maintenance move did not run afoul of any commission law, rule, any law, any settlement. All of those things are allowable under a maintenance provision.
Okay, but you're not answering my question. So my question was simply, does this endpoint to endpoint rule, does your analysis, I'm not talking because, sir, you take a lot of your testimony to argue about physical and geographic diversity and whether they existed after February 26, 2023. So I'm not talking about whether you think it comports with the rule. I'm simply asking about this question. Does your analysis comport with this rule when you break it down by segments?
It does comport with the rule because the facilities that were being used appropriately, and it was only for a temporary period of time. So I think it does comport with this rule that how it describes geographically diverse. But that is not what is required at all times under this rule. That's not how this rule is written.
Sir, can you answer my question, though, please?
Sure, I thought it was. I'm sorry.
No, does the rule contemplate a segment-by-segment analysis of a single fiber path from endpoint to endpoint to determine geographic diversity?
Oh, to determine it?
Yeah.
I think it probably would. I think it's reasonable to say that it looks at the entire path.
Okay, thank you. Do you recall testifying that CenturyLink believes that fiber paths that are 25 feet apart are geographically diverse?
I think that's how we define it in our tariff even. 25 feet.
That's defined in the tariff? Or is that just an internal definition that CenturyLink uses?
I thought that's where it was. I apologize if my recollection's wrong. I thought that's where I'd seen that.
My series of questions, though, I guess assumes that that's the case. So I don't really,
Okay.
let's assume that's the case. The fibers were not 25 feet apart between Loveland and Estes Park between February 26, 2023 and July 2024, right?
Yes, that's what we learned in July of 24.
And in your testimony, when you're breaking it down by segments, you know, you admit that the Drake to Glenhaven path, the Drake to Glenhaven segment is not geographically diverse. But then he spent some time analyzing the Loveland to Drake section. Do you recall that? And let's just turn to page 20 of your testimony, which is Exhibit 200. And the analysis that I'm talking about is described as segment 1 in the middle of the page, line 12. Do you see that?
Yes.
And this is where we can see down towards the middle of that paragraph, you say, according to Sarah Williams, a strategic transport planner, 29-year veteran of CenturyLink, geographic diversity exists if there is 25 feet of space between the two facilities. I guess I just want to understand, is that your interpretation of the commission rule, 2143, not the tariff?
I'm not sure how the commission specifically defined the geographic diversity, but I think for purposes of this, I think it's reasonable to use that.
Is that internally the standard that CenturyLink is applying? It's determining whether it's in compliance with Rule 21.
I don't know if it's just an internal thing or if it's just an industry thing or if it's even commission defined. I don't recall where the 25 feet comes in. But that's the general definition of geographic diversity.
My question was slightly different. My question is, internally, is that the standard that CenturyLink is using when it's assessing whether it's complying with Rule 2143?
Well, when you say complying with the rule, I mean, there's not an obligation to have it be geographically diverse. There's an obligation to provide diversity. Usually that's physical, but we do have some geographic diversity. But then the rule then says where feasible, this is how we define geographic diversity, or this is how we're all using the term geographic diversity.
Is it your testimony that Rule 2143 doesn't require geographic diversity where it's feasible?
I think it doesn't ever require it. I think that's just too strong of a word. But where we have geographic diversity and where it's feasible to maintain that, the commission has asked that we maintain that diversity. Again, where feasible. I do not see that the commission would require us to have our entire network diverse. It no longer was feasible to do.
Sure, I'm not talking about feasibility. I've already given you that caveat. If it's feasible, you have to have geographic diversity under Rule 2143. Reasonable. I'll even give you that.
I just don't know that we have to. I don't think that that's what the rule requires.
It says all BSPs, CenturyLink, right?
CenturyLink is a BSP, yes.
Providing BES shall take reasonable measures to provide reliable BES, including circuit diversity. See that? Yes. Where feasible, 911 circuits within the BES network shall be physically and geographically diverse. Shall be. But it's your testimony that the rule doesn't require it where feasible.
I don't think it's as strident as what you're saying it is, no.
Which part isn't? The shall be isn't strident?
That, where you talk about take reasonable measures to provide reliable BES, including circuit diversity, and where feasible, the networks within the BES network shall be physically and geographically diverse. Yes, the company is the requirement of the company is to provide and provide quality service and take reasonable measures to diversify the network. We have diverse circuits to every PSAP, so there's always going to be that. We always strive to have that circuit diversity. And when it is feasible, yes, we have physical and geographic diversity. I don't think that if there is a change in that diversity and it's no longer feasible, I don't think we're required to provide that diversity under this rule.
Okay. I'm going to move to strike. Most of the answer is non-responsive. At this point, I mean, I would like you to just answer my question, sir.
I'm sorry, I really thought that I was answering your question. I do apologize.
Do you want his whole answer?
Well, the middle portion, where he went on a tangent.
Be more specific on where either we're
Look,
striking the whole thing or we're...
I guess I would like you to try to focus on the questions. I mean, originally we were talking about, and what I wanted to get your understanding of is whether this sentence requires physical and geographic diversity where feasible. Yes or no?
Yes, I will agree that those are what the words say.
All right, let's turn back to where we were before, which is your segment 1 analysis on page 20. And we were at the middle of this paragraph where, your CenturyLink's noting that geographic diversity exists if there is 25 feet. I want to get back to that question because now we've talked about what the commission rule says. And in making that assessment of whether there's compliance with that sentence that says, shall provide, is this what CenturyLink is internally using to assess its compliance with the rule? 25 feet.
25 feet is how we define geographic diversity.
All right, and then you go on to say in the next sentence, while I have not evaluated the location of the PRPA poles and compared them to the CenturyLink poles, I expect geographic diversity existed at almost every point, if not every point along this segment. Again, between Loveland and Drake, while the temporary path was in place. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. And you say you have not evaluated, but did anyone at CenturyLink evaluate that? Again, this is an instance where you're speaking about your personal eye. You didn't evaluate. Did CenturyLink evaluate that?
I do not know if folks were out physically looking at the separate pole paths.
Okay. Do you know what a KMZ file is?
I do.
Okay. And could CenturyLink have run KMZ files to see the two paths?
I believe that might have been done. Actually, I think there is a map that shows the physical locations.
By whom? Who did that?
I thought it was in Ms. Culp's testimony.
Okay, but so CenturyLink never did that. In making your assessment here, CenturyLink never said, well, hey, let's just check the kit, run the KMZ file.
I don't know if someone actually looked at that within CenturyLink.
And do you think that's something that CenturyLink should have done when geographic diversity is one of the critical issues in this case?
Well, one, we didn't understand what the route was that that PRPA moved us to. So there wouldn't have been any of that work done up front, because we didn't know what the route was. We didn't know what PRPA was moving that fiber to. So I don't think there would have been anybody who would have looked at that, because it wasn't the right group that was told this. The group that was told this was doing maintenance work, so they wouldn't have gone out and actually physically inspected that. I wouldn't think.
So you're getting to something that's different than my question. I'm talking about for purposes of this litigation.
Yeah.
And in this litigation, are you saying that still to this day, CenturyLink doesn't understand the path that the temporary path took? Because
I think now that we do understand what that path took.
Okay.
But I do not know when someone became aware of it physically.
Right, but you just didn't do the assessment here, and you're just relying on what you expected, that you expected geographic diversity to exist there.
Right, based on the conversations that I've had with the folks after we've, learned what we've learned here in this case.
Hey, Mr. Larson, real quickly, you mentioned the KMZ file, and just for the record, just have a clean record. KMZ stands for?
That's a good question. Well, it's a term of art in the industry. A KMZ file is essentially, as I understand it, a data point that exists. It's essentially data that dictates exact geographic coordinates.
We don't have what it stands for. I didn't get in the.
Does anyone in the room?
I don't know what it means, but it is a file that Google Earth used.
Yeah, it's essentially what I understand is it's a specific. It's a .kmz is the file.
Yeah, no, it stands for P-hole markup language zipped.
Okay. Yeah. No.
I'm gonna never forget that.
I understand the concept, but it's just the initials. The record.
Thank you.
I got a clean record. That's what judges do.
I appreciate that. All right, so, but I guess the flip side of this statement here, where you say, I expect geographic diversity existed almost at every point, would be that it perhaps did not exist at all points, just in this segment. Again, that not from endpoint to endpoint, but just in this segment, perhaps it did not exist.
I have learned that it did exist.
Have you looked at the KMZE files, the exhibit that we just talked about that Ms. Culp prepared?
I have looked at that, yes.
And do you see where the path zigzag in different places?
There is a spot. I think it does look like there is a crossing.
Okay, so if a path crosses, is it 25 feet apart?
I don't know, because I don't know exactly where it was passing. Is it?
Well, I'm just
it's
possible.
possible.
I'm going back to my geometry. And so if they cross, you're saying they could cross, but still be 25 feet apart.
It's possible. I don't know how tall these poles are. I don't know where it's at.
Oh, it could be that like
one's low and one's high.
Oh, so geographic diversity can be satisfied by space, by vertical space. Is that what you're saying?
It could be.
And so, do you know whether these lines from that segment are being carried on power lines, or are they underground?
I don't know that.
Okay, you didn't do that analysis.
I did not.
Okay. Does CenturyLink have any evidence to dispute Ms. Culp's testimony in her rebuttal that there were places where geographic diversity did break?
I don't think I have any reason to dispute that.
I want to point out something in your testimony that caught my attention. It's at the bottom of page 20. You see, again, this is about your analysis of segment 1, where you're not sure whether geographic diversity exists, but you expect it existed most everywhere. You say, this is important because the area between Loveland and Drake is the area that was threatened by the Alexander Mountain Fire. See that?
I do.
What I want to understand is, do you think that the commission rule on geographic diversity is an after-the-fact assessment? Like CenturyLink has complied if it just so happens that a natural disaster hit a part where you happen to have a part of an endpoint to endpoint path that happen to have geographic diversity. Do you follow me?
I don't think I am.
Well, let me try to break it down. You're speaking in terms of the assessment of geographic and physical diversity. And this has been a theme throughout, where CenturyLink says, well, look, yeah, the part between Loveland and Drake, where the fire burned, actually burned poles. Have you seen pictures where the poles are knocked over and burned down, cables burned?
Yeah,
We can look at
I haven't
them.
actually seen any of those pictures, I don't think.
You didn't review Mr. Grant's direct testimony?
I don't recall seeing those pictures, I guess, I'm sorry.
Okay, well, we can look at them in a second, but I want to stay on this point.
Sure.
And CenturyLink, on the other hand, says, well, between Drake and Glenhaven, there was no threat. And while, you know, that's disputed, that's your position, CenturyLink's position. And CenturyLink is saying, so that's okay, I guess. Is what I'm trying to understand is the rule doesn't contemplate having geographic diversity just where a disaster happens, does it?
No, of course not.
Hey, Mr. Larson, just stop for a second. We are at 10 o'clock, so figure about 30 minutes or so for break if you find a spot there.
30 minutes?
About 30 minutes, yeah.
Oh, take a break in 30 minutes.
minutes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
I just want to give you a heads up.
Thank you, sir. Your Honor.
You got to take care of Harriet.
Let's talk about the role of PRPA, which you spend several pages in your testimony talking about PRPA. And to your knowledge, is PRPA a 911 emergency service provider?
They are not?
Okay, and PRPA is not subject to the Commission's 911 rules governing BEST providers.
Sure.
And CenturyLink is, in fact, the entity that is governed by those rules and subject to those rules and regulations, right?
That's correct.
And that's what CenturyLink's customers understand when they're paying CenturyLink to provide 911 service. Is that fair?
They understand that we're the BESP?
Yeah.
I would think so.
And while CenturyLink can provide the service through either owned or leased fibers, right?
Yes.
Okay. Is it fair to say that CenturyLink should have an accurate reflection or an accurate understanding of where those fibers are at when providing that service to its customers?
Well, I would say generally speaking, yes. We know where our facility, we know where the facilities that were being leased are.
And we heard yesterday Mr. Troop explain that the NDS system that he was using to consult with folks during the fire did not show leased fiber paths. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And so then what I'm trying to understand is if it doesn't show any leased fiber paths, I've looked at CenturyLink's, statewide map. There are quite a few leased fibers around the state, right?
There's some, yeah.
And Pole Hill, before it was disconnected by CenturyLink, was leased fiber, primarily leased fiber.
That's right.
Okay. So if Pole Hill had even been in place, Mr. Troop wouldn't have seen it in NDS, right?
That's my understanding of that system. That's correct, yes.
And I want to go back to the relationship with PRPA. The lease is with CenturyLink, not with LIDA. The lease for the two fiber paths.
The lease that we signed is, yes, just with the two parties, not Lita.
And so let's just, I guess, get down to brass tacks. Is CenturyLink claiming in this case that PRPA is on the hook for CenturyLink's compliance with its 911 obligations?
No.
I'll ask a different question. Is it CenturyLink's position that it can blame a third party like PRPA for not knowing where its leased 911 fibers are, or geographic path?
I'm not sure if I understand what you mean, blame PRPA.
Yeah. You don't think you're blaming PRPA for that in this proceeding?
I think what our concern with our partner is that they didn't provide us with the notification that we needed. But we're not blaming PRPA for the routes that the traffic took. What our concern is that PRPA didn't properly go through the process to tell us what they were doing, so that we could have a better understanding of what was this route. Because maybe there was a problem with the route that PRPA chose to do. I don't know that because we didn't have that opportunity. So we're not blaming PRPA for the provision of 911 service. The 911 service worked well, and PRPA did a nice job of at least providing two paths still.
So if a CenturyLink tech, under the supervision and guidance of at least a half dozen folks, including upper management, coordinate to move a 911 fiber circuit to an alternate path. Those are the words used in Mr. Grant's notice, an alternate path. Does CenturyLink not track where that path is going to be?
Not the folks that were told. And that's just really the core issue, is they put in a maintenance request that looked like it was a 4-hour maintenance window that might have a 10-minute impact. That's the concern, is that the information that came in through that email only asked for a temporary maintenance move. And had PRPA gone through the proper process of notifying our carrier management division, which is made up of hundreds of people, to manage just these very things, to make sure that contract worked, that there's no legal issues associated with it, that the rules are being followed, that agreements are being followed. All those types of things are evaluated. And the issue is that PRPA didn't go through that process. Mr. Grant made a lot of assumptions in that email that he provided to change management, to maintenance personnel. That is our concern here. We never did anything where we knowingly said, oh yeah, we know that they've moved the fiber or moved the traffic over to this spot, and we're okay with that. It just simply didn't go through the process to be able to understand exactly what PRPA was doing and what this maintenance really meant. It meant, to them, it meant, a year, maybe even more. That was never conveyed. That was never the understanding that we had, because again, they didn't go through the process notifying the right individuals to make sure that we're evaluating all those things. Because again, these folks that did the maintenance work, they might not even necessarily know if PRPA is a customer of ours, if we're a customer of theirs. It's simply a work order to move that traffic.
Okay, we'll look at the notice and talk about who knew what. But my question is, I guess, a different one again. So if apparently a tech moves, so CenturyLink tech moves 911 fiber, CenturyLink doesn't track where that fiber is going to. In certain cases.
In this particular case, no, because this was a maintenance request to move to a different jumper spot.
Well, and this is another thing that's puzzled me, because CenturyLink's the only one that can touch that 911 fiber. right? PRPA can't touch it.
Object. He continues to use the word 911 fiber, and it's a 911 circuit riding a separate fiber, and that creates a confusing record. So I'm going to ask that it be more precise. I've been trying to not object as much as possible.
Is there a fiber carrying 911?
The answer go that way.
The fiber carries all of our traffic, including 911.
Okay. So you got to use it for commercial private purposes too. That same exact fiber strand.
We use that fiber for a multitude of services.
Okay.
That's correct.
But it also carries 911. I just want to, that's true.
It does.
Okay.
Yes.
And so I guess to be more accurate, I will ask my question this way. When CenturyLink's own text, well, let me go back. A fiber that carries both commercial and 911 traffic, can PRPA move those fibers? Does it have access even to move those fibers unilaterally?
At which location?
In the central office?
No, not in the central office.
And so when that fiber path is moved, CenturyLink necessarily must have an understanding of how long it's offline, because it's not reconnecting it. It didn't reconnect it in the next week. It didn't reconnect it in the next month. It didn't reconnect it in the next year, did it?
Yes, we moved that to a connected path. So there was still an active path. So it's not like it was just disconnected and left not being used. The request by PRPA was to move it to a different path.
Right, and my question is, when you're moving 911 to a different path, do you need to understand where that path is?
But again, the people that were asked to move that aren't the people that would have that kind of information. Those folks don't ask, did the contract change with PRPA? Do we need to do something? Is there a different entity that's maybe involved? We have level 3 issues that were there with those fibers. Just prior to that email that Mr. Grant sent in February, we just completed a renegotiation of our agreement to consolidate level 3 fibers and QC fibers. So there could be a multitude of reasons as to what traffic was being moved and why. And those central office technicians don't have any of that information. They're not privy to any of it. They are just simply being told, hey, you need to move from this spot to this spot for some sort of maintenance purpose. That's all that they're understanding.
They're being told by whom to move it?
By PRPA, put in that request through change management that they had a maintenance issue that they needed to do on that particular day on the 23rd. I think it was the 23rd of February. That there was a 3 or 4 hour window, and that the impact would be about 10 minutes. That's the information that those folks had, and that's all. That is the only place that information went.
Okay, all right. We will get to those exhibits, but you admit in your testimony that the 911 NOC was aware of the fiber move.
They were aware of a maintenance issue that could have an impact to the 911 service through the change management process. So that change management process worked great. It said, hey, are there any customers that might be impacted for this possibly 10-minute interruption? And then you look at what customers might be on that facility, and that's what change management does. They say, hey, I've got to tell these folks. So we told, in addition to LIDA, there were other customers that were told that, hey, there might be a service interruption for a moment because we're doing some maintenance.
Your own counsel and the subject of that notice says fiber move. So do you consider a fiber move to be standard maintenance, to an alternate path?
We move fibers all the time as part of maintenance, yes. That would be a maintenance move.
Okay, so if 911 fibers are being moved, and that's what the notice says, CenturyLink doesn't route that to the people that need to know?
All that was done is that these fibers there was a maintenance move that needed to take place that would affect services on that facility. And yes, there was 911 services on that facility.
Okay.
But there is no other organization that that they would tell because there's nothing for them to tell. They're being asked to perform a maintenance function that might last 10 minutes.
There was all sorts of information in that notice to tell.
Again, it's not going to the right location, and there's a lot of assumptions in that email that he sent. He's assuming that these folks are the proper notification location and that they will do all of these other things. Right? That's not the expectation of any of those folks, and that's not the expectation of the contract that we have with PRPA.
Let's talk about another theme. In your deposition, you on several occasions said, and this goes to my question about you blaming PRPA. In your deposition, you testified that PRPA has a lot to answer for. You recall that?
I do.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. Using a deposition is supposed to be only for impeachment, not to refer to the testimony until after he says something that contradicts the deposition itself. So I would ask that he use the deposition properly.
Well, I'm going to ask, I'm sorry, I did not hear the question.
Yeah, I mean, I asked before whether there's being blame placed on PRPA. And my understanding is you don't think you're blaming PRPA. Is that what your testimony was?
Yeah, I'm not blaming PRPA, but I'm certainly disappointed in the lack of process that they followed, and I'm disappointed in when everyone was at the EOC, and it was, oh wait, it said that there's only one route. PRPA knew that there were two routes. They knew it. They knew they were still leasing both of those facilities to us. Now, they modified what they were providing to us for that period of time, but they knew that there were still two lit paths. They knew it. And they didn't say anything about it in the middle of that meeting. And so that's where I'm saying, if you want to go back to that deposition, that's fine. That's what I think they had the answer to. I think that they had an opportunity to say, hold on, we understand what happened here, right? We moved them from this path to this path, and we still had the two paths lit. We know this. They sat on their hands, and I think that's what's frustrating to me. They could have helped clear up a lot of this information.
CenturyLink moved the paths.
CenturyLink did not move the paths unilaterally. We were asked by PRPA to perform a maintenance function of moving from this particular fiber to this particular fiber.
Did PRPA unilaterally move the paths?
No, they didn't.
Okay.
But neither did CenturyLink.
Is it fair to say that as of a month ago, your individual belief was that PRPA had unilaterally moved the paths?
No, not a month ago, no. But that was what I had understood initially, was that they performed the maintenance. Then when I got better grounded in what work actually happened at the central office, I understand that the maintenance request was to have us move to a different jumper, and that's why the technician asked for an on-site to make sure that they're moving it to the right PRPA fiber. That's how I understand that.
Well, is it fair that as of June 12th, so that's about 45 days ago, that you individually believed that PRPA had unilaterally moved CenturyLink to the temporary path?
I can't say is exactly the timing of when I understood what work was done. So I can't speak to that.
And now I will go back to your deposition then. Are you aware that in your deposition on 3 different occasions you said I'll give you one instance. They unilaterally moved facilities without telling us, without going through the proper process. Do you recall saying that?
I do. It's probably a poor use of term saying unilaterally in that instance, but the rest of that statement true as well.
Okay, well, it's not the only place that CenturyLink has made that statement. I want to go to a discovery response. On January 17th, 2025, you certified responses to discovery requests. Are you aware of that fact?
I recall that, yes.
And one of the statements, sworn statements made in that discovery response is, and I quote, "Instead, PRPA unilaterally moved traffic from one of the diverse routes to the Pole Hill path because of the fire risk to the first path. CenturyLink was not advised of the move."
I recall that.
So now you're talking about, are you talking about in that answer the move during the fire?
I think that was during the fire.
And is it your testimony that they unilaterally did that?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Not during the fire. I think that is in reference to what we learned what happened back in 23. But then since, you know, this has been a very interesting case, I would have to say, to really learn what was really happening with our partner. So I agree that we have moved off of that. PRPA unilaterally moved that fiber jumper in our central office.
But CenturyLink never amended that discovery response, did it?
I don't recall.
What discovery, interrogatory was that, counsel?
It is number 32.
RFP, RFA, or interrogatory?
RFP. It looks like this comes from your answer. Yeah, but the underlying statement. Okay. So I do want to clarify the record. That's in an RFP discussing your answer given in this proceeding.
There's no, heads up, it's 10:26 right
Yeah, let's take a break.
now. All right, Mr. Legends, calling the break. We're doing it. I've got a feeling Harriet doesn't mind. All right, let's take, we'll take a 19-minute break. We'll go till, break till 42. We'll be in recess till 42.
I kept looking at it. I was like,
Anyway, tell me you're all set, Harriet. You all set, Harriet? All right. We'll go back on the record, and Mr. Kunkelman, I will remind you that you're still under oath.
Yes, sir.
Go right ahead, Mr. Larson.
Thank you. I did want to clarify one thing. Mr. Steese asked me the discovery, to identify the discovery response where, Mr. Kunkelman certified under oath that PRPA had unilaterally moved, CenturyLink off of the Pole Hill path, and that is interrogatory number 14, and it's deposition exhibit 180, Mr. Steese, and the certification to that response is that deposition exhibit 179. And I want to clean up one thing before I move on to my next topic, which is I think I heard you mention one of your responses that, you know, you're disappointed that PRPA didn't say there were two fiber paths at the outset of the fire in the EOC meetings. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. But do you understand, sir, that from January 29 until July 31, I use July 31 because that's when fiber was swung back over to Pole Hill. You understand that during that time, folks were under the impression, including PRPA, that there was only one fiber that was lit? There weren't two fiber paths lit?
I don't recall that. I thought that PRPA did understand that there was the second, that they moved us to a path, and then we still had the original path, you know, that we were leasing between Glen Haven and Drake, that they would have seen that those were up as well.
Yeah, so you don't understand from Ms. Rangel or from Ms. Bingman that CenturyLink advised folks in the EOC meetings that there was only one fiber path that they could see.
Yes, I recall that Mr. Troop incorrectly made that statement, yes.
No. But do you know that that's what they were being told from Ms. Rangel? There was only one lit circuit.
Well, because of what Mr. Troop had incorrectly identified. That's where that information comes from.
And do you understand that time was spent on July 31 with PRPA assisting to help rebuild fiber path in order to swing over to Pole Hill?
To put the fiber path back to the original path, yes, I do understand that, but there was still two paths, always.
And what evidence do you have of that?
Well, we have our circuit, we never had alarming on the circuits. We still had the path that PRPA moved us to, and we still had our original path. So when we talk about the Drake to Drake to Glen Haven path being collapsed, there were still two active circuits on that, or two fiber paths, on that segment.
Who from July 29th to July 31 said we see two lit fiber paths? Did anyone tell Lita that?
Not during those 2 days, no, or 3 days.
That would have been nice to know if that in fact was the case.
It would have been nice to understand exactly, what was actually happening with the PRPA fibers.
Okay, so the NDS system doesn't apparently show the fiber path, but are you also saying that the NOC wasn't seeing two lit fibers?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that the NOC did see the two paths,
but they didn't tell anyone.
We didn't have any alarming. I think there was a lot of confusion about what was happening between those first few days at the EOC, because we've always been under the impression that Pole Hill path was still up, and that when they needed to do that maintenance, we didn't really understand, frankly, what that maintenance meant. What were they needing to do? But again, it only looked like a short period of time. So there was always the impression that Pole Hill path was up and live.
That wasn't my question. Are you saying that the NOC could apparently see that 2 fiber paths were lit from July 29 to July 31?
The NOC, when going back and looking at the information, yes, they saw that there was no alarming for the 2 paths. So that would mean that both paths were lit per the NOC.
Do you have any evidence that from July 29 to July 31, anyone at CenturyLink communicated to LEDA or to PRPA, we see 2 fiber paths lit?
I don't know that anybody did say that, no. I think there was just a lot of confusion over those several days as to what was really happening on the ground.
All right, let's turn to the notice, which is at 200 tab 5. I believe is a confidential exhibit. And actually, yeah, we'll use this exhibit because it's the whole chain.
What number again? I'm sorry.
200 tab 5. Are you there?
Yes.
Sorry. All right, this is a chain that includes the notice from PRPA regarding the fiber move. And I want to turn your attention to the back of the email, which is the start of the chain, page 5 of 6.
There.
And actually, the start of the chain is just at the bottom of page 4, start of the email, excuse me.
Yes.
And we've already talked about this email at length, so I'm just going to touch on a few things briefly. And you've testified both in your answer testimony and here now live on the stand that CenturyLink treated this as, quote, a routine maintenance ticket. Do you recall that?
Yes, this was treated as a maintenance ticket based on how it was delivered to the company.
Okay, and even though it says fiber move notification, it was treated as a routine maintenance ticket.
We move fibers all the time for maintenance, so yes, that's what it was viewed as.
And do you move fibers all the time to accommodate the rebuild of the WAPA lines?
No.
Okay. And that's discussed expressly in this notice, that it's going to be a long-term outage to rebuild the WAPA lines, during the time to rebuild the WAPA lines.
I wouldn't characterize it that way. It says to avoid a long-term outage, but again, it's not clear what the work is being done. And so the company was not understanding what PRPA was doing with this particular email.
So why didn't they ask, what are you doing?
Because it's not what their role is. They process, maintenance requests. That's what that group does. That's what change management does. That's what the central office technicians do. So they were doing what they were supposed to do, which is I'm being asked to move this for maintenance so that we can avoid any outage, so that that PRPA can do whatever it is they want to do. But there is no grand understanding from this one particular email that WAPA is rebuilding the line. They're tearing them down. There's going to be nothing there. There will be no path over here. There was just never that understanding. We did not understand it to be what it ended up being. We just didn't understand it that way.
But no one asked the question, Drew.
But those folks shouldn't ask the question, is all I'm saying.
Okay, and were you here yesterday to see everyone who got notification of this?
Yes.
Okay. none of those people should have asked a question.
No, because none of those people would have any knowledge of the customer relationship. Are we the customer? Are they the customer? Is there a contract change? None of that.
Who would have known that?
Our carrier relations department, which is where that notice should have gone, and we have hundreds of people that would evaluate all of those things to make sure that there isn't anything else that needs to be done.
You know who John Turner is, for example?
You?
What?
I do.
Who's he?
He works in the network.
Okay. And is he Ms. Rangel's boss?
I don't think so.
Works in the network. What do you mean?
Well, in our operations network, just out in our outside, I think he's in our outside plant. I don't think he's a central office technician, but possible. I just don't recall exactly what his title is.
His title is Supervisor Region Operations. Does that refresh your recollection?
Sure.
Okay. And so he's not a guy that would understand that moving 911 fibers should be tracked or logged.
He would not be.
Do you remember testifying in your written testimony that neither you nor something to the effect of neither you nor anyone with CenturyLink was aware of the WAPA rebuild of its transmission lines prior to this proceeding? Yes. But this email says it right here. While WAPA rebuilds their transmission lines.
But that doesn't mean that there aren't any facilities there. Right? There's a lot of information that is missing from this. It is not a notice. It's an email to some folks. But it is not a notice that then it lays out and explains exactly what is happening. There's no information about where it's going to, where this path would be moved to. There's none of that information. And all I'm saying is that the company was just not aware of what PRPA was going to do with these particular fibers.
That wasn't my question, but.
No, I already answered your question.
Let's turn to page 25.
Some information.
Let's turn to page 25 of your testimony, which is at Exhibit 200. Your testimony at line 5 is, no, I was not aware of any planned rebuild by WAPA, period. Indeed, I am not aware of anyone with Lumen who was aware of this planned rebuild. So the first thing is, why are you speaking in terms of Lumen there? Is there any specific reason?
No, I apologize. It is a little confusing at times, and I was going to clarify that at my introduction too, but Lumen is our parent company, and it owns a number of subsidiaries, including CenturyLink QC. So I use Lumen as just an overarching term in this particular spot.
That's fine, and I figured as much. I just wanted to clarify for the record.
Sure, and I appreciate you pointing that out.
All right, and this email, though, sir, I want to go back to the email. It's in terms of the WAPA rebuild of the transmission lines. I'm just trying to understand how your testimony here can be true given what we just saw and the number of people that were sent this notification that expressly discusses WAPA rebuilding its transmission lines.
Right, but what I'm interpreting it to be is when I say that no one knew is that no one knew exactly the extent of what this meant. So you're rebuilding lines, but there's lots of times where lines are rebuilt in a step-by-step process, so that the facility just sort of remains. And many times, electric companies build a separate line right next to the old line, and then you transfer everything over to the new line.
Sure, but your testimony is I was not aware of any planned rebuild by WAPA, and that no one at CenturyLink was. So where did you say in your testimony to the extent that they were doing it, or how they were doing it, or the steps they were doing it?
I didn't include any of that.
And by the way, do you know who Mr. Whitman is?
I do.
Who is he?
Works in our contract organization.
And he's the person responsible for negotiating the leases, PRPA?
Among other, leases, yes.
And did you see the email yesterday where Mr. Whitman was expressly told about the length, the duration of the WAPA rebuild as being 16 months? That there was a cable that was collapsed between Drake and Glen Haven in January of 2024. Do you recall that?
I vaguely do. I don't remember where that came
Well,
up.
you were forwarded that email even before the fire occurred. Do you recall that?
I've seen it, yes.
Okay, so you guess I didn't read that email.
Well, I may have read it. I don't know exactly how much information I retained from it. You know, a lot of times I will read emails like that where we were just doing the contract renegotiation. I was working with Larry. This was to combine the level 3 and the QC fibers.
Okay, but
So a lot of times I will read those kinds of emails with that kind of information in mind, like, okay, is this impacting any of this? I see Larry's working on it. Larry understands what my desires are to have diverse routes. So
yes, because
that's how I would read a lot of those emails.
you said only change management folks understood any of this, and that, you know, no one understood what the impacts on the contracts were, but that's Mr. Whitman's job, so he was aware of it, and he was aware of the WAPA rebuild, and again, so he was aware of the scope of it and the duration. Going back to your testimony here,
Your Honor, I'm going to object. We're having counsel argue half the time before he asks a question. Can we please just have questions instead of long dialogue before questions?
Well, in fairness, your witness needs to kind of calm down his too. It's kind of a back and forth between the two of them, honestly.
I can break it all down.
Yeah,
Your Honor.
break it down
Yeah.
a little bit, and honestly, Mr. Kunkelman, you gotta kind of listen to the question.
Okay, I'm sorry, sir. Thank you.
If I'm gonna knock down Mr. Larson for his questions, I gotta knock down Mr. Kunkelman for his answers.
I appreciate that fairness, Your Honor. I will do so. I will endeavor to do so. We'll get to the exhibits, and I'll break it down for you in
Okay.
just a minute. Let's look at page 24 of your testimony, line 22. And
Okay.
you say, I learned earlier this year that WAPA had made a decision to take down its wood poles between Flatiron, the beginning of the Polo Hill Path, and Estes Park, end of the Polo Hill Path, and replace them with steel structures. See that?
I do.
And this goes back to the issue that I've flagged a couple times, but here you're just speaking about what you know. So is it your position that is it CenturyLink's position that CenturyLink didn't know this fact, or are you just testifying as to your own personal knowledge?
Well, I am testifying that it's my knowledge, but I talk to a lot of these folks all the time about the situation that we have between Loveland and Espark and the importance of it. So without hearing from someone else that says they understood this, I guess I'm making the claim that the company didn't know, because the people that I talked to never informed me that this was.
But you didn't talk to Mr. Whitman?
I did talk to Mr. Whitman, but he never said that to me. He never made that comment to me. So
Is that something he should, if you asked him that question directly, is that something he should have told you?
Yes, I think if I would ask that question directly, if I understood, you know, what kind of question to ask him, yes, he would have told me that, I think.
Because in fact, you testify in your answer testimony that, in fact, Mr. Whitman is one of the steps you go through in making your certifications to the commission about diversity. Do you recall that testimony?
I talked with him about making those compliance filings. Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily characterize that as a certification.
Oh, okay. Thank you for that correction. But those compliance filings that you sign that are required by the commission's iDocket relate to diversity, correct?
They relate to the arrangement that we had with PRPA to have diverse paths between Loveland and Estes.
Okay. And you talked to Mr. Whitman as one of the steps in the process to make sure you're filing accurate compliance filings. CenturyLink is.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, now I want to go back to the exhibit we were on before, and I apologize for jumping around, but I'm just trying to go with the flow of your answers, so I apologize.
No apologies necessary.
Let's go back to 200, tab 5. And I'm not going to go back to the actual content of Mr. Grant's notice. Talked about that enough. Let's just look at then who was included on the follow-up chain to coordinate the actual fiber move. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. And we see that we have Ms. Rangel, correct?
Yes.
And Ms. Rangel was one of the primary CenturyLink folks who was actually dealing with the issues during the fire. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, generally speaking, yeah.
So, and when you said PRPA should have told someone about all this, but she knew it, right?
Knew what?
That the fiber had been moved.
She was aware of the maintenance that needed to be done.
You keep calling it maintenance, but it's, I just, for the
That
record,
is what
it's
it
a
is.
fiber move.
Well, okay.
It's a maintenance for a fiber move, I'm sure. Split hairs, but yeah, okay. And so she would have been aware that was never reconnected because CenturyLink's the only one that could reconnect it.
But my understanding is that it was reconnected. It was connected to a different fiber.
On a different path. The email,
I didn't know that.
Alternate path. It says right here, and I can look at page 5 of tab 5. Under where? Do you see where I'm at? Fiber patch cables will be moved at Boyd Station in Loveland and the Estes Park substation in Town Hall in Estes Park. Fiber jumpers are being moved off the WAPA OPGW cable and onto the PRPA long haul 34 cable. In bold, this will add approximately 15 kilometers to the total distance of this path from Loveland to Estes Park. This alternate path has been used in the past due to previous damages and repairs. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. So she knew it was a different path from Pole Hill. Whoever got this notice understood that.
I don't know I don't know that everybody that got that notice understood exactly
Well, should they have understood that it was an alternate path?
I don't know what they should have understood.
Okay, and let's go back to who got this. Change management is on the next email up to coordinate the fiber move. John Turner, who we talked about, right? Thomas Longan, who's that?
I don't know specifically what his role is. I just know that he works in our network organization.
Okay, but you know he wasn't sufficient. He's not a person that was sufficient enough to understand what was going on here, even though you don't really know what he does.
I would say no, he wouldn't be sufficient.
Okay. When we go up in the chain, we can see additional people added. I'm at the top of page 4. We have Travis Hudson. Oh, he was on the one before, too. Travis Hudson and Mike Mitchell. Who are they?
I'm not certain.
Okay. But again, they're not sufficient enough for CenturyLink as a corporate body to be on notice of this.
Correct. They wouldn't be the recipient of a notice.
But you don't know who they are.
Well, they work in our network organization. I don't know exactly what they do.
All right, and the rest of the email chain actually coordinates between, several follow-up emails, coordinates Chad Pepler to go into the central office and move the fiber. Correct?
Yeah.
And at the top, let's just look at the top email, the latest email in time, which is the first email on page 1.
In there.
And Chad Pepler, do you know who Chad Pepler is?
I know him to be a central office technician.
Okay. Says, Jeff, that would be fine, so we can iron down times. However, I would like to do a meet on site at Town Hall so we can see what is being moved and where, and there will be no misunderstandings. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. So do you think it was important to Mr. Pepler to understand exactly where things were going?
I don't. I think he just wanted to make sure that it was going to the right spot that PRPA would like it to be.
So is it fair to say that you had not seen this email that Ms. Rangel is on about 45 days ago when you were deposed? You've never seen this email?
I've seen this email, yeah. I mean, I've seen it. I don't know that I ever really processed what I saw.
So why did you testify 3 times that that PRPA had unilaterally moved
Well,
the fiber?
I think that actually in looking at a little bit of information in the break, I believe that unilateral move was referring to the July 31, the after the fire, not the 23, the February 23 move. I believe that in looking back at the answer and the reference, isn't that the time at the fire, and that PRPA moved the fiber back?
Are you talking about your deposition or the interrogatory response?
Well, I think that was I think that's what I was responding to in the deposition.
All right, I have all this.
I apologize for my confusion of the timing between, the 23 work done and the July 24 work done.
All right, but the fact of the matter is neither of those is true, right? PRPA didn't unilaterally do the July 31.
Well,
move.
They made the unilateral decision. I mean, I guess that's more of what would be accurate, is not necessarily the physical jumper move, but the decision to do it would be PRPA's.
You don't think that Ms. Rangel and CenturyLink were involved in the cut back over to Pole Hill during the fire?
I'm not saying that they weren't. I'm saying
Okay, so then they wouldn't have. So PRPA didn't unilaterally do it, sir.
Well, I think I think that my confusion is the unilateral is on the decision to make the move. Obviously, both parties would need to be part of the physical change to the connections.
Okay. Going back to the exhibit we just looked at, the CenturyLink folks that we see on this email are not the only CenturyLink folks who were made aware of Mr. Grant's notification fiber move off of Highway 34 path. Sorry, from the Pole Hill path. You understand that? That these people that we just looked at, they're not the only people that saw this notification. Are you aware of that fact?
You mean more than just what's listed on this exhibit?
Correct.
Yes. No, there's a
Let's
few more.
turn to hearing exhibit 201. Tab 30.
What is 201?
Outline's incorrect. I have it.
It's in the white binder, Mr. Kunkelman, right after your testimony.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Is a email chain dated February 16, 2023.
I'm sorry. I had trouble finding the
Tab
201.
32. My apologies.
I'm sorry. Tab 32.
Yes, sir.
okay.
All right, so if we just flip to page 11, the base number 1126 at the bottom, which is page 5 of the exhibit, that's where we see the context that these folks are being forwarded the notice Jeff Grant sent. See that?
I do see some additional folks
Okay.
added, yes.
And what I'm focused on is the email at the middle of the page. It says from CMT vendor queue. Who's CMT vendor queue?
I'm not certain about that. I think it's a change management reference.
Okay. So someone sees this email in change management and they send it to local transport engineers.
See that?
Okay. Who are they? Who's in that group?
I'm not certain of all who is in that group and who would get that, but it'd be my understanding that it's just our field engineers.
You don't know that.
I don't know that.
Okay.
I don't know where
And
that
again,
email goes.
so you don't know who's in this group, but yet you're saying that the notice was insufficient to put CenturyLink on notice, that the fibers were being moved to a non-diverse path.
Yes, because I know that these folks are not in our carrier relations department, which is where the notice should have gone. That's all I'm saying about that.
Is Sarah Williams the field engineer?
She is.
Do you recall in your testimony where you say a few different times, wasn't sent to Sarah Williams? They didn't copy Sarah Williams. Mr. Steese asked some questions about that yesterday. She would have gotten this, actually.
I don't know
Okay.
if she would have gotten that as
But you-
part of being that group. I don't.
But you testified you think this includes the field engineers, or that's who it would be.
Again, I'm speculating, so maybe that's my bad on that.
But the thrust of what you're saying is that CenturyLink wasn't sufficiently on notice, and you don't know who the people are, you don't know who's in this group, and you think it probably included Sarah Williams because she's a field engineer. Is that fair? Summary.
Sure.
So now we go up. Well, I want to spend some time with the first sentence there. It says, all, please review and action as necessary. Note, 911 is affected by this maintenance. See that?
Yes.
So let's say the recipients of this, including the field engineers, which may or may not include Sarah Williams, see that 911 is affected. Does that trigger something to get routed differently or treated differently from a routine maintenance?
Well, 911 can be impacted in routine maintenance requests, so that's not uncommon. But this note, what this information would go to for change management is to be able to notify our customers, like Larimer, Emergency Telephone Authority. So that is note 911 is affected by this maintenance because we know that, according to the information in the email, that it could affect those lease facilities, and that we might have a service interruption that might impact for about 10 minutes.
Okay, so there's multiple follow-up emails in here discussing, and I don't want to get into the specifics of circuit IDs, which are confidential, but you'd agree with me that there's a back and forth discussion about the details of this fiber move, including the circuits in play, which is, for example, at the top of page 4.
Right, talking about the circuit to understand what the impact might be to that.
Okay. I want to point your attention to an email on the middle of the page 2 of the exhibit, which is dated February 16th, 2023.
Yes.
This is an email from John Turner, and this is where we see John Turner as the supervisor, region operations. See that?
I do.
Okay. And he says to the whole group, which now includes Jonathan Pouts, Christine Rangel, local transport engineers, whoever that is, Chad Pepler, Eric Knox, Glenn Wiltsey. Who's Glenn Wiltsey?
I believe that he runs the change management organization.
He runs the whole thing?
I don't know about the whole thing. I know he's got a reasonable, responsibilities, I suppose.
Okay. But he's not sufficient to understand what was happening here. He's not in sufficient capacity to understand.
I wouldn't say that he was in terms of the overall, information that PRP was trying to convey.
Okay. But he didn't ask apparently any, well, by the way, I mean, they are asking for more information. They are looking at the details of all this, aren't they, in this email? To understand what was being moved and where. Let's look, I'll strike my question. Let's just look at the first line of the email. He says, John Turner says, myself and Chad had a call today with Jeff Grant from PRPA about moving of this fiber. Do you see that?
I do.
So is it possible that that Jeff Grant gave them more information about this, that one seeming to recall, not even Jeff, apparently, but...
Objection calls for speculation.
Okay. I'll withdraw it. And then he says, in the third line down, we know what is on the local circuit. The 911's on the local circuit, right?
Yeah, I think that would be fair to say.
Okay. We know what is on the local circuit and what fibers need to be moved and where. Okay. So is your testimony still the same that CenturyLink didn't know what was being moved and where it was going to?
Yes, I would say that, at least in terms of the big picture of what these fibers were, where they were moving them, I still think that there is a gap in understanding that, and certainly the time frame of it.
But no one, at least on this chain, apparently asked any follow-up questions to fill that gap of PRPA, when apparently they talked to them on the phone.
Objection calls for speculation.
It says they had a call.
I'm gonna say, based upon what you see in front of you, including you, there's no other contact made after this. There's no other further emails, correct?
I don't see any.
Okay. Okay, then on the first page, we can see all the folks on the chain now, and the importance is high. And this is an email from Glenn Wiltsey, who apparently runs all of change management. And he says, change management will need the GCR created. What's a GCR? This is the second line of the email.
I don't know exactly what it stands for. It's some sort of a change request.
Okay. And then he says 911, and this is in the second paragraph, the only sentence. 911 needs a heads up that they may know more on history from before. Do you have an understanding of what he's talking about there?
I don't.
Was there a history with respect to this 911 fiber path that you understand as you sit here today?
I don't. I mean, I know some history, but I don't know what Mr. Wiltsey would.
I apologize. I'm just trying to.
That's fine.
I'm trying to short circuit. Pardon the pun. Short circuit the rest of my outline here.
Oh, that's no problem. It was 4 o'clock, I would say, yeah. But we're early in the...
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm trying to make it faster, actually, by going slower.
That's fine, that's fine.
Okay, we're going to move to a slightly different topic.
Okay.
In your testimony, I'm going to break it out into sort of two parts. In your testimony, you address content of the notice and what was provided, but separately, you address the timing of the notice. Is that a fair characterization? When I say the notice, I'm referring to Jeff Grant's notice.
Yes, yes.
We're going to talk about the timing for a second. And in your testimony, you state that the lease agreement requires 30 days written notice, correct?
Yes.
You also recognize that there's a reasonableness component baked into that provision that theoretically could make the notice less than 30 days or more than 30 days, depending on whose argument you believe. But do you understand that?
I understand that it could be looked at as different ways.
Okay.
I always looked at it as 30 days, or if you know more, no longer, please tell us more.
All right, and we saw from looking, we did the math based on the last email between February, it was 21 days. I'm not going to try to do the math live.
Right,
Yes.
it's 21 days.
21 days. And what I want to drive at is, to your knowledge, did anyone at CenturyLink say, we need more time to assess this?
Not the folks that were given that information, no.
Did anyone say to PRPA, anyone within CenturyLink, to your knowledge, say, PRPA, we need you to tell us about whether there are any alternative paths to the one you're going to put us on?
I don't know that anybody talked about that with them.
Did anyone at CenturyLink say, we need more time so that we can notify LEDA appropriately?
No, no one asked for that.
And with respect to any of these steps related to, for example, finding an alternative path or discussing an alternative path, that no one did that in the next 9 days after the notice. Is that fair? No one at CenturyLink?
I'm not aware of anybody.
And they didn't explore any of that in the next month?
I'm not aware of any.
Or the next year?
Again, I'm not aware of any because I don't know that anybody truly understood what.
Okay, but that's the content issue. What I'm focused on is just the timing issue. And what I'm
Sure.
really driving at is, what is it that you're claiming CenturyLink would have done differently based on timing if it didn't do anything in a year and a half?
Well, my main contention, and I point this out, is it's not so much the time frame, but it is in the contract, but it's where the information went. That's the issue, is the questions that you're asking about, would someone have asked those if the information went to where the contract says it should go? I fully believe that those questions would have been asked.
I get what you're saying, but again, I'm trying to direct you, I'm trying to parse this out, because you testify to both problems. You say the people didn't know, but separately you testify they didn't give us enough time. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And I'm wanting you to ask the question as to the timing component. What would have CenturyLink have done different with an extra 9 days when it didn't do anything?
If the information went to the folks that should have, it's possible that we would have needed that time.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying about the difference in that timing. Is not so much the timing itself, it's where it went, and then that's then the question could be asked about, if we got it where it was supposed to go and we didn't ask these questions, then I think that's all certainly fair.
Are you aware that CenturyLink's 911 knock apparently did a diversity evaluation of PRPA's the temporary path?
When you say evaluation, I'm not sure if I understand what you mean. Is there somewhere you can point me to?
Sure. Let's go to an exhibit. All right, Your Honor, this is a witness that was an exhibit that was loaded into Box.com. When was that, Tracy? Okay, and it's been marked as hearing exhibit number 119. I approach.
Your Honor, as these approaching, I'll just put on the record, this is a deposition transcript of Kimberly Culp. And to question someone from a transcript of Kimberly Culp when it's a different witness is highly unusual. And so I look at this right up front as problematic. If he has an exhibit to show him, it shouldn't be testimony from a witness whose deposition was taken in this proceeding.
No, I'm not going to show him testimony of the witness. I'm actually going to point into a statement of CenturyLink's
Well,
counsel.
before you go any further, I generally like to wait until I hear the question before I rule on an objection. So let's hear a question first, and then we'll see where we're going.
All right. I'm looking at deposition page 7.
I don't think you are.
I don't have a 7.
I haven't got a 7 anywhere.
I don't have any objection to that question, Your Honor.
I had a 71. I got a 6.
Yep. I just did excerpts and I didn't include the right page. I'll just ask the question that Mr. Cease asked. Are you aware that in February of 2023, CenturyLink's 911 NOC put together an evaluation of PRPA's temporary path?
I don't know that they did an evaluation of the temporary.
Okay. Let's turn to an exhibit, which is 111, tab 3. 110.
And just for the record, you're not offering 119.
No, I'm not going to. Are you there?
Yes.
Do you recognize this document?
I believe I've seen this, yes.
It says at the top, internal notes,
Mm-hmm.
and then underneath GCR questions. Does that refresh your recollection as to what GCR means?
I believe it to be some sort of a change request, but I don't know exactly what the letter stands.
And are these basically an internal tracking system for this fiber move, for this particular fiber move?
I don't think it's any sort of tracking system, no. It looks like a conversation of some sort.
All right, well, let's just look through the exhibit. Was this part of an analysis done by the 911 NOC of the fiber move, to your knowledge?
I don't know who specifically initiated all this. I do see some different names. I do see a reference to a 911 reviewer.
All right, well, I'll ask a different question. Under what is being done, we essentially have a description of what comes from Jeff Grant's notice.
Mhm.
Is that fair?
Yes.
And it says to reroute connections to a different fiber cable to accommodate a construction project impacting the existing fiber cable. Do you see that?
I do.
This work is being done to avoid a long-term outage while WAPA rebuilds their transmission line. See that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So whoever was doing this analysis or whoever's making these notes understood this is a fiber move to avoid a long-term outage while WAPA rebuilds its transmission lines, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So then this person, you think, should have treated this as a routine maintenance ticket?
I don't know who this person is. Okay. So I can't say.
This is I just want to say for the record, this is a CenturyLink produced document, right? So CenturyLink produced this document to us.
Yes, I would agree with that.
Do we know who this was sent to, or anything?
We're going to see, also, I'll point it out here in just a second. Go to page 2, next page over. Again, why I'm saying I think this is a tracking system for notes that are being generated. Now we have, in the middle of the page, actually just like email excerpted into this tracking system. See that?
Yes.
Okay. And in the email that we have stuck into this system, PCR system, I'll call it, we can see that various people are included on the email. See that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Have you ever, because these are different people than what we just looked at. We've got Jones at level 3. I'm not going to name all their names, record, but I mean, we have, I would say, about a dozen folks, and these are different folks than the set of folks that we saw in the emails we just looked at. Is that fair?
Yes, that is.
All right. And then just below that, we see, I want to highlight one thing. It's the second line from the bottom of the page. Diversity conflicts were not found.
Yes, I see that.
Okay, so someone's making that determination that there was no diversity conflict back to this fiber move.
That's what it says, yes.
Do you understand what that would mean? What are they analyzing? Why are they saying that?
I think that they're analyzing whether or not we had, physical diversity.
But not geographic diversity?
I don't know that they would necessarily have evaluated that, but I think they wanted, when I read diversity conflicts not found, they at least means that we've got physical diversity. I don't know if they would have evaluated type of diversity.
What would a conflict be? If there was a conflict, what would it be? I don't know what that means. If there's diversity conflicts not found, what would a diversity conflict be?
I think it would be that there wasn't any diversity in place. It would be a conflict. So if there was a lack of diversity, there would be a conflict, is how I would.
In places where diversity already existed?
That, I don't know that would be that necessarily, that level of evaluation.
Sorry, I'm sorry, Mr. Larson.
No, I
I just want to understand that before.
and Your Honor, I don't have an understanding either quite, but I just know that someone did a diversity analysis, but I agree. When you said, well, they at least would have said there wasn't physical diversity impacted. But again, commission rule on physical diversity speaks in terms of the same fiber optic cable, right?
That's what that rule said, yeah.
Uh-huh. And between Drake and Glen Haven, fibers were riding in the same cable.
That's what we've understood, yes.
Okay, so there was no physical diversity between Drake and Glen Haven.
No, there's physical diversity.
I-
Separate facilities.
Okay, but under the commission rule on physical diversity, when it's speaking in terms of the same fiber cable, they were riding in the same fiber cable from Drake to Glen Haven.
They were riding in the same cable, but I don't know that is what the commission rule is specifically saying. I understand what the words are that talk about cable, but there would still be physical diversity, and we have diversity that looks like this in other places.
I don't think you guys are gonna agree on that.
Okay, well, let me ask a different question. Was that what was the issue in 2013? That there were two circuits, but they were in the same cable?
Correct. Yeah.
Next page, it says, at the bottom, about 3/4 of the way down on page 3, it says 911 reviewer, Colleen, review complete.
See that?
It says, up above there, internal notes, Bingman, Colleen. You see that?
I do.
Okay. And she's with the 911 knock.
She is.
Okay. And she also, along with Miss Rangel, was one of the two people primarily involved during the fire, figure out what was what, right?
Yes, she was involved in monitoring the network to make sure that the connections remained.
Right. So she, again, was aware of this fiber move, and, correct?
It appears that she might have been aware of something. Yes, she had to evaluate the connections. I don't know exactly what her full knowledge was of why she was being asked to look at that.
All right, let's look at the 5th page. I want to look at where it starts. Again, looks to be an email that's plugged into this system. You see that from Glenn Wiltsey?
I do, yes.
Okay. And now this email is going to several different folks, including Sam Faustino. Who's that?
He's also another contract person, like Mr. Whitman.
Okay, so he again is aware of contract situations and fibers you've leased and fibers you're entitled to under the lease, right?
I don't know his understanding of the PRPA lease, but sure, he would have some access to that information.
Would he be a person that should understand that?
I don't know, because I just don't know how they divide up their work with the contracts, so I can't speak to that.
But they included him on this chain about this particular fiber.
I do see that, yes.
All right, and the subject line is 227 fiber move maintenance notification. See that?
Yes.
Again, so all these people understand that fiber is being moved, right?
Presumably, yes.
Okay. And the first sentence says, change management was not called to state the work was starting. Weren't we working with Platte River moving fibers? So everyone understood, right? Moving fibers.
Yes.
Okay. I want to turn you then to the next page. We've got an email, and I believe this is the earlier email in that same chain. We've got an email from John Turner to all these folks here. And I'm not going to cross-reference them against all the folks we've seen before, but I see some new names, it looks like to me. Yvonne Wittig, again, we saw Sam Faustino, Stephen Kaminsky. And email says, just wanted to let everyone know that Chad moved the fiber, and we are up and all good at this time. Do you see that?
I do.
And so there are all of the notices that we've seen and all of the email communications we've seen, we can see that CenturyLink coordinated the actual fiber move, and that Chad Pepler unplugged the diverse Pole Hill path and moved it to some other path, what we now know is a temporary path. Is that fair?
Yes, he did some fiber move work, yes.
So what I'm trying to understand is, in your direct testimony, when you say that you personally, and there you're speaking about your own personal knowledge, you didn't know about the fiber being moved until, I want to say, March of 2025. Do you recall that?
Yes.
You didn't ask any of these people, including Colleen Bigman, the one who was directly involved, Miss Rangel, who is your other witness in this case. You didn't ask any of these folks the question, hey, did PRPA move our fiber, when that's the central question to this?
I never asked anybody a specific question, no.
Okay, let's turn to Exhibit 110, tab 12. This is an email, with the last email in the chain being from you to Larry Whitman. See that?
I do.
Okay. Let's just start from the back of the chain. And we talked about this email with Mr. Grant yesterday. You recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And at a high level, this email concerns the negotiation of CenturyLink's lease with PRPA for the two fiber paths in question in this proceeding. Correct?
I think it goes beyond just the two fibers, but yes,
They are included.
they're included.
So the folks negotiating renewal of this fiber lease would understand the lease path that you were negotiating for, because they're in the leases, right? All right, let's turn to page 8. This is an email about 1/3 of the page down from Jeff Grant to Larry Whitman. You mentioned that Larry Whitman was responsible for negotiating this lease renewal, correct?
Yes.
What department is
I don't know exactly where he falls. We have a I can't think of the name. They just negotiate a lot of the lease agreements, right-of-way agreements, things like that. I can't recall the name.
Who's Eric Mickelson, who is also copied on the scene?
I'm not familiar with.
The email starts with Larry. My apologies for the delay. Are you with me there?
I am.
Okay. And Jeff is providing information about the fiber paths subject to the lease negotiation. Is that a fair characterization of this email?
Yes.
Okay. And the fourth paragraph starts note. See that?
Yes.
Note that the fibers on the long-haul 34 cable used to be on OPGW cable with WAPA's transmission line. Correct?
What it says, yes.
And just to stop there, you testified that CenturyLink had an understanding that Pole Hill, what we have been referring to as Pole Hill, was the path riding WAPA lines.
Yes, that's what the
You
WAPA
said
pole
going
line.
back to at least 2019, that was.
Yeah.
And there are no other paths at issue here that we'd be riding the WAPA lines.
I don't know that. That's my understanding.
Okay.
Correct.
And he says, then he goes on to say, but was moved due to WAPA's 16-month construction project still to be completed. You see that?
Do you see that?
So you would agree with me that at this time, Larry Whitman is certainly on notice that Pole Hill's down, has been down, and is going to be down for a 16-month window.
Not going to be.
Well,
Just the way you said it. I'm sorry.
yeah, okay.
But yes, it does look like he would have been aware that there was a 16-month construction project.
And now, I really am focused on the, again, we're not going to speak in terms of any of the circuit IDs here, but if we go down to the bottom of the page, he flags here, County Road 43, and that's the segment, the segment that falls within the endpoint to endpoint line on the Highway 34 line and the temporary path that was collapsed. Follow me?
Think so?
What does collapsed mean?
Well,
Speak in terms of fibers.
In this particular example, we're talking about collapse to physical diversity, not geographic.
Okay, they're collapsed, but they're riding the same fiber cable. That's what he says right here.
Sure.
Same physical cable as the long haul 43. Correct?
What's that?
Okay. So at that time, did Larry say, what the heck, CRPA, this is not what we are leasing?
I don't know if he asked that question.
Did he say, what the heck, why are we paying for this? Give us a discount, or we're going to terminate our lease.
I don't know if he had any of those
Do
conversations.
you have any evidence that he did any of those?
No, I don't.
Do you have any evidence that Larry or anyone else in Lumen said, what are our alternatives to this? This is a big problem.
I'm not aware of any of those questions, no.
All right. There are several follow-up emails that track the course of months, because apparently these lease renewals take months to negotiate. Is that fair?
Definitely.
Yeah. So, and what I just want to flag is that on the first page, page 1, July 22, 2024, this is about a week exactly before the fire. Larry sends you an email forwarding this entire chain. See that?
Yes.
Again, so this is what we were talking about before. So you at least were on a chain, and I get you may not have gone back and read all the pages, but at least you were on a chain that flagged this precise issue, correct?
Yes, I'm definitely included in this.
Right. But so you didn't apparently read it, because if you had, would you have flagged, done something?
Well, I certainly read through it, right? It's definitely a long email. There's a lot of confusing things. I understand, and having conversations with Larry about the level 3 fibers and the QC fibers and the different paths that, and I don't understand the naming of some of these paths, to be what they are, the OPGW and the, however they couch the 34 path and the 43 path. But neither here nor there. I just would talk to Larry and say, you understand what we're doing, what we need to do, and when you're working at these agreements and when you're trying to consolidate these level 3 fibers and the QC fibers, that we ensure that we've still got two routes.
Larry always sort of understood that was the issue. That's what you were negotiating.
Sure, of course.
Okay. So why didn't he say something to you back in January?
I don't know, sir.
What time is it?
We're getting close to, Jeff, about 4 minutes to 12.
Take lunch, so I can condense my outline.
How much more you got?
I would say I'm gonna shoot for my 3.5 hours. That'd be about half hour.
Half hour?
40.
Like I say, I defer to Harriet in all cases
What?
like this.
I would just say that I think I can do what I did yesterday, which is I'm gonna look at this outline. I'm gonna try to condense it down and streamline it if I can have a lunch break.
Like, I mean, would you rather do that? If you want to do that, I mean, it's up to you. I'll let you do it the way you want to do it.
If
I mean, I don't want to push you on. I mean, we're going pretty quick. We're a lot shorter than we're supposed to be. So,
okay, I think it would be more efficient for everyone if I could have a lunch.
all right. I tell you what we do. Let's make it 45 minutes today, though.
Okay.
Just, is why I don't want to keep Harriet here too late tonight. She'll get mad at me. So, all right. So we'll take our lunch break now. We'll be in recess till 12:45.
Thank you.
Now I know why I called you Mr. Grant today. You're up there. Yeah, you're up there the whole time.
I know I'm very dehydrated and have drunk coffee today, so I wonder what's on my breath. I do that.
Enough of that. Go to Aurora next Friday, a week from Friday. No, in Aurora, when I'm in Aurora. Get that in Aurora. It's actually my favorite thing because the second time I take it, they say you remain seated. Up when that is said. And I have 50. All right. Back on the record. Councilman, I will remind you that you are still under oath.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Larson, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. One thing before we jump into the next topic that I want to clarify. Your role with CenturyLink or Lumen Technologies as you sit here today, are you responsible for 911 in Colorado?
No,
Do you have any role in 911 in Colorado?
not really. No, more of just a policy role.
Does that policy role include Colorado even at this? Your testimony was just a little unclear. I can point you to that if you'd like.
Right. I don't have Colorado responsibility specifically anymore.
Okay.
When did you stop having that?
Earlier this year.
When did you move into a policy role in Colorado?
About 2008.
So during the time that all this occurred, you were in government affairs?
Right. I've always been in government affairs and public policy, and then there's been regulatory responsibilities as well.
Okay. All right, we looked at the last email where Mr. Whitman was discussing with Mr. Grant that Mr. Grant was informing Mr. Whitman that the path had been moved and that there was collapsed fiber from Glen Haven to Drake. What I want to know is, had you not seen that email prior to providing your answer testimony in this case?
I don't recall that I saw it or at least understood all of that information.
I want to talk a little bit about the Adams Tunnel path, and do you understand what I'm talking about when I speak about Adams Tunnel?
I do.
Okay. It's discussed on page 32 of your answer testimony. That path was installed at the initiation of LEDA 6 days into the fire, approximately.
Yes.
Correct? Okay. And that was after fiber was swung over to Pole Hill on July 31, correct?
That's right.
And Adams Tunnel was put in place because at that time, folks believed that only Pole Hill Path was in place.
No.
So is it CenturyLink's position that the Highway 34 path and Pole Hill were in place on July 31?
Well, I think varying degrees, as we've seen, some folks may have understood it to be differently, but generally the understanding was that those paths were still active the way that we had leased them, and then we stood up Adams Tunnel at the request of Larimer County, or Larimer Emergency Telephone, just as, again, another safeguard for, not sure where these fires might go.
What I would like to understand is whether there's any evidence that you're aware of that CenturyLink advised LEDA that, hey, we still have the 3443 path in place after the swing over to Pole Hill.
After?
Yeah, after the swing over to Pole Hill on July 31.
Yeah.
And then you prop up or you stand up Adams Tunnel 6 days later.
Yeah.
In that time, did CenturyLink tell LEDA or the public safety folks, the EOC, that there were two paths in place?
With the Adams Tunnel, there would have been a third path, and I don't know that was ever conveyed.
Okay, because that wasn't quite my question. What I'm asking is, before Adams Tunnel was in place, between the cut over to Pole Hill, Adams Tunnel being stood up, is there any evidence that CenturyLink advised LEDA or the public safety folks there that there were two paths?
And what would those two paths be? I just want to make sure I'm following.
3443 and Pole Hill.
Okay, just want to make sure. Yeah. I don't think that it was explained.
All right. On August 1st, LEDA advised CenturyLink that Trailblazer would lease a fiber path to stand up the Adams Tunnel path, correct?
Correct.
Then 2 days later, after I'll call them machinations or various things had to happen, a couple days later, an Adams Tunnel gets stood up on August 3rd, correct?
I think that's the right day, yes.
The Adams Tunnel path was also considered as an option during the Cameron Peak fire, correct?
Yeah, that was back in 2020, I believe. It was the first time we talked about that.
And technicians actually started work to prepare the path during the Cameron Peak fire, correct?
There was some work done. I don't know the extent of it, but yes.
We heard from Mr. Troop yesterday that though additional work needed to be done, it wasn't really ready to go, right?
It wasn't able to, it wasn't able to take traffic, that's right.
What traffic?
Any.
And when I say any, just for the record, Your Honor, we're speaking in terms of voice and data, I think. Is that fair?
Correct, yes,
Yeah.
yes. Thanks for that clarification.
And did CenturyLink offer up Adams Tunnel as a potential option during a 2021 snowstorm?
I don't recall the timing. I know we've talked about it a few times over the years. I think that's the right time frame. 21.
Okay, I'll ask a little broader question. Has Adams Tunnel been an option for a diverse path to test this park on and off for a handful of years going back to 2020?
Not necessarily. It's certainly been a path that we've tried to work out, but there have been some technological limitations as to whether or not that could be utilized. So I don't know if I'd characterize it quite the way you said it, but it has been talked about and considered and evaluated over the last handful of years.
So it would have been an option with additional work to be done. Is that fair?
Yes, there's quite a bit of additional work, but yes, I think ultimately it could work out if we could pull some of our own facilities through it. That'd probably streamline the ability to make it go live and make it go live for more than just an emergency backup.
Okay, I want to focus on that statement for just a second. It would have been an option if you could have made it work for something other than emergency backup. And you say, you're meaning that for your private network in that context?
Well, sure, for the network that we use and sell to customers and other carriers.
Okay, but we're here talking about 911 diversity, right?
Understood.
Okay, and that path would have been an option to carry 911 traffic, separate and apart from whether it could have carried your commercial traffic.
This last time, it did look to be that we were able to get past some of the technological limitations and just use a specific circuit. Maybe it's 2 circuits, so don't quote me on that, but be able to at least move some 911 voice on that. Yes, in a limited fashion.
The 911 NZNet here in this path did not need data to work. They were able to use it as a redundant 911 path for voice.
For voice, yes.
And so there's no reason that this Adams Tunnel option couldn't have been explored during the 520 days that the Bull Hill path was down, right?
I think that's right. Yeah.
Okay. And this work that Mr. Troop testified to and the work that you sort of testified to make it function, there's no reason that work couldn't have been sorted through or started prior to the fire.
Prior to the fire, there wasn't any real reason to do that. We already had the 2 paths, Oakland and Estes Park.
You had 2 non-diverse paths.
We had 2 physical diverse paths and partly geographic diverse.
We will argue again about whether that was
I'm
physically
gonna say
diverse.
it, yeah.
But I mean, look, yeah, you from endpoint to endpoint, you did not have geographically diverse paths.
Yeah, we've established that. Yes.
Okay, yeah. So your testimony is, given that, there was no reason to look at a more diverse path, a path that was fully diverse.
Again, based on what we understood to be the case, there, as I've said, there was always the understanding and impression that we had the geographically diverse paths leading up to that.
Impression to you?
Yes, and to many others that I've talked to.
All right, just briefly on this issue about whether there were even two paths lit. The two non-diverse paths, the 3443 and temporary paths, whether those two were even both lit. You recall Mr. Troop testifying that there was quite a bit of commotion in the EOC on July 30th when he informed everyone that there was no diverse Pole Hill path in place.
Yes, I heard that.
And you had communications with Lita about their concerns about the lack of diversity on or about August 1. Was that fair?
Culp on that day, yes.
And at that time, CenturyLink,
But excuse me, I talked to Ms. Culp that day.
and at that time, CenturyLink could have gone and looked at its network audit systems to show that both paths were in fact lit.
We did determine that the paths were lit. We had no alarming on either of the paths.
Right, but you could have taken like a screenshot showing that. You had records going back showing that. 45 days?
Something to that effect.
Okay. But no one took that screenshot in time.
Not that I'm aware of.
Why not?
Folks were just focused on the other issues at hand with the fire.
What about in the next 44 days?
I can't speak to that.
In your testimony, you include a screenshot that I just talked about. It's on page 41. And I just want to make clear for the record, for your honor, that this screenshot is from June of 2025, correct? Page 41.
Okay. Of his testimony.
Correct, your honor.
I don't recall the date.
Well, it says right above there in line 7, the view below shows both circuits in Loveland and Estes Park were idle on June 19th, 2025.
Oh, I'm sorry. My apologies.
Yes. Okay. So I just want to make clear for the record that this doesn't in any way document both fibers being lit during the time in question.
That's accurate.
Okay. And you go on, to say that Ms. Bingman saw both fiber paths lit and active on July 31. Say in line 13. This is exactly what Ms. Bingman saw on July 31, 2024. Okay, that's 2 days into the fire. See that?
Yes.
Line 13. What I'm focused on is why is she speaking in terms of July 31? That was when the cutover to Pole Hill happened. Why isn't she speaking in terms of what she saw on July 29th and July 30th?
I don't recall why. I don't recall.
And you're just testifying here under oath as to what she told you. She's not here to testify to this fact.
That's right.
Now, let's go back to page 19 of your testimony. Your Honor, we're not too far from maybe 15, 20.
That's
okay.
fine. I'm sorry, what page again?
19?
Okay.
On this page, you're testifying to what Colleen Bingman, who's in the 911 knock, right?
Yes.
She's the gal that we saw in that diversity analysis document that we looked at earlier, right?
That's the same person, yes.
And I'm looking specifically at line 18. Once again, I contacted Colleen Bingman from the 911 knock, who assured me this circuit was lit and active at all points from January 1, 2023 through the Alexander Mountain fire. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that's, you're talking about the temporary path.
What we learned to be the temporary path, yes.
Yes. And she's also talking about The blue path that you are speaking about above, you did the same thing. She assured you that the blue path was lit during this entire time, correct?
Right.
Okay. And that blue there means Highway 3443, flipping our colors around, right?
Yes, that's how I'm understanding.
Okay.
Right.
And so, again, but there's no record of this. This is essentially the evidence here that she just is remembering back over a 520-day period that the fibers were lit, correct?
Correct.
On August 1st, 2024, about 4 days into the fire, you remotely attended an Emergency Operations Center utility coordination call. Do you recall that?
What was the date again?
August 1.
That was the Thursday. I think that sounds right, yes.
Okay. I know it's hard to remember all those dates. This was a day after the Pole Hill cutover, I'll call it, the swing back over to Pole Hill. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
Now, on that call, problems with CenturyLink's techs doing that cutover were discussed. To move back over to Pole Hill.
I recall hearing something like that, yeah.
Okay. But in your answer testimony under oath on page 18, you say on line 20, I was not aware that there had been a temporary path in lieu of the Pole Hill path until a few days before CenturyLink supplemented its interrogatory responses on March 5th, 2025. Yeah,
I do.
So what I'm trying to understand is you were aware that fiber had to be moved during the fire to reestablish Pole Hill, correct?
I honestly did not understand exactly what was being re-swung, to use that term. So I had a lot of confusion at that time during that fire about what exactly we were re-swinging to. So there was a lot of confusion in my mind and in others about what was actually still active, what had changed. So after that, I in doing a lot more research and understanding, I come to understand exactly what was going on. But I didn't understand it at that meeting.
That was a big discussion point in that meeting. Is that fair?
I don't recall how.
Okay.
I all the details.
All right, and then, as we discussed, I think that same day is when you had the call with Ms. Culp.
Late on the 1st, yes.
And she called you to discuss the lack of diversity, her concerns about the lack of diversity, correct?
Yes.
And let's turn to hearing exhibit 106, tab 7. And these are notes that Ms. Culp sent to herself.
Okay.
You see that?
Yes.
Okay. And you have no reason to dispute the accuracy of her notes about the conversation, do you?
Can I just be clear? So you're, like, the note work related to the emergency fiber cut, like that's what those notes? Am I on the right spot?
see what I'm saying?
I'm not sure that I do.
It's possible I gave you the wrong tab number. I think I gave you the right exhibit number, 106, tab 7. Do you see an email from
Oh, I'm
Kimberly Culp
sorry.
to
I'm
Kimberly
in
Culp?
100. I'm so sorry.
Okay, but I wasn't quite helpful there either.
You're totally
So-
fine. I heard 100 and. Okay. Yes. Yes.
Okay, these are notes that Ms. Culp sent to herself on August 1. Call with Tim K. 4:10 p.m. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. And you have no reason to dispute the accuracy of Ms. Culp's notes of this conversation, correct?
That's right.
And you told Ms. Culp on that call that you weren't sure what fibers were connected.
I had heard, and I think we saw this in some of the other things where there was some confusion about level 3 fibers lit versus not QC fibers lit. I think there was some confusion around that. So there was some of that kind of discussion about fibers being lit.
Okay, and is it fair to say that you were not able to resolve Ms. Culp's concern about diversity issues?
Yes, I think that's a fair statement because I was still having some concerns of my own, trying to figure out exactly what was happening or what had happened prior to swinging things back on the 31st.
Okay, and you did not reach out to give Ms. Culp any further explanation after this call, did you?
No, I don't think that we talked again.
No emails to sort of document or explain what happened?
No, I hadn't gotten to that point of kind of understanding all this to be able to do that.
Well, in the next month, did you do that?
I didn't.
The next 2 months?
Didn't.
Okay. All right, the day after your call with Ms. Culp, you were informed in writing on August 2nd that CenturyLink's fibers had been moved by WAPA. You recall that?
Moved by WAPA?
Yeah, sorry, TRPA. I got my acronyms wrong.
Where? I'm sorry. Where was this?
Okay.
Oh, thanks.
All right, this, I want to refresh your recollection on this, okay? This is an email from August 2nd, 2024, from Larry Whitman to you, Tim Kunkelman. Do you see that?
I do.
And he's saying, hi, Larry and Tim. My contact is Jeff Grant. See that?
Yes.
Okay. And he says, he confirmed he did our leased fiber to WAPA route. Do you think he's talking about WAPA?
I would presume so, yes.
I don't know when it did happen. See that?
I do see that.
Do you understand what he's talking about there?
Not entirely, no.
Okay. Let's go down to the one below where Larry Whitman is emailing you, and again, Sam Faustino. And we can recall, I think, for everyone that Sam Faustino was part of those email chains that saw the notification back in 2023, right?
Yeah, he was in some of those email chains.
And Larry says, Tim, looping you into this email chain, as Sam outlines in his note below, apparently PRPA did move the traffic on our QC leased fibers from Loveland to Estes Park to the WAPA route. You see that?
I do?
Okay. At that time, did you understand that, and, like, I want to step back and provide the context. Do you understand that the WAPA route is Bull Hill?
Yes.
Okay. So at this time, did you understand that they had moved you back to Pole Hill?
I see that's what it says, but I'm not sure that that's what I understood it to mean, truly. And this was all.
Did you follow up and ask him? What the heck are you talking about?
I didn't ask him,
Okay.
because again, I'm just relying on him to understand what the. It did not.
Because if you had asked them, you would have known before March 5th, 2025, that had happened.
It's possible. It depends on what he would have told me. Right?
All right. After you got this email about the PRP moving you back to the WAPA lines, moving CenturyLink back to the WAPA lines, on August 6th, 2 days later, you advised your team not to communicate with LIDA anymore regarding diversity issues at Estes Park, or in any capacity.
Some of the folks, yeah.
Well, the folks that were communicating with LIDA in that moment. Christine Rangel.
Yes, Christine was one, yeah.
And that was in the middle of the ongoing fire, correct?
Yeah, I think the fire's still going, right?
And when LIDA represents 31 government agencies, right? You know that?
I don't know.
And LIDA pays,
well,
LIDA pays a tariff for 911 service to CenturyLink, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thereafter, no one did communicate with LIDA, as far as you know, about any of these issues.
I think that's right, yeah. I don't think anybody did.
Right, now I want to just talk briefly, this will be my last line of questioning. I want to talk about CenturyLink's compliance filings. You're familiar with the Commission's 2013 I docket that you referenced in your testimony at page 13?
Yes, I am.
Okay. I assume Your Honor is familiar with the I docket. Okay.
Absolutely.
For the record, that was an investigatory docket coming out of the 2013 floods that concerned diversity issues, correct?
It went beyond the scope of just the floods, but yeah.
But it included that.
It did include
Okay.
that.
Let's turn to hearing exhibit 106, tab 5. Okay. All right. If I've got my things correct, I don't always do, you should be looking at 2022 compliance filing, March 1, 2022. Is that correct?
Yep.
Great. I want to direct your attention to a few things, but this is a compliance filing made in the I docket, right? And it's signed by you.
Yes.
And in the paragraph under Estes Park diversity, which is the issue that we're talking about here in this case, right?
Correct.
Okay. The second sentence, you say, these are the paths, well, I'll just go back and read the whole first paragraph. As anticipated in December 2021, CenturyLink completed the negotiation of the agreements with Platte River Power Authority to secure our diverse paths between Estes Park and Loveland for the future, period. Do you see that?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. This isn't confidential. Could you please pop it up? Thank you. And you then go on to say, these are the same paths the company has already been leasing from PRPA. And those are the Highway 34, 43 paths and the Pole Hill path, correct?
Yes.
And you note that the agreement terms run for 3 more years through 2024, correct?
Yes.
And then on the next page, last paragraph, you say, while all of this certainly took longer than everyone had hoped it would, it has finally come to a resolution. Do you see that?
Yes.
What did you mean by resolution?
Well, that we were trying to establish a long-term agreement with with PRPA to lease these facilities, because we had initially started this conversation back in 17, 18, probably, and but we only had a temporary, we had a short-term agreement with PRPA, but we wanted to send that out to a more long-term.
Okay, through 2024.
That's right.
That would have taken CenturyLink through well after the fire, right?
As it turns out, yes.
Yeah. And you say at the end, ultimately, this is a great achievement for everyone involved, especially the citizens of the Estes Park Valley. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. Now, and I just pulled up the March 2022 filing for purposes of brevity, but in the record, there are multiple iDocket filings where prior to the fire, let me strike that. There are multiple compliance filings prior to the disconnection of the Pole Hill Path in 2023 that continue to refer back to the status quo of CenturyLink achieving diversity through the Pole Hill Path and the Highway 3443 path, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you go through in your testimony and say, these are all accurate, but you understand that the purpose of those in the complaint is to simply demonstrate that leading up to fire, that's what CenturyLink was putting in the compliance filings. You understand that? We're not questioning the accuracy. Lead is not questioning the accuracy of those,
I see.
right? Okay. All right, go to hearing exhibit 107, attachment 9.
From there.
Yeah, this one is also not confidential, so it could be popped up onto the screen for the public. All right, this is another compliance filing that refers back to the March 2022 filing and says this matter has been resolved. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And by this time of the filing date, March 3rd, 2023, CenturyLink had disconnected the Pole Hill Path, right?
We had done some maintenance work that turned out to be, but that's what it turned out to be.
Okay. Whoa. All right. I want to turn to well, I'm not gonna go to the exhibit, but there was another filing in September of that year where essentially the same thing was stated,
Yes.
correct? Okay. And now I wanna go to 106 tab 8. Sorry, I was incorrect. Tab 12, I'm gonna skip tab 8, which is the one I just mentioned, but we're gonna just skip it and go to tab 12.
Under 106,
Hope so.
no, 12.
No, you don't have any of this.
107.
That works.
Does that work?
That works.
My apologies.
Sorry.
Lot of moving parts.
A lot of exhibits, a lot of books, a lot of, understand.
Not there.
Okay. Now, this is the March 8th, 2024 compliance filing. That?
Yes.
So now we are over a year after Pole Hill has been disconnected. Pole Hill's been down for a year, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that fact is not disclosed in this compliance filing.
Correct.
Was it not disclosed because you're saying you, Tim Kunkelman, did not have knowledge of that fact?
It wasn't disclosed because it was no longer relevant to the purpose of these filings. These filings were to establish that we had a long-term lease, to provide diversity, and we did. And so so these updates were just merely, establishing that we continue to have that agreement in place, and we have achieved what we set out to achieve.
Do you think the commission, when it's considering diversity, is concerned with what leases you have in place or what's as built on the ground?
I'm not certain what they'd be concerned with, but purposes of these filings was just to establish that we had achieved what we were supposed to achieve, or what we set out to achieve.
Okay, let's say that,
Hang on. What were you supposed to set out to achieve? A completion of a lease or a completion of the diversity?
Establishing a diverse route.
First round.
yeah, I mean, I just want to understand. So I think based on what you just said, so if you had a lease, okay, and PRPA says we're breaching, we're going to breach this, we're going to cut that line, they tell you that, you wouldn't have told the commission that.
If PRPA came back and said that we no longer are going to lease you facilities,
No,
yeah.
that's not what my question was.
Well, wouldn't that be the breach? You said that you would.
No, but there's a lease.
You would cut the facility.
Yeah, no, that they're going to breach it. There's still a lease in place, and they're in breach of it. They've cut the line. You wouldn't tell that to the commission.
I don't think so.
Okay.
And I just, I got, the first time you mentioned it, it sounded to me as if you were saying the compliance filing was to say we had a lease. And whether diversity was there or not doesn't matter. It only matters that we have a lease. And so a lease without the diversity to me is not what that compliance filing is for. At least I don't think so. Then you convince me otherwise, but, I just want to make sure what you're saying there.
Well, yeah, I'm saying that we had to set out and get this diversity, and we did it through this lease, and so we had the arrangement in place.
No. The question I have is the compliance filing was to show compliance by having a diversity, not just having quote unquote a lease, correct?
I don't think that that's entirely correct on the
just have a lease.
Well, I think it's just to have the arrangement in place, yeah.
A lease. That doesn't matter what the lease is for. It could be for something else. It's just we've complied, we had a lease. Correct?
Yes?
All right. So just give me 1 second, Your Honor.
Absolutely.
All right, can you turn to tab 16 of Exhibit 107? And this one is also public. All right, so now this is the next compliance filing in line. They were to be done twice a year, right?
Correct.
Okay. And we are now at August 28th, 2024, which is after fire, right? Yes? Or was the fire still ongoing? I can't recall, but it's after the start of the fire, correct?
Yeah.
And at this time, CenturyLink was aware that pole hill had not been in place at the start of the fire, right?
Yes, I think some folks were now becoming aware of
Okay.
the arrangement.
And folks were certainly aware that because CenturyLink coordinated that fiber move back to Pole Hill, right?
So we ordered it?
Coordinated it.
Oh,
Mr. Rangel and CenturyLink's techs actually did the cutover, right?
they participated in that, yeah, with PRP.
And by this time, this is after your call with Ms. Pulp, where she had expressed her concerns about diversity, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you had attended that August 1 EOC meeting discussing the cut over.
Yes.
Correct. Okay. Did you have some familiarity that during the first 3 days of the fire, CenturyLink was not able to identify the actual as-built 9-1 fibers in place? That's the spark.
I don't know that I've heard it say that way, that we didn't understand that as built.
Okay, we'll hear from Ms. Rangel. We'll skip that. But there's zero mention of any of this in this compliance filing, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you have no particular reason why you omitted any reference to any of these facts in this filing, correct?
Just the reason that I felt that we achieved what we were set out to do, and this compliance filing was really something that was repeating what we had already achieved years before.
Because the lease was in place.
And, well, we had diverse fibers. So
Okay,
we still
I'm
had
not gonna
diversity.
argue
I
about-
understand that
I'm not
we
going to
have
argue about
difference
diversity
about
fibers. Okay.
when those were put in place.
All right.
But
I don't think I have any further. Well, let me just ask one last question. So, absent this proceeding, Commission would have had no clue about any of this, correct?
I don't know that.
Well, you aren't going to tell them.
Well, I think if we sat down and had the conversation and really understood what this was all about, yeah, I think maybe we would have.
But not in your compliance filings in the iDocket.
Again, right, because I didn't think that those were the appropriate place for that. It was complying with something that we had already achieved years prior.
Let me just wait 1 second.
Sure, absolutely.
No further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
All right. Welcome in. I got a couple for you.
Sure.
Sitting here for the last day and a half, I've certainly come to the conclusion that it's CenturyLink's belief that RPA not only said they failed, but they didn't give adequate notice that something was happening, whether it didn't get to the right people or it wasn't clear enough. Is that a fair assessment?
That's fair.
Okay. So who should they have sent it to? What is the process?
Mr. Kuckelman, can you move closer to the microphone? I'm even having a hard time hearing you.
All right. You've got a loud voice, but
Yeah,
you
understood.
have to close.
Understood.
But what's the proper procedure they should have used?
Well, I mean, according to the contract, there is a group called Carrier Relations and Wholesale Legal that receives these notices, and then that's who intakes it, and then determines what are the possible impacts of whatever this request is.
So one of those groups was, if I recall correctly, one of them was, there's
Carrier Relations,
was
change management.
Change management, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So it should have gone to them. So there's a proper procedure. Is that written up anywhere? CenturyLink have that written up anywhere?
Well, it's in the agreement, so I I presume that there's also a process internally, on how you would take these notices in pursuant to these agreements, but I'm not familiar with it.
Is there any internal policy within CenturyLink that if you get an email that should more properly be sent to someone else, that you forward it?
I don't know that, excuse me, I don't know that there's a specific policy around that.
So if you get an email that is incorrectly sent to you, that you think might affect 911 or 911 service or some other important service, there's not a general policy within the CenturyLink that you should forward that to the right folks.
I don't think there's a general policy, no.
Okay, what if you didn't?
What if I didn't?
Not you personally, but I mean if someone at CenturyLink, an email got sent to the wrong place,
Yeah.
and they went, it's not me, and just deleted it, and then later something bad happened. Do you think that person would be in trouble, or what would the proper, or would you just go, hey, went to the wrong place?
Yeah.
What are you gonna do?
Well, I think that on a, maybe on a case-by-case basis, there could be some review of that policy and process and procedure put in place to say, if you do receive something, that maybe you should do something different with it.
Okay. Okay, one of the things I wanted to ask, and I asked this before, Mr. Group, is it your understanding that both lines, 911 lines, are running all the time? So, and what I mean by that is both are running. I call 911. It could go on either line. So, not just one's lit and the other one's dark unless it's down. Is that the way it works?
Excuse me. Yes, they are both active routes. So when we build these networks and incorporate even lease facilities, we make it so that if traffic can take path A or it can take path B, and it can go either way. And one time you call it, might go over A, and the next time it might go over B.
Okay. If maintenance is done on the line, do you check to make sure it's still working?
Yes.
How?
Through testing and alarming.
Did you do testing here?
Yes.
Next thing I want to ask you about, and Mr. Larson started, I thought Mr. Larson was going to get there for me. And you're really close, man. I'm telling you. But, and part of it kind of messes me up. The last exchange we had kind of messes me up. So every so often, or I don't know, 6 months or something like that, I think Daryl told me, make this compliance filing, correct?
Correct.
And I guess in your opinion, I guess what I've taken out of this now is really it doesn't matter if you get diversity anymore, right? When you're making that compliance filing, it doesn't matter.
I wouldn't go so far as to say that it doesn't matter, but we have the mechanism in place and the agreement in place to provide this diverse route. And we did have diversity in place at the time.
And if it's working or not, it doesn't really matter. You got the lease, and it's not really your problem anymore, correct?
Well, I'd say if it's not working, I think that's something that's a little bit different.
Would you file, if it wasn't working, would you file the complaint? If you had a lease and it wasn't working, I'm not saying this particular situation.
Yeah.
I'm just saying a hypothetical situation. You have your lease, it's not working. Do you then just file this and say, hey, listen, compliance, we got the lease?
I'd have to really understand what happened with this particular
It's not working.
lease.
It doesn't matter why. It doesn't matter why.
So
It's not working.
So we're paying for...
calls you up. FERPA calls you up. They say, it's not working anymore. Okay?
Okay.
And it's the day before the compliance filing is due. So you know you don't have diversity, but you got a lease. You file it?
What did PRP tell me? That they don't have, that the routes aren't working?
They don't. It's not working. It doesn't matter why.
Okay.
It's not that important. It's not working. And you know it's not, and it's not going to work for a while.
I think it's possible that I might have incorporated something like that to say, well, we've got this arrangement in place, but we just heard yesterday that PRPA says it's not working anymore.
But why does that matter? You have the lease.
Well, because they're telling me that they're no longer delivering this diverse route.
But you told me the compliance filing was to say that you had complied and got the lease.
Well, I said that, but I also meant to add that the lease provides this diversity. I mean, I think there's more, a little bit more to that.
There's more to that. There's more to that.
Yeah.
All right, I want to go to your testimony real quickly if I can. And so if you go to page 38, testimony.
Okay, I'm there.
And page 21, or line 21, excuse me. And this is actually talking about the compliance filings, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
All right, and if I go to line 21 there, the first thing you do for that compliance filing is what? You call Mr. Whitman, right?
Yes.
And he's the guy in charge of the lease,
Yes.
all right? And what do you do when you call Mr. Whitman? Because you say you do this, you contact him. What do you ask him?
I asked him if we still have the arrangement in place and that we're still leasing these facilities.
Still leasing the facilities.
No.
You ask him if it still works.
He wouldn't be the person who would necessarily tell me that.
Well, what if he knows they're not working? Well, I mean, well, hang on, but hang on. I saw an email before where you asked him whether you cared about the diversity that was out there. I can show you that email.
I thought in that email I told him that that he understands what my issues are and that I want to make sure that we have the diverse routes.
Right. You tell him we want to make sure we have the diverse routes. He knows that, right?
Yes, he knows that.
And so if you didn't have the diverse routes, don't you think he'd tell you?
I would think he would.
Because you call him every 6 months or so to do the compliance filing, right?
Correct.
And he would tell you.
I would think he would.
Okay. And if we go over to take a look at, I'm not going to be able to find it. Well, there was an email, I don't know if you recall, that Mr. Whitman got from Mr. Grant. Talked about
It's Exhibit 110, tab 12.
Yeah, that's it. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Teason. So, if you look at that one, and this is an email from January 11th, 2024. Well before the fire, well before everything happens, right?
Would you say that date again?
Is it 110, tab 12? It's page 8. Page 8. Yeah, I mean, part of my questioning, and part of my question yesterday, if you heard, was I understand. I honestly can understand how that first email Mr. Grant sends is kind of, it's not really clear. I was asking him yesterday, what indication do I have that this is a long-term project and not a 4-hour project? Which I think is, again, CenturyLink's kind of question here. But in this email, isn't he told that this is a 16-month project?
It does look like he was told that.
Okay. And the other thing I was going to ask, if you remember yesterday, I said I was almost going to ask Mr. Green a question. One of the questions I was going to ask him was, everyone seems to be really isolated. CenturyLink, whether it's RPA, whether it's lead, everybody's kind of isolated. So I wasn't sure you're leasing the fiber from PRPA, and they got some contract with WAPA. If WAPA does something, how you actually know this. And I wasn't sure, since it says in that email, the WAPA thing, you mentioned that you knew that earlier today, cross-examination. So if you guys know that this line is related to WAPA, WAPA's got a 16-month project going on, shouldn't the communication be within CenturyLink to say to you, hey, that compliance filing, we don't really have that diversity.
I think that's a fair thing to say.
That's all I got. Players, Mr. Steve.
Honor, they went through a bunch of different notebooks, so I'm gonna be turning around a lot here to get to my exhibits.
I'm sorry, and they are bulky notebooks too, I understand.
All right. I'll get to your questions in a bit, Your Honor, but I'm gonna try and do this in a logical way.
Well, and I tell you, before we start, we're about an hour out. I mean, if you want to, I don't know, how long do you think you're gonna?
I would guess at least an hour.
Okay. Think about splitting in half. It's about
Perfect.
30 minutes.
Perfect.
Okay.
All right, let's kind of break this into some detailed, specific allegations of LIDA, and then we'll drill down into some of the questions. So in this particular case, LIDA is accusing CenturyLink of violating a commission rule, correct?
Yes?
Violating a tariff, correct?
Yes?
Violating a settlement agreement, correct?
Yes?
And making inaccurate compliance.
Correct.
That's what they're claiming. So let's look at a big picture of each of those. Start with the commission rule, which is Exhibit 112, page 11. Okay. Is it possible for you to blow that up just a teeny? Thank you so much. At the very bottom of that page. 2143. Perfect. Right there. And rule 2143 is the key rule, right?
Yes?
All right. And this rule says, at the beginning, all BESPs shall take reasonable measures to provide reliable basic emergency service with respect to circuit diversity. You see that?
Yes?
When the temporary path was in place, did CenturyLink have circuit diversity?
Yes?
Now, we had a lot of questions about physical and geographic diversity. Let's talk about circuit diversity. What is circuit diversity?
Well, I'm not the technical person, but circuit diversity means that there are two separate circuits, so an A path and a B path. They could be on the same facility, be on separate facilities, but it's two separate paths that act as a failover.
And when the temporary path was in place, the temporary path was the route over which one circuit ran for 911, right?
There's actually 2 and 2.
Okay.
Yes.
But where two of the circuits ran, correct?
Yeah.
And then this Drake to Glen Haven connected between Estes and Loveland via a part of PRPA. That was the second path over which two circuits ran, correct?
That's right.
So always circuit diversity, even with the temporary path.
Always.
So now let's look at physical and geographic diversity. It says, summarizing, provide physical and geographic diversity where feasible. You recall that?
Yes.
Was there another feasible route that CenturyLink had available to it between Loveland and Estes that you were aware of between February 27, 2023 and July 31?
No, I wasn't aware of anything else that was available.
Had you, over the course of many years, tried to find all kinds of alternate paths to provide a geographic route between Estes and Loveland?
Yeah, we explored a number of options.
And had you ever been able to find one, other than through PRPA?
PRPA was the only one.
And we've heard mention of the Adams Tunnel as the alternate path. Has the Adams Tunnel, who owns the fiber through the Adams Tunnel?
My understanding that it's WAPA fiber.
And what has WAPA told CenturyLink about its willingness to put commercial traffic on its fibers?
That is prohibited to do that.
And then how did you get access to WAPA fiber along Pole Hill back after the floods?
Always been a good question. That was the only thing that existed after 2013, and they didn't particularly care for us being on that fiber, and they over the next couple of years kept trying to move us off that fiber.
And why didn't they move us off that?
Well, because they understood it was the only path.
And before the Alexander Mountain fire, what was your understanding of whether or not the WAPA fiber was available as a long-term solution as the alternate path, a long-term option?
Through the Adams Tunnel, you're referring?
Yes.
Not a long-term option at all.
And when you look at 911, you only need 911 circuit diversity in the middle of a catastrophe or a fire or a natural disaster.
I'm not sure if I understand.
Do you need 911 circuit diversity all the time?
Oh, yes.
And so do you have to have two paths all the time?
And not to achieve circuit diversity.
Okay, but you're trying to find two paths, correct?
Correct.
And so if you look at the Adams Tunnel, was it something that could provide you with physical and geographic diversity, 365 days a year?
Not entirely. We didn't have access to that 365 days a year, for one, but two, we couldn't put all the different types of traffic on it. And then three, if we could put some emergency traffic on it, it would be for a short-term emergency period.
So it was
It's
really,
always been my understanding of the Adams Tunnel.
sorry for the interruption. So it was really only available in times.
That's right.
So is there any other path that was feasible between Estes and Loveland other than the PRPA routes?
Again, not that I've been aware of.
You hear Mr. Grant yesterday said this was the most diverse route we had available, gave him what we had.
I did hear him say that.
Do you have any contrary evidence?
No, I don't.
Okay, let's turn to the tariff, which is Exhibit 213, please. Do you recall questions by council about how Lita was purchasing a tariff service and didn't get what it was promised?
Yes.
All right. So let's first look at some definitions. Exhibit 213, page 9. Let me know when you're there, sir.
I'm there.
All right, and you see at the bottom, it says 911 inter-office diversity. Do you see that?
Yes.
And it says 911 inter-office diversity provides a second route between the first utility vault outside an end office and the first utility vault outside another end office, central office. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then if we turn the page to page 10, you see the definition of E911 transport diversity.
Yes, I do.
And transport, what is transport?
It's the facility that connects our central offices, our wire centers together.
So this is what we're talking about here. Inter-office facilities, central office to central office, right?
Correct.
And if you look in this definition, do you see transport diversity includes routes, quote, that are separated by 25 feet or more, close quote.
I do.
Now, earlier in your testimony, you were saying you thought geographic diversity was built into the tariff. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is this what you were referring to?
Yes.
So, now let's look at the provision Lita claims to violate, which is on page 51 of Exhibit 213.
Okay, I'm there.
It's section 9.2.5 A5, right?
Yes.
Okay. Does that provision make any reference to E911 inter-office diversity?
It does not.
Does that definition include any reference to E911 transport diversity?
It does not.
what does it refer to?
First is circuit diversity and network diversity.
And so, throughout the process, even with the temporary pass, was there always circuit diversity in place?
Yes?
But then it goes on, it says, subject to additional commission-approved tariff charges to provide customers pursuant to, and it has that rule. Do you see?
I do.
So what is the tariff referencing by incorporating that rule?
Well, that additional network infrastructure may not be part of this particular tariff, and that we didn't base this tariff on that kind of infrastructure. So if there's additional infrastructure being requested, it can be added, but it might be added at a cost.
But that rule specifically is the rule that says, if feasible, provide physical diversity and geographic diversity, right? That's what that rule says.
That's what that rule says, yes.
So it says, by the tariff, we're promising you circuit diversity. We're only going to give you physical or geographic diversity for feasible.
That's correct.
That's exactly what the tariff says.
Right.
All right, there's some questions that were asked, and I want you to turn to your testimony. Exhibit 200, pages 40 and 41, I believe it is. Yes, 40 and 41.
I'm there.
And there were questions from council about whether or not there were two circuits up and running during the fire. Remember that?
Yes.
And council asked you a question. Why was Ms. Bingaman attention on July 31? And I'm going to direct your attention to your own testimony, page 41, lines 1 through 3. Ms. Bingaman informed me that Kimberly Culp asked her to be on an active line on July 31 when PRPA was cutting over, I believe was the blue path from Figure 1 to Pole Hill, but what in actuality was the temporary path to Pole Hill.
I do.
So did you specifically answer why Ms. Bingaman was paying attention?
Yes, she was paying attention to make sure that the routes, when moved, continued to operate after that was done, so that she could see in the knock that the circuits were live.
And did you ask Ms. Bingaman what she saw when she was observing this cutover at the request of Ms. Culp?
Yeah, she monitored those circuits and saw them to go back up and be live and be operational.
And you, exactly, and you said there was no alarms. But did Ms. Bingaman tell you she also saw something on the system that let her know they were both up and running?
Yes.
And what did she see?
Well, she saw this particular diagram that we have in the testimony.
And council asked you, did they take time to take this picture?
Right.
Remember that?
Yes.
Other than for litigation, is there any reason to take a physical picture to show it's idle, operational?
No particular reason.
Was there any indication that you were aware of, July 31, it was going to sue CenturyLink?
No.
When did you first become aware of that?
When it was filed in October.
And is that more than 45 days after July 31? How long do they keep monitoring?
My understanding is that that is the time.
Okay, let's keep looking at this tariff here for a minute. So let's look at 921 E21.
I'm sorry, can you tell me the tariff one again? I think I moved
Okay.
the page.
My apologies. It's
Oh,
section,
I've got it. I'm sorry.
it's exhibit 213.
Yeah, 113.
And it's 921, B as in Baker, 21, and that is on page 21, Exhibit 213.
You said 925B 13?
921.
Oh, I'm sorry.
B is in Baker, 21, page 21 of 93.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Will you tell me the tariff tab again? I'm sorry.
213.
Oh, 213. Okay. Would you please repeat that site, 921B?
21.
Thank you.
On page 21, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Here, that specific provision says, where facilities permit, the customer here, LEDA, can ask for more diversity. That's basically what it says.
Yes, that's what it says.
And was there any additional facilities that even if they asked, that you could have, that CenturyLink could have provided to give more diversity than what it had when the temporary path was in?
Not that I'm aware of.
Let's look at page 54 of Exhibit 213. 925, B is in Baker, 2. And you see where it says, customer will comply with and be bound by the tariff. Do you see that?
I do.
So whatever is expressly provided in the tariff, that's what the customer here, LEDA, gets, right?
That's right.
Now, in addition, there were questions by council. After August 1, did you have any communications with Ms. Culp? Words to that effect. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Let's look at 925H1 on page 90 of 93.
Okay.
You see there's a provision on dispute resolution and escalation.
I do.
And you see that 925H2 says, prior to filing a formal or informal complaint with the commission, customers should follow escalation methods outlined in section 925H1 above, when practicable. You see that?
I do see that.
Ms. Culp, before filing this complaint to your knowledge, follow that dispute resolution requirement.
I wasn't aware of any outreach company.
All right. Did LEDA get tariff service from CenturyLink at all times from February 27, 2023, to July 31, 2024?
Yes, at all times, before and after that. Yes.
So now let's turn to compliance filings. And Connor asked a few questions about that, so let me get to my. There were questions asked. Is the lease enough alone? You recall that, just
Yes.
having a lease. What did the lease provide CenturyLink?
Provided us with two separate paths. We leased a segment on one path, and then an entire path was the other segment. That's what that lease provided, was both paths.
And were those, talk about the diversity. What kind of diversity do those paths provide?
Provided geographic diversity and circuit diversity, of course,
And physical diversity.
and physical diversity.
And at all times, who was making these filings?
So,
You, on behalf of the company. At all times when you were making these filings, what did you think was in place?
Well, at all times, like I said, I thought both paths were still in place, at all times.
So now, and so from your perspective, this was everything, Pole Hill, Highway 34, meaning the segment from PRPA between Drake and Glen Haven and the CenturyLink connections, those were always in place at all times.
Yes,
And so you made the filings with that understanding, correct?
yes.
So were you in any way trying to deceive the commission when you made those filings?
No, certainly not, not ever.
So now let's look at this email. So before we look at the email from Mr. Whitman, let's think about the lease, fiber use lease agreement. CenturyLink had two fibers on long haul. It's actually 4 fibers, but 2 open on the long haul route, correct?
Right.
And 2 that were a segment, correct?
Correct.
But in addition, CenturyLink and Level 3 also leased rings around various towns from PRPA, correct?
Correct.
One was a ring around Estes, correct?
That's right.
So now let's look at that exhibit, which is exhibit, this is from memory, 110 tab 12.
Get it, I'm gonna be impressed.
I only remember that because you were asking and I looked. So 110 tab 12.
I'm impressed.
Are you there, sir?
Okay, I am there now.
Okay. Now, if you look at the Ray section of the email, what specific fibers is Mr. Whitman focusing on?
Well, it appears that he's focusing on the ring fibers.
He's focusing on the ring. And before we look back at the email that begins on page 8, 12, let's look at the email on page 7, bottom from Mr. Whitman. He says, thanks for the info. Then the very end of that, it says, Estes Park is where the questions lie. See that? Very last words on that page.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Yes, I see that.
So he's focusing on the fiber ring, right?
Yes.
Now, I did hear you. You said maybe Mr. Whitman should have understood. Maybe he should have brought this to your... If Mr. Whitman had truly understood that now we have collapsed fibers, no longer geographic diversity, do you believe he would have brought that to your attention?
I do.
Okay, so now let's look at this email. And it says here, note that the fibers on the long haul 34 cable used to be on the OPGW cable with WAPA's transmission line. See that?
Which page are you on? I'm sorry.
Page 8.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I see that.
Do you know if Mr. Whitman understood that WAPA was the Pole Hill path? Do you know that?
I don't know that just because we never really use some of these terms.
And it says WAPA's 16-month construction project. Going back to February 6th of 2023, Council took a lot of time, say, I don't know, 10 or 12 different people from CenturyLink that got those emails. Do you ever see Mr. Whitman's name on any of those emails?
I don't think so. I don't recall that.
So when he's talking about WAPA's 16-month construction project, do you know if that had any impact? Mr. Whitman understand what that meant?
I don't know whether he did or didn't.
Then there's the interesting thing. It says long haul 34, Loveland to Estes Park. You see that?
Yes.
And then down below that it says County Road 43, Drake to Glen Haven. Same physical cable as long haul 43. It doesn't say long haul 34, does it?
No.
And so, did you, Mr. Kunkelman, know the full scope of PRPA's fiber optic network?
No.
And so, do you know, as you're looking at this, that he's saying that stuff above, that's in the same cable as this County Road 43? Do you know if he understood that?
I don't know that he understood it or not.
And now when you look down below County Road 43, long haul 43, there's 1, 2, 3, 4 different paths, right?
Different fiber references, yes, yes.
And so, again, is EDA making an assumption that Mr. Whitman, who, from all we can tell, had never ever heard of any move on February 27, do you know that he is reading this and understanding this to be fibers are collapsed between Drake and Glen Haven?
Objection. I'm going to start to object to this line of questioning. At some point, he's sort of speculating what he knew. The document says what it says, so I don't understand how this witness is testifying to what Mr. Whitman knew.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't think, I know his answers. So,
Well, but I mean, what probative value does that have?
This was the whole line of questioning of counsel. He kept asking question after question about what everyone other than Mr. Kunkelman knew. And I objected on speculation. And the whole point was, that's the point.
Well, and again, you can answer it. He can answer it for his opinion. But do you think that is there any knowledge that he'd have, or anything that you would know, that would lead you to believe that Mr. Whitman would know? He may or may not.
Yeah, I don't know.
But the important question, if he had truly understood it, look at your email on the very first page of Exhibit 110, Tab 12. You there?
Yes.
You say, as you know, my interest here is that we maintain our diverse connection to Estes Park for purposes of carrying 911 traffic. If you think that the changes suggested below will compromise that, please let me know, right?
Correct, and he never told me otherwise.
And so, if your whole question is, if geographic diversity disappears, tell me, right?
That's what I was asking, yes.
Did he ever come back and tell you?
He never told me.
And given that your work with Mr. Whitman, what does that mean to you in terms of his understanding? What do you think?
Well, that...
Again, I'm going to object again. So, for the record, calls for speculation. He's got the lease. He's got the lease pass in the leases. And so I'm going to object to this whole line of questioning.
I mean, seriously, it comes up to one of two conclusions. Either Mr. Whitman didn't know, or Mr. Whitman failed at his job duty. So it's one of the two. I don't know which one it is. Mr. Whitman's not here. I have no doubt what Mr. Kunkelman thinks about that. And
Fair enough. I will move on.
That's the whole point. That's the whole point I was trying to bring up too. So,
fair enough. So now let's turn to the specific compliance filings, and let's look at Exhibit 107, Attachment 10.
well, you know, actually, since you brought it up, I was kind of wondering when we were doing this before. That last email there, was there ever I reply, Mr. Whitman, on that? You sent that to him. Was there a reply someplace? Did you get a reply?
I don't recall ever being told.
Did he reply?
I don't recall that he ever replied to my. That's not a question. I didn't ask a question, but my statement.
Okay, there's no email reply. I was looking before for that, and I didn't see it. But I'm sorry. You go ahead.
Oh, you can interject any time, Your Honor. Your understanding is the most important point.
Well, thank you.
So let's turn to Exhibit 107, Attachment 10. All right, and this is a compliance filing filed in September, if you can scroll down, September of 2023, correct? Yes.
Yes.
And this September 2023 filing makes reference to various maps, correct?
To various attachments and diagrams, one of those is a facilities map.
And the facilities map itself is confidential, correct?
It is.
And does that facilities map show two routes?
Between Loveland and Estes Park?
Yes.
Yes, it does.
And does it show one leased and one through CenturyLink facility?
Yes.
When the temporary path was in place, what did CenturyLink have?
Well, we still have the same diagram.
And if you look at that diagram, see how LEDA is interpreting that as depicting Pole Hill and Highway 34. You recall that?
Yeah, at some point, I gotta object to basically Mr. Steese testifying through cross and just drawing yes or no questions based on his argument interpretation of documents.
I can give you a little leeway on that. I mean, we had some of it yesterday too. You can rehabilitate it.
Just for the record, thank you.
It'll make time go a little quicker on this. We'll get to the same place, so.
And you recall looking at those two lines in preparation for the,
Yes, I've viewed that map many times.
and might be helpful. If someone can help me with the tab number, I can do it with the tip.
In the formal complaint, I'm trying to find the tab number. Tab 11.
107 tab 11. You have it there?
I do.
Do you, Your Honor, it's not in mine. I don't have the confidential version. Do you mind if I come around and talk into the microphone so I can see it better?
I can give you,
I'm gonna say,
I know what it looks like.
grab one there.
Thank you, counsel.
Yeah.
And do you see it shows on the right, the key, what depicts a leased line?
Dashed red lines.
What,
Least size.
what depicts a CenturyLink line?
A solid line, colors,
And,
what it is.
and here, which, if you're looking at Pole Hill, is Pole Hill south or north of the Highway 34 line?
It's south.
And here, which line does it depict as higher than?
It depicts the south route as ours and the north route as the inverse of what's on the ground.
So does it depict Pole Hill and Highway 34 or just two paths?
No, it just depicts two paths.
One of which is leased, one of which is not.
Correct.
Is that accurate as of when the temporary path was in place?
Yeah,
It would still represent that there's two paths, one leased, one.
okay, objection. I just want to say that your question just misstates what was just stated. They're flipped around. They're wrong. Okay.
Hey, Mr. Steese, real quick heads up, it is 2:15 right now. So, if you get to a stopping point, sometime tell me, and.
Just a couple more minutes and we'll get to a good stop.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you. And now when you look at the compliance filings, these generic ones that just refer back to March 2022 filing, you recall that?
Yes.
In March of 2022, what had CenturyLink accomplished?
We had, extended our lease agreement with PRPA for another several years.
And as a result of that, what did you do vis-a-vis contacting LEDA?
I don't know that I did anything.
Do you recall sending them an email asking about closing the docket?
Oh, yes. I don't know that I put those two things together as to why I made that request, but yes, I did.
And what did LEDA say?
They were in agreement that we could proceed with was making that request, close the proceeding.
And why did you think it was appropriate to close the proceeding?
Well, because again, we satisfied what we were set out to do, which was secure facilities to have diverse paths between Loveland and Estes Park.
And in the email response that you received from LEDA about this subject, they seem to agree.
They did not object to making the request to close the proceeding.
Did the purpose of these compliance filings, had they been satisfied with the creation of a long-term lease agreement with PRPA?
That's always how I interpreted those compliance filings and what we were trying to accomplish.
So when you submitted these additional filings in March of 2024, March 2023, what message were you trying to send to the commission through those filings?
Well, that we reached the end of the usefulness of that proceeding, and per the order, we could request the closing of it, and so we would be making that request at some point in the future. I indicated that in some of those anyway, that we were still intending to do it, but we just hadn't been able to. I don't think I put in that we had to secure the resources, but it was a resource issue to make that request.
If you had heard from PRPA, we're no longer going to make one of these routes available to you, it's going to be gone, would you have alerted the commission to that?
Yes.
Now, I heard his Honor's questions about what if one of them isn't working, just not working. Now, think back to the commission rule 2143. If you only have one circuit, are you going to have a 2143 issue that requires you to come to the commission in some form?
Well, excuse me, I wouldn't have the one circuit. We would have the two circuits still, but we would now have a single pass. Right? And so if PRPA came and said, that's not working, and it's never going to work, then I think that's a different conversation with the commission. But if it's something that's not, it's just not working at this moment, I don't see that as a violation of the rule, because we're still within the confines of what's feasible. Do we have the circuit diversity still, which we would have?
If PRPA had contacted you the day before the filing and said, finding a problem on circuit A, they were to get it worked out sometime soon, what do you think you would have done?
I wouldn't have done anything different with the compliance filing.
I think I'm good at a breaking point.
Sounds good. All right. It's 2:20, so let's say, 35, we'll be back. In recess to 2:35. Oh, yeah, no, I said, not in person, I haven't seen this. Right. We go back on the, you ready to have it? Sorry. We go back on the record. Before we do, I will be yelled at, Stephanie, many times if I do not take care of this. So, Mr. Larson, you presented what was exhibit marked as 120. Never offered that into, evidence, and so, okay, that's,
I would like to offer that into evidence.
okay.
My
is there an
apologies.
objection to 120?
No objection.
Okay, and I think, there's a yellow part here. Is that a confidential part? Or just a highlighted part?
I'm hearing that it was produced, I just ate a chip, I'm sorry. It was produced to us that way, Your Honor.
Okay,
I thought it said confidential on the bottom, though. Does it not? That's memory. I'm not looking at it exactly.
it does not.
If it does not, then it's not confidential. I looked at, that's not confidential.
There's no objection to 120?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, 120 shall be admitted. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
Thank you for flagging that.
Well, I say, thanks, Stephanie, because she yelled at me otherwise. She's already yelled at me twice about it. All right, go ahead, Mr. Steves, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Your Honor. Let's briefly talk about the settlement agreement counsel asked you about on cross, which is exhibit 110, attachment 15. If you go to page 3, section 6.
What page?
Page 3, section 6.
Oh, section 6. I'm there.
And section 6 says, and I quote, "The intent of the settlement, period, is to work and negotiate toward, but not guarantee, a long-term diversity solution," paraphrasing now, for the Estes Valley, right?
That's right, that's what that provision says.
Did CenturyLink work toward and obtain a long-term diversity solution for the Estes Valley?
We did,
And through what?
through a lease with PRPA,
And,
multiple leases.
and in your mind, once that was obtained, was the purpose of the settlement agreement to satisfy?
Well, I think specifically for the settlement agreement, yes, it was satisfied, but, you know, we've always continued to want to honor the spirit of this and maintain as much diversity as we can.
So now let's look at section 9, page 4 of exhibit 110, attachment 15. This is the section counsel focused you.
Did you say 15? I'm sorry.
No, section 9, page 4.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm on the wrong.
This is exhibit 110, tab 15.
Yeah, I'm on that tab. I'm sorry. Am I just looking
Page
at
4.
the wrong thing? I don't think that's...
I don't think it's the right tab. Have a typo in your outline.
15? I have 15 for the settlement agreement?
Settlement agreement. Is it tab 13?
No, I have.
No, it's
I have
15.
It's
With
15.
a page reference here.
It's section 9.
Page 4.
That's what I said,
Oh, I'm
page
sorry.
4.
I'm sorry.
With you?
I thought I was right. There we go. And you see here it says, CenturyLink will have ongoing communication with LEDA about CenturyLink's decisions that will enhance or diminish diversity.
I do.
Has CenturyLink ever made a decision to reduce diversity in the Estes Valley?
No, we've never made a decision to do that.
So, is there any reason to have contacted LEDA and say, wait, we're going to reduce diversity here, please no?
If that's what our decision was, I would say yes. I would have reached out to LEDA if our decision was to reduce the diversity in that, regardless of what this settlement said. Really, I would do that as a matter of principle.
And here, when the temporary path was put in place, who made the decision to force a move?
Well, it was PRPA and ultimately driven by WAPA, forcing them to make that.
Did CenturyLink make any decisions in that time frame?
Not related to any of that, no.
Let's turn to questions from council. I'm now going to try and just go through quickly some of the points that were made. Council was asking you about interrogatory number 14, and he said, you said you thought PRPA acted unilaterally, and did you ever amend that? And he just referred to it generically. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Your Honor, if I can approach just to refresh recollection.
Did you ask a question yet?
Are you aware of whether or not interrogatory number 14 was amended?
Well, I thought that it was, but, well, I don't know what council was telling me.
Can I ask that question for a recollect there?
I'm sorry, what are we looking at?
Response to the supplement interrogatory number 14.
And is that in the record?
Not in the record. You asked questions.
I know, but is it, you're gonna give us copies of it, or is it the same one I referred him to? That's my only question.
It's an amended copy of that.
It's an amended Deposition Exhibit 59.
And then just want to go to C number 1. Oh, yeah, okay. Yep.
Did, looking at Deposition Exhibit 59, request supplement to interrogatory number 14, refresh your recollection of the subject?
Yes,
Did CenturyLink supplement interrogatory number 14?
we did.
And did it make plain that CenturyLink and PRPA work together to make the cutover?
Yes, it does.
Now let's turn to February of 2023, that email chain that was subject of lots of discussion during your cross. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes, I do.
Now, let's focus first at a high level on what was being asked. I'm going to ask you to look at Exhibit (201) tab 6.
Yeah, can I just ask a point of clarification, lodge an objection, because he was moving through that exhibit that we didn't get tendered a copy of right now.
It's not an exhibit. He's just using it to refresh recollection.
Mr. Steese, can you point me to what you're referring to? You're referring to interrogatory number 14? Okay.
I can't see it because it's under your table.
Okay. I just was wanting to follow your path.
You have Exhibit 201 tab 6 up,
Do
and that's confidential map, right?
a drawing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Drawing is better. And let's talk about the move away from Pole Hill to the temporary path that occurred on February 27. Are you with me in concept at least?
Yes.
All right. They said, were jumpers moved in the Loveland Central Office and the Estes Park Central Office?
Yeah, I think they had to move them at both locations.
And then, this is the point I want to focus on. they disconnected a jumper, and it says here police station. Yeah, that's town hall, right?
Yes, it is.
And they established a new connection in town hall, correct?
That's my understanding of what they did, yes.
So if you were to draw a dotted line, don't do it, from Glen Haven, that box, down to town hall or the police station, are you with me in concept?
Yes.
Would that be, the temporary path now be a line that kind of went parallel to the green line between Loveland and Drake, the exact same between Drake and Glen Haven, and then a dotted line from Glen Haven down to the, that would be the temporary path.
Yeah, I think that's a fair representation of that.
And so if you are running a jumper, hey, disconnecting something in town hall, creating a new connection in town hall, you have any visibility to where those paths are out there in the world?
I don't believe that the technician would know that. They just simply know what the jumper is.
And so, given that the jumper is being run outside of the central offices in the exact same physical location, is there, I mean, council is assuming that CenturyLink now understood that there was collapsed diversity. Is there any indication from doing that to your knowledge that all of a sudden CenturyLink goes, aha, now lack of diversity?
No,
I'm going to object to mischaracterizing the evidence. I'm not assuming it.
I think it's a fair question. It's a question that I've had as well. So, at least in his opinion, it wouldn't. I don't think he's an expert to actually answer that question, to be honest with you. I think probably one of the jumper guys that actually do the moving of the cables would be a better person to answer. But for the limited value that he would know, I think it's legitimate.
Now, I was going to ask you this, but His Honor asked you this in his question. He asked you questions about, did this email, February 6th email from Mr. Grant, go to the right people? And you said, no, it should go to carrier relations, go to wholesale legal. I'm getting you back to his questions. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
So what is the whole purpose of carrier relations?
Well, it's an organization that manages all the different facets of our agreements and our obligations under these agreements, or under the rules, or under the laws, depending on the scenario that's in place. And so carrier relations is a large organization that manages the different piece parts. And so the only piece part that really got managed from Mr. Grant's email was maintenance work to move jumpers. There was no other information that would have been provided to those folks that suggested that there's anything out of line for what PRPA is requesting.
Okay, so now council asked you timing, focused on timing. Why would 9 days make a difference? Recall that.
Yes.
Well, the contract says 30 days or as much as you can get, right?
Yeah.
And
Objection.
I'm going to say, I know where your objection's going. And again, I don't think it says as much time as you can give. I think it says a reasonable amount of time, which in my opinion could also be less time than that.
and it could also be more.
Could be more. It could be either one. Absolutely.
Fair enough. So if PRPA had notified CenturyLink in July of 2022 when they got a schedule, now that's 8 or 9 months before they're going to cut jumpers on February 27th. Is there an opportunity for CenturyLink to look to see if there are other routes that might work?
Well, again, depending on kind of how they relayed that information, that could certainly have an impact on it. But having a couple of years to really understand what may be coming, I think that opens up a lot of opportunities to do a lot of things.
Mr. Grant, council said it's going to take longer than a couple weeks. It's contracted, right?
Yeah, we talked about that.
What?
Yes, we talked about that.
Well, isn't that the whole point? If you know 9 months in advance, now you can go to, for example, WAPA and say, can we repair your fibers through the Adams Tunnel? And let's see if we might be able to make this work. Things of that kind. It would give you time to actually see if you could accomplish that fair.
Yes, that's fair. Again, I think it depends on kind of how they relay that information, and I would hope that, you know, they would, knowing that this length of time is coming, that we could have a lot of conversations about it and really get informed and notify the right folks.
So if PRPA had given notice when it knew about a schedule, is that the kind of time that gives CenturyLink at least an opportunity to see what options?
Of course, it gives us a lot of opportunities to have conversations with a lot of other parties, not even just PRPA.
So Mr. Grant says long-term outage should mean something, and council suggested the same in his questioning. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Let's look at Exhibit 200, Tab 6.
Okay, I'm there.
And this is an email from Mr. Grant, January 10, 2022, right?
That's right.
And if you look at the second paragraph under what, it says Platte River staff will move jumpers on a patch panel in Loveland and Estes Park simultaneously to a backup cable to avoid a what?
It says to avoid a long-term outage while the primary cables are being repaired.
And so they're actually moving cables. You see that?
Yes.
Is moving cables a normal maintenance function?
Yes, it is.
Now if you look under the where at the bottom of this exhibit, it says the patch cables will be moved at Boyd substation in Loveland. Fiber jumpers are being moved off long haul 34 cable and onto the Bull Hill cable. Do you see that?
Yeah.
So here they did a quote maintenance move for a long-term outage, but in the opposite direction, right?
What it appears that they did, yes.
Then it says once the jumpers are moved, splicing will occur on the long haul 34 cable over the course of the following week. So here he actually gave you a time frame for the long-term outage, even though he didn't have a defined schedule. Isn't that true?
That is correct.
And an additional maintenance window will be scheduled, and a notification will be sent once the splice work is complete.
I do.
So here is a circumstance where he defined a long-term outage as something that's going to take about a week. There?
Yes.
All right. Let's look briefly at Exhibit 200, Tab 8.
There.
And if we go to page 12 of 13, are you there?
Yes, I am.
This is an email from Mr. Grant about another maintenance notification from November 30, 2021, right?
Yes,
And here he copies you. Do you see that?
I do.
So now let's turn all the way up to page 3 carried over to 4.
Okay.
You see that there's an email from Sarah Williams that sets out on page 4 actual diagram of the routes that CenturyLink has in place.
Yes, that's correct.
So when things get escalated through someone with a macro view, it goes up to Sarah Williams, Fair?
This
Objection, leading, foundation.
Again, I've let both of you do a lot of leading on redirect. I believe a similar objection was made by Mr. I'll let you do it, and I'll let him do it. But
And earlier in your cross, you said Ms. Williams was a field engineer, all that.
I do.
Is that right?
No.
What is she?
She's a planner.
An inter-office facility planner, right?
Right, right.
And so Ms. Williams isn't one of those people that would have received emails from field engineer that,
She wouldn't have, and yeah, and my apologies, I do confuse, planners and engineers, and
so when you talk about a notice going to even someone that has a macro view like you can help orchestrate things in a way that it gets to people like Sarah who have visibility into where geographically these fibers.
that's right. That's a key component of what she does, is understands what these connections are.
And if a notice goes to carrier relations, would you expect the,
I absolutely would.
looking at my notes, Your Honor?
no problem. How much more do you think you got?
5 minutes, 10 minutes?
Oh, great.
Try to get everything organized, but we have more questions after the break, so. All right. So, counsel, I'll ask you a question on cross. What evidence do you have that the paths between, the two paths were lit between Loveland and Estes between February 27 and July 31? Do you recall those questions?
Yes, I do.
You recall asking Ms. Bingaman about whether there were any alarms that went off between those timeframes?
Yes, I do recall that I did that.
And did she tell you that some alarms went off and some were service impacting? Short period, but service impact.
We were able to find that through looking at past notifications, that there were a few notifications that went.
And if there is an alarm that's service impacting and the 911 calls continue to complete, with me in concept?
I think so.
By definition, what does that mean about whether a second path is lit?
Well, I think it means that there's, at the very least, circuit diversity, but there would be path diversity and potentially geographic diversity.
Because if only one circuit was open and that circuit went down during an alarm, all 911 calls would stop.
That's right.
Let's, one more thing. You told, counsel asked you, did you tell people you didn't need to communicate with lead anymore during the middle of the fire?
Yes, I recall that.
Why did you tell them that?
Well, mostly because that was my responsibility. I was out of the office first for some work and then on vacation. And so when I returned to the office, I assumed those duties, be the interface.
And after the communication on August 1 with Ms. Culp, did CenturyLink work with Estes Park and lead to get Adams Tunnel up and running?
Sure, yes, we did.
And so as of that point, August 3, how many routes were up and running to support 911?
3.
The path that goes from Loveland along CenturyLink facilities through Drake and Glen Haven over PRPA facilities all the way to the Estes Park Central Office, that being 1, right?
Correct.
Now reestablishing Pole Hill, correct, all the way over Pole Hill, that's the 2nd.
That's the 2nd, yes.
And now Adams Tunnel.
The 3rd, that's correct.
And so after that 3rd route was put in place, were there any more concerns expressed by LEDA to your knowledge?
No, I don't recall any.
Did they seem pleased with that situation at that point?
Yes, and Ms. Culp even sent me a note thanking us and to pass that information.
So did there seem to be any need to have further communication with LEDA after that?
No, not necessarily.
During the fire, how many 911 calls were dropped?
None that I'm aware of.
And do you recall messages after the fire congratulating from outside, from the emergency community to CenturyLink, thanking everyone for all of the coordinated efforts between them?
Yeah, there was a variety of different messages that came through.
I think I'm finished, but let me look at my notes. Go right ahead. Oh, yes. One last question. If you look at your testimony, which is Exhibit 200, in the testimony itself, just one moment. Page 31 of 45.
Okay, I'm there.
There were questions asked on your cross. You were aware that there had been a move during the fire. Various people had told you that, Ms. Culp mentioned it, etc., correct?
Yes, that's right.
And if you look, line 14 to line 21, your testimony, were facilities moved during the fire? Answer, yes. On July 31, 2024, I was copied on an email stating that the route running along Highway 34 from Loveland to Drake was moved to a different location out of the fire's path. At the time, I understood this to mean that the blue path, meaning the segment that included Drake and Glen Haven, had been redirected. At the time, I therefore thought that both paths between Loveland and Estes Park ran along the Pole Hill path. In reality, PRPA put CenturyLink back to the original status quo.
I do.
Was that your understanding?
Yes, it was definitely my understanding. I always thought that southern path was the path that was, both paths. I always thought that both paths were active.
And so during the fire, you thought that this path here then moved down northern route, 34 route, was the path that had some risk.
Right, that's where the fire was on the north side, and so when this activity was taking place, that was my assumption then was, oh, I guess they're swinging it over. But both paths are down there now, I guess.
Did you ever have any thought in your mind at that point that the Pole Hill path had been disconnected at some point in, July, August of 2024?
No, I never understood that to be the case.
And when did you learn?
Well, when we were doing all of this research, I learned it earlier this year when we were amending our answer.
Number one better. That sounded more like about 6. But One question real quickly, and this, you shouldn't have, I should have asked this before. As of right now, it's still back up that way, correct? To your knowledge?
To my knowledge, looks just like that map right now.
Right now, yeah. Thank you. All right, Mr. Conkelman, thank you very much for your testimony. I always tell the first one, tough time. Mr. Grant got that admonition from me yesterday. You get it too.
Yeah.
That was a long day for you too as well.
Not too bad.
So we had two number one witnesses
That's
in
right.
this hearing. Thank you very much. You can step down, relax.
Thank you, sir.
All right, CenturyLink may call us the next witness.
CenturyLink calls Ms. Christine Rangel. And I assume we're still looking to finish today.
I think so. Well, I think so. Based upon what I think the cross-examination would be and at least what was put down, and I think it depends on your redirect.
Yeah. Your Honor, I do believe I have an hour and a half.
Okay,
Which is
well,
what
I mean,
we've
it's
indicated.
3 o'clock, it's about, what, 3 o'clock right now?
Yeah, and that's my only concern is I don't want to put anybody out. It's been a long day.
Yeah.
We originally reserved 4 days for this hearing. I don't want to make anybody be inconvenienced,
No,
but
I mean, frankly, if we're 30 minutes away or 45 minutes away, I mean, I'll ask everybody, but I think most people, me, I know, rather finish today.
yeah, she's a critical witness with
Yeah.
important facts.
Yeah, no, I'm not gonna tell you you can't
Okay.
do it or something like that. I mean, hour and a half is fine, 4 hours, maybe, you should have got through it by then. But, I'm sorry, Ms. Rangel, please step there, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, under penalty of perjury? All right, thank you have a seat, and thank you for your patience. Being the last person here, I always thank the last witness too, so.
I will try to work through it.
All right, get that, okay, you're all set. Go ahead.
And can you please state your full name? Ms. Rangel, if you could pull that microphone even a little bit closer to you, I think it moves.
Is the light on in the?
There we go.
Yeah.
And Ms. Rangel, who is your employer?
It's Lumen Technologies, also CenturyLink,
And what is your title?
Manager, Region Operations.
And did you have occasion to submit testimony in this case?
Yes,
And do you have two small corrections to your testimony?
yes.
First, if you turn to page 19, line 14. This is Exhibit 201, correct?
Yes,
Are you there?
yes,
It says Exhibit 20, but it should say 22, correct?
correct.
And then in addition, if you turn to page 20, line 1, you see where it says 4:30?
Yes,
That should say 6:18, correct?
correct.
Do you have any other changes to your testimony?
No.
I tender the witness for cross-examination.
All right, Peter, go right ahead. Meyer.
Good afternoon, Ms. Rangel.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. You mentioned your name was Christine.
Yes,
You also go by Christina.
yes, I do.
Your employer on direct, you just indicated was Lumen.
Yes, Lumen, CenturyLink.
Are you employed by Quest Corporation doing business as CenturyLink QC?
Yes, they're all the same to me.
On pages 5 and 6 of your testimony, you describe your positions and duties with CenturyLink. I just want to back up and make sure we have the detail we need. You were the supervisor, region operations in Colorado North for 5 years, between October 2017 and October of 2022, correct?
Correct?
and your duties involved 911,
A small portion of them, yes.
but a portion.
Yes.
And your territory in that position as supervisor, region operations in Colorado North included areas served by the Loveland Central Office and the Estes Park Central Office, correct?
Correct.
And that's kind of been referred to as the Estes Valley.
Correct.
And you were the supervisor, region operations in Colorado North during the Cameron Peak fire in the Estes Valley in 2020.
That's correct.
And that was a long experience, multiple months, correct?
Yes.
And there was concern during the Cameron Peak fire and other fires that the Estes Valley would be isolated, correct?
There was some concern.
And during that work that you performed as the supervisor, region operations, you understood the importance of having geographically diverse routes for 911 circuits.
I would not say that I understood geographic requirement. I understood diversity.
You and I have met before when I took your deposition in this case, correct?
Correct.
And that was on June 2nd of 2025, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, may I approach with hearing exhibit 121?
Sure.
Would like a copy?
Sure. Thank you very much.
In hearing exhibit 121, could you please turn to page 17? That number is in the upper right-hand corner.
I'm there.
And if you could read to yourself line, not out loud, lines 6 through 9. And let me know when you've completed that.
Okay, I'm finished.
Okay. So let me repeat my question. During your time working on the Cameron Peak fire, did you understand the importance of having geographically diverse routes for 911 circuits?
I'm not positive that I knew it then, but I understand it now.
Okay. And in your deposition, your answer to that exact question was yes.
Correct.
And in 2020, you understood that CenturyLink was passing 911 traffic onto geographically diverse paths, correct?
Says yes there.
And if you could, please pull up hearing exhibit 107 at page 7. It's public document. I can hand you a copy. That would make your life easier.
I think I might have it. What page?
And then hearing exhibit, hearing exhibit 107, page 7, and it'll be up here on the screen to
Yeah,
your
I can't
left.
see. I'm sorry.
Blow that up.
I'm good.
Figure.
I have it.
Yeah, figure 2 in the middle. When you understood in 2020 that CenturyLink was passing 911 traffic on 2 geographically diverse paths, you believed them to look like figure 2 in Lita's formal complaint that's on page 7, correct?
Again, today I understood this, or I understand this, but I don't know that in 2020 I actually knew that. I'm pretty confident I didn't. I had a diagram, I guess.
So when you say in 2020 you did understand that CenturyLink was passing 911 traffic on 2 geographically diverse paths, explain to everybody back in 2020 what you thought those two geographically diverse paths were.
Thought we left Loveland Central Office and went one direction out of there, and we left, the other path on my Rodom network and went towards Estes Park the other direction. I didn't know physically what was in the field. When it leaves my office, I have no visibility.
Okay.
When it leaves my office, I have no visibility. Yeah, no problem, sorry.
But in 2020, in the middle of that fire, your testimony is you did not understand what the geographically diverse paths were.
No, I didn't.
Okay. If you look at hearing exhibit 202D1, my question to you is that the same as your hearing exhibit 201 CRR-6?
Once again, you said.
Yeah, you're confusing me, I'm sorry.
Let's see if I can.
Okay.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Absolutely.
Okay, all I want to know is your CRR-6 that's attached to your written direct testimony, which is Exhibit 201, the same as DT-1 in Hearing Exhibit 202?
Which one did you just have this? Which one is this?
This is, in the upper right, it says attachment CRR-6.
In,
Hearing Exhibit 201C, which is her written testimony.
okay, and you want to know if it's the same as 202?
DT1.
I'm so lost, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
If I'm hearing it correctly, she's asking if attachment 2 to Mr. Trupp's testimony is the same as attachment 6 to Ms. Ranchell's testimony. Is that what you're asking? Then the answer is yes, that's just true. That's her answer. Yes, I was.
No, I'm sorry. Yes, thank you. Yes, it's the same.
And when you're looking at your hearing exhibit CRR-6, your attachment to your written testimony, would you agree with me that there are two fiber circuits identified on that map?
Yes,
And those circuits go from the Loveland Central office, one path along Highway 34, County Road 43, and then from Glenhaven into Estes Park. Correct?
correct.
And then a second circuit goes from the Loveland Central office along Pole Hill through Town Hall to the Estes Park Central office. Correct?
Correct.
And then all the way down to Allen's Park, in fact.
The circuit goes there, but not the fiber.
And when we talk about circuits, we start at location A and go to location Z. So if we're looking at this map, location A could be either of the central offices,
Correct.
and the other location, location Z, could be the opposite central office, correct?
Correct.
And for purposes of this map, you would agree with me that a circuit is the whole path from central office to central office.
In this case, yes.
And there's only one circuit ID assigned for that complete path, correct?
Correct.
And that doesn't matter whether it's a combination of owned and leased fiber or fully owned. There's one circuit ID assigned, correct?
Correct.
Neither of the two paths depicted in CRR6, this map that you have in front of you, is 100% owned by CenturyLink. True?
That's true.
Both paths depicted in CRR-6 are dependent, in part, upon leased fiber from PRPA.
Yes.
Okay, let's go back to your job duties for just a minute. It was a promotion for you to be promoted to manager region operations in Colorado, correct?
Correct.
And that's a position you've held since October of 2022?
Correct.
And your responsibilities are statewide, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
And the state being Colorado, right?
Yes.
And your duties still, despite your promotion to the manager region operations, still include 911.
Yes, they do.
And as part of your duties for 911, you oversee the technicians who provision and repair 911 services at the circuit level and at the public safety answering points.
Among many other things, yes, that's correct.
And you now supervise 5 supervisor region operators. 5 supervisor region operations.
Yes.
John D. Turner is one of them.
Correct.
And in your capacity as the manager region operations, you are in charge of CenturyLink's local circuits.
That is correct.
And those local circuits include circuits that carry 911 traffic.
They can, yes.
The local circuits can carry other traffic as well.
That is correct.
Voice, internet, residential, commercial,
Correct.
the whole gamut. And 911.
Correct.
And you were a central office technician for CenturyLink for 16 years, correct?
Correct.
Up through 2017?
That's correct.
And a central office technician is sometimes abbreviated COT, C-O-T.
Correct.
And that's the same position held by an individual named Chad Pepler that we've talked
Correct.
about in this case, right?
Correct.
And you know Chad Pepler.
Yes.
As part of your duties as manager region operations that encompass 911 in Colorado, you have periodic emails and phone calls with Tim Kunkelman of CenturyLink about 911. True?
True.
If you could please turn to hearing exhibit. Well, let me ask the question first. During your deposition on June 2nd, 2025 of just this year, I asked you who you understood to be the captain of the ship for 911 circuits in the Estes Park area. Do you recall me asking you that question?
I do.
And you said it was not you, correct?
Correct.
And I asked you, is it Tim Kunkelman? And you said you didn't know. That's
I
correct.
maintain that.
You still don't know, as you sit here today, testifying in this formal complaint hearing, who the captain of the ship for 911 circuits in Colorado is.
I know the 911 NOG monitors them. I don't think Tim necessarily owns them, all things.
I missed the word you said. Tim Kunkelman.
I don't think he owns them, all things. No, I don't think he does.
And the word you're saying is O-W-N-S, owns?
Yes.
I
Owns the responsibility for all of them.
I want to review your written testimony in chronological order for context. So I want to kind of start with the end of your written testimony, which was addressed February of 2023. Based on your interactions with Sarah Williams and CenturyLink's planning organization, you knew in February of 2023 that CenturyLink leased fiber from PRPA for purposes of geographically diverse paths, correct?
Where are you referring to in my testimony?
Page 24, lines 11 through 16.
Okay. Ask again, please.
Based on your interactions with Sarah Williams and CenturyLink's planning organization, you knew in February of 2023 that CenturyLink leased fiber from PRPA for purposes of providing geographically diverse paths.
That's correct.
And Sarah Williams is one of CenturyLink's inter-office facilities planners, correct?
Correct.
And she lives right here in Colorado.
Correct.
And Michelle Boyd is her manager or her supervisor.
Correct.
And inter-office means between central offices.
It means inter-office facility. It could be between two central offices. It could be between a central office and a premise.
Okay. So that scope, though, does include between two central offices.
Yes.
Is it the job of CenturyLink's inter-office facilities planners, like Sarah Williams, to know and track the paths that carry traffic?
I believe it is, yes.
And the inter-office facilities planning team would have been responsible for addressing geographic diversity as a result of the February 27th, 2023 temporary path.
If they understood what it meant, yes.
So that's who would create the map to show what impact that change had, the inter-office planning team.
I don't know if they're responsible for creating the map. Sarah created the other one just so that we had an idea in the past.
It's not your understanding that a job duty of the inter-office planning team is to create maps showing
No.
the
I
paths?
don't know if that's truly their job to do it, no.
If you could turn in hearing exhibit 121, page 23, lines 3 through 7.
Sorry, what was the exhibit again?
121 is their deposition
Okay.
site.
What page?
23, and per the upper right-hand corner.
What line?
3 through 7. Are you there?
I am.
Okay. I'm going to ask my question a different way. The inter-office facility planning team is responsible for addressing geographic diversity as a result of the February 27th, 2023 temporary path. Is that true?
Yes, if they understood what was happening.
Okay. But I just want to know, I'm talking in generalities, who's responsible? And when you say they're responsible for addressing it, they are to do what?
To look at the circuits and ensure that we have diversity. And if we need to move something or do grooms or whatever, that's what they would place orders to do.
When they look at the circuits for purposes of geographic diversity, they're assessing the distance between two paths. True?
If they had it in their purview, then yes.
I do not understand your answer.
They,
It's their job duty to address geographic diversity. Isn't it in their purview?
not on facilities they have no visibility to.
We'll get back to this. Before February of 2023, you were familiar that there was Pole Hill Path, correct?
I've heard the term, yes.
Okay. And that was the single path for the Estes Valley for all commercial, residential, and 911 traffic post-floods in 2013 through March of 2018, wasn't it?
Yes.
And in March of 2018, PRPA completed some construction that allowed CenturyLink to lease a segment on County Road 43 to complete a path along Highway 34 and County Road 43, correct?
Correct.
And you knew that.
Not then, no.
When did you learn that?
Then sometime after I was a SRO, over the central offices, so whatever year that was.
Okay. SRO, you're referring to Supervisor
The
Region Operations.
Yes,
And
I am.
and you started that position in October of 2017.
Correct.
You would have known at least since that point what took place.
Sometime after then is when I would have learned of it.
I would like to look at the notice that's at issue in this case, and there's a public version of it within Hearing Exhibit 100, Attachment JG4, Division 2, at pages 1 to 2. Yeah.
Tab 4.
I can hand you a copy if that would make your life easier.
It would. I'm having to be really close to this podium.
Absolutely. I got it. You can keep yours.
This is the notice that you received on February 6, 2023, true?
True.
And not only did you receive it, but an individual named Thomas Longan did, correct?
Correct.
And he's in charge of national fiber circuits, right?
I believe that's true.
And also change management vendor NA, correct?
Correct.
And then another one, change management at CenturyLink.com. Do you see that?
Correct, yes.
And you know who's within that group, change management vendor NA?
I don't know all the individuals, no.
You know some of them.
I can't name anyone off the top of my head in this moment, but I've interacted with a few, yes.
Who are the few you've interacted with?
I just said I can't name anyone in this moment.
Okay. When you receive a notice like this, what role, if any, do you have when PRP gives a notice like this that CenturyLink that it's going to be performing maintenance that impacts leased fibers?
So noticing that they sent it to change management, which letting them know there's maintenance. Sometimes I might forward it to, say, Colleen, knowing that 911's on it. I don't recall if I forwarded this one, but just to be advised that they're going to be performing maintenance.
Okay.
It's a normal request, happens all the time.
So Colleen is Colleen Bingman in the 911 NOC,
Correct.
and that's the Network Operations Center.
One of them, yes.
So your role when PRP gives notice is to advise the NOC, correct?
I don't know if I'd say that's my role, but I do it as a courtesy and because I recognize it has 911. Change management's role is to identify what's on it.
Ma'am, we have limited time. Could you turn to Hearing Exhibit 121, page 8?
Your Honor, she was in the middle of her answer. I think it's fair to let her finish. She's not running on. She's being very focused in her answers.
I gotta say, I heard earlier today a lot of running on that I would have gladly said, yeah, cut it off, but I don't think she's being that bad at this point.
Okay, I'm just concerned about time.
Don't worry about, seriously, don't worry about time. Good.
So change management's role is to notify customers, and if they see 911 on it, to engage that NOC and send out notifications. That is their role.
Okay. And I'm asking about your role. Could you please turn to Hearing Exhibit 121, page 18?
I'm there.
And if you could review lines 15 through 22.
I see that.
Okay, so your role is to forward that email to the NOC, correct?
It depends, because change management was involved on this one. If they are not, and depending on the request, then I would forward it to the NOC.
So change management and NOC are two interchangeable terms.
They are not at all.
Okay, so when I asked you under oath what role, if any, you had, you said you advise the NOC if they are not already on the email. Right?
Yes, I said that.
And then I asked you if you did anything else, and you said no.
That's
Right?
true. I'm looking at it.
Okay. If we could look at hearing exhibit 100, and this is the public version of attachment JG1, page 11 to 12.
There a tab, you said exhibit 100.
Hearing exhibit 100, tab 1, page 11 to 12. Sorry. And if you could scroll down to the bottom of that exhibit where it talks about notices, section 24. Well, first of all, are you familiar with the contractual obligations between PRPA and CenturyLink about notices?
No.
Okay. This is an example of a notice provision in the lease governing PRPA's leased fiber to CenturyLink in the Estes Valley. And it talks about mailing a hard copy of notices to multiple physical addresses. You see that?
Your Honor, I'm going to object on multiple grounds. One, foundation, she's not familiar with the contract. She's not a contract person. Two, this is outside the scope of her direct examination. She said nothing about contracts. She only is talking about the email she received from Mr. Grant. So unless she can establish that she has some basis to ever review a contract or understand a notice provision, this makes no sense.
See where the question is first. You haven't asked the question yet.
Are you familiar with this paragraph?
No.
When you receive a fiber maintenance notification from PRPA, do you ever reply, "Don't email me, comply with the contractual terms, and mail a copy to the physical addresses in the contract"?
No, because I've never seen this.
Exactly. What you do is you take it upon yourself to have a role to inform the NOC about that maintenance. True?
True.
And when we go back to the notice you received on February 6, 2023, they said in red bolded text about a need to coordinate with a CenturyLink technician. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And that's in fact what happened. PRPA could not do this work without a CenturyLink technician. True?
True.
And the CenturyLink technician that you personally assigned to do this work was Central Office Technician Chad Pepler. True?
True.
I'd like you to turn to Hearing Exhibit 110, Attachment KC-8, and I may have a copy if
Yes, considering I can't find it. Oh, wait. 110 what?
tab 8.
Got it. She's
I got it.
I'm sorry, what was the exhibit number again, sir?
110.8.
Thank you.
And if you could please go to page 10, this has been labeled confidential by CenturyLink, so we cannot put it up on the screen for the public. But I'm going to ask you some general questions. Are you on page 10?
I am not. Now I am.
On February 15th, 2023, did you, Christine Rangel, email Jonathan Potts? And I'm going to pause there. Was he included in your email?
Yes,
And he's in the 911 knock, correct?
I believe the 911, I don't know. I know he's over our, transport knock, for sure.
Okay. He's in a knock.
A knock.
And he works with Colleen Bingman.
Sometimes, yes.
And then you also emailed this to Glenn Wiltsey. Who's he?
He was a manager in change management.
And then a group, Local Transport Engineers. Who's in that group?
That is a group of Tier 3, tech support individuals.
Does that include Sarah Williams?
No, it does not.
And you know that definitively.
I don't know if she's in the email distribution, but I know she is not Tier 3.
And there are others on this email, but I want to ask you about the content of it. You mentioned that John Turner and I gave the local circuit ID to Jeff, that being Jeff Grant with PRPA, correct?
Correct.
And then I'm going to skip the next sentence. It says you'll find PVPA fibers on the Word doc, if I remember correctly. Do you see that?
Yes.
And that should have been a reference to PRPA?
No, I believe that is a reference to what we physically have the fibers named between our offices.
Okay. And so in your documents, you have it labeled PVPA versus PRPA.
I believe that's true.
And the Word doc, can you just explain generally what is the Word doc?
A Word doc is the Unix system, a page where we have our inventory of all of our facilities, and it comes from our Turks system.
If you could turn to page 7, and again, this is confidential. In the middle on page 7, did Jonathan Potts, the senior manager in the Access NOC, provide to everybody on that email group the unprotected services that will be down hard when the fibers are moved on February 27th, 2023?
He stated that the unprotected services on those two circuits would be down hard during the maintenance.
So that's correct.
Restate your question.
Mr. Potts told everybody on that email chain, including you, that the unprotected services on the DWDMs below will be down hard when the fibers are moved, referring to February 27th, 2023.
Yes, he said that.
And he lists 2 circuit IDs there, correct?
Yes, he did.
And both of those circuit IDs begin with a 3-digit number, correct?
Yes, correct.
Followed by a slash, correct?
Correct.
Followed by, because it's confidential, I don't want to say it, but that's a reference to the technology.
Yes.
Okay? And then after that slash, those are referring to physical things, one being Allen's Park to Loveland, and the one below being Estes Park to Loveland, correct?
Correct.
And the top one, that's a reference to the Pole Hill path, correct?
Correct.
And you're looking at CRR-6 to answer my question?
Yes, I am.
Because that's actually on that map. Down below the purple is that circuit ID number.
Correct.
Okay. And then the bottom one is referring to the path that follows along Highway 34 and County Road 43, correct?
Correct.
And that's on your CRR-6, also noted for the what we call the green path. Is that right?
Correct.
What's a GCR?
Global change request?
Can you turn to page 3 of that exhibit? What is a global change request before I ask you about page 3?
A global change request is it's for maintenance activity scheduled where change management, whoever is performing the work creates the global change request and they input circuit IDs of the affected objects, is what we call it. And then we send it to change management. They review it, and then they notify the customers on the date in which we've chosen to do this maintenance. And they do it before maintenance and after maintenance to say that we've completed it.
And with respect to the work on February 27th, 2023, a GCR was opened and assigned, correct?
Yes,
Indicating it was scheduled maintenance.
correct.
But no method of procedure was created by CenturyLink.
I'm not sure if it was or wasn't. I did not create the GCR, I don't believe.
Have you ever seen a method of operation, and MOP, a method of procedure, for the work that was to be performed on February 27th, 2023?
I don't recall.
If you could turn to page 3 of the hearing exhibit 110, attachment KC-8C, I want to ask you about your communication on February 27th, 2023 to all of that email group. You see your email in the middle of that page.
At 6:33 p.m.?
Correct.
Yes.
And you indicated to Glenn Wiltsey that local did not create this GCR. What did you mean by that?
It means I, myself, and my team did not create the GCR.
National did, right?
I'm not saying that either. I'm saying I don't know who created it.
Okay. You're saying local did not create it.
Yeah.
So if local didn't create it, who could have?
It could have been national. It could have been created on behalf of PRPA, because when you email NA event, NA, that one distribution, it's like NA vendor change management, then I believe it's created on their behalf.
Okay. The second sentence of that communication, you wrote, I was contacted by Colleen in 911. That's a reference to Colleen Bingman, correct?
That is correct.
Before and after the maintenance. And is that true?
Yes.
And they are talking about customer notification, and you said, I guess I assumed they had been contacted since she was messaging me saying her customers were concerned with the work occurring. Do you see that?
Yes.
And that's the 911 knock notifying Bretza and Lita that there is going to be work affecting these fibers in the Estes Valley that are depicted on CRR-6. True?
True.
And you indicate we worked with PRPA to move fibers at the premise where we pick up the least route.
Correct.
And that, in fact, happened. True?
Correct.
And that's at Town Hall, isn't it?
Yes.
Who's Sam Faustino?
I believe he is in, I don't know if he has to do with leases. I believe he does.
Okay.
No, actually, I think he's in the planning team in some fashion or another.
Okay. He works with Sarah Williams.
He does.
Before and after Chad Pepler was doing the work at Town Hall that you indicated was scheduled and documented via a global change record, you were on a Teams chat with Colleen Bingman, weren't you?
On what date?
February 27th, 2023.
Okay. Yes, I was.
And you regularly work again with Colleen Bingman and Jonathan Potts in the knock.
Yes.
If you could turn to KC-7C.
On 110?
Yes.
What tab would that be?
7.
Okay, sorry.
I think you have to say the exhibit number. Exhibit
Okay.
100, right?
Exhibit 110.
110, okay.
I want to understand correctly, because we've had conflicting information. Does Sam Faustino have a role in leases?
I think I just said that. I don't know. I'm pretty sure he's in planning.
But you don't know. He could be in leases. You just don't
I
know.
guess it's entirely possible.
Is hearing exhibit 110, attachment KC-7C, the text exchange that was produced by CenturyLink in this litigation between you and Colleen Bingman?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question. Is it a text exchange? Is that what you're asking?
Is this a Teams chat exchange between you and Colleen Bingman on February 27th, 2023?
It is a Teams exchange, yes.
And it's relating to the work being performed that morning.
Correct.
And at 8:26 a.m., did Colleen Bingman give you a circuit ID?
Yes, that's correct.
And that circuit ID begins with 3 numbers that are not on attachment CRR-6,
Correct.
And that is a completely different circuit ID that has a different 3-digit number that begins.
It is, but I've recently learned.
I just want to know yes or no. It's a different circuit ID.
It is.
And that circuit ID that she sent to you in that Teams chat is relevant to the work CenturyLink is doing that day.
Yes.
To your knowledge, neither you nor any other CenturyLink representative, including the CenturyLink NOC, asked for clarification as to the impact of the work that was being performed on the geographically diverse paths, correct?
Correct.
And to your knowledge, neither you nor any other CenturyLink representative asked for clarification of how long the path on the WAPA OPGW or Pole Hill would be down.
No, I didn't.
And to your knowledge, no one within CenturyLink asked if there were options available for an alternate path for circuit diversity for 911.
No, because I wasn't led to believe we would no longer have diversity.
My question to you is a yes or no. It's true that no one within CenturyLink, including you, to your knowledge, asked if there were options available for an alternate path for circuit diversity for 911. Is that statement true?
True.
You knew temporary path was going to be put in place as a result of that work.
True.
You just didn't know where that temporary path was going to be.
No clue.
And you communicated, or you have no memory of communicating to either Sarah Williams or Matt Whitman, not Larry Whitman, Matt Whitman, in Interoffice Facilities Planning in February of 2023 that the temporary path was going to be put in place, correct?
I don't remember as I sit here now, no.
Okay. And who would have told the Interoffice Facility Planning team if it wasn't you?
I expect no one would have told them because we thought it was a maintenance routine thing.
Is there any reason you would not have communicated to the Interoffice Facility Planning team on February 27th, 2023, that a temporary path was being put in place?
I didn't feel I needed to tell them. It was just maintenance work.
So you made a conscious decision not to tell them. You weren't trying to hide the fact.
Correct.
And that temporary path, you understood it impacted 911.
I understood that it carried 911.
What's the difference between impacted 911 and carried 911?
Because as of yet, I don't know of any impacts to 911 as a result of any of these moves.
You understood there was a part 2 to this maintenance, that once your central office technician, Chad Pepler, unhooked it for maintenance, it needed to be put back at some point in the future. You understood that, right?
Yes.
And so who is in charge of following up on whether that temporary move was undone?
I don't know.
Was it you?
I don't think so. I don't feel like it was me.
Who could it have been if it wasn't you?
I'm sure I said this somewhere in my testimony, or in my deposition, but maybe Iowa Planning, I'm not sure.
iOS Planning being Sarah Williams
Yes.
and others.
I'm sorry? IOF at our office facility. No problem. It's my country accent.
I want you to turn to your testimony, attachment 9. So this would be hearing exhibit 201T, attachment 9. Let me know when you're there.
I'm here.
On the first page of that exhibit, Chad Pepler, the same individual, central office technician, is emailing you some photographs on July 30th, 2024, in the middle of the Alexander Mountain fire. True?
True.
And he says to you, Christina, the OWD dock shows it leaving on 19 and 20, but it's on 21 and 22. To get it off the WAPA last year, we were told it was a temp move. Did you receive this email on July 30th in the middle of the fire from Chad Pepler?
Yes.
And OWD DOC is the same as the Word doc that we looked at in the email that you typed.
Correct.
Could please turn to, in that exhibit, this is confidential, page 4. Let me know when you're there.
I'm there.
Is it your understanding that this is a photograph of a fiber distribution panel in the Estes Park Central Office?
Yes.
And those stickers on that fiber distribution panel, there's a column that has 19, 20, 21, and then 22 is covered up. You see that column?
Yes.
And those are referring to binding posts.
Correct.
By number, correct? And is it your understanding that Chad Pepler put those stickers on it when he performed the work on February 27th, 2023?
My understanding, he put it on 21 and 22 when he performed that work, yes.
When did the sticker on 19 and 20 then show up?
I have no idea.
You don't know who put it there?
No.
You know why it's yellow versus white?
Color tape they had that day?
And so this has the actual circuit IDs listed on them, correct?
Yes.
And then it's followed by a CAC code. What does CAC stand for?
It was eluding me in this moment, but I think it's circuit access or carrier access. Can't remember what it stands for in this moment.
Okay. But this in particular is referring to another way to find the same circuit, true?
That is correct.
Okay. And this one has has the last two, it's a letter and a number combination. I don't want to say it out loud, but I want the ALJ to make note of it.
Correct.
Okay. And one of those stickers on binding post 21 and 22, on your understanding is on February 27th, 2023, the central office technician put a sticker on that circuit ID number, which relates to the Pole Hill Path, and wrote temp off WAPA fiber. Right?
Correct.
Just want to close out that work done in February of 23.
Before she continues, Your Honor, I know that this is totally innocent, but when you're giving specific locations of fibers and you're talking about specific binding post numbers, they should be confidential. And that all happened very quickly, and I ask that that portion of the testimony simply be considered. I know it happened quickly and maybe someone heard, but I ask that that be considered part of the confidential record, just those numbers.
Not quite sure which ones you're talking about.
If you look at exhibit page 4, there's numbers, and she said certain numbers on the yellow and certain numbers on the white. Those numbers of binding posts, those specific, that gives specific locations in the central office that you can find certain fibers, and so those numbers should be viewed as confidential.
I don't think she gave the whole number.
I know, but the numbers, the numbers that she said these are binding posts, right? Exactly, that's the whole point. Yes, those numbers are specific location, and I've been very generous in terms of confidentiality. We just ask that those, at this point, just say these numbers, and those are confidential. Okay.
I have no objection,
Okay.
and my apologies.
I know it was innocent.
Trying to be careful. As you sit here today, if the transport planners had updated the map of the work performed on February 27th, 2023, it would have shown the section of fiber between Drake and Glen Haven as collapsed. True?
If they knew, then perhaps.
Okay. And you use the term collapse in your communications during the Alexander Mountain Fire, and when you use that term collapse, you meant there was no diversity. True?
That's when I learned of it, yes.
Well, you used that during the Alexander Mountain Fire.
I believe it was after we had done all of our work, yes.
Well, we can look at specific emails, but when you use that term, what you were trying to convey was two routes had been combined following the same geographic path.
Yes, I said that.
And there was no updated map created by Interoffice Facilities Planning in the next 520 days.
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation, she was just talking about the fire, and the next 520 days we're still in the middle of them. So she's talking about that creates all kinds of confusion.
I'll rephrase my question.
I know what you were talking about.
Yeah. After February 27th, 2023, in the 520 days that followed, the 1 year and 5 months that followed, to your knowledge, no one in Interoffice Facilities Planning created an updated transport map that would reflect temp off WAPA fiber. Correct?
There was nothing to update but the information we had.
Okay. It's really important in CenturyLink's network to document changes that are made, isn't it?
Sure.
And for purposes of your testimony, you reviewed records specific to the Alexander Mountain Fire, correct?
Yes.
And one of those was portions of Chad Pepler's testimony. If you could turn to CRR 12 at page 5.
I'm here.
We're still in 201, correct?
Right.
Yes, Your Honor. Page 201, attachment CRR 12 at page 5. at lines 3 through 4, Mr. Pepler, the central office technician who did the work, states there's a lot of times we do temp moves and not have it straightened out in records. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you agree with that?
Do I agree he said it? Yes.
Do you agree with the concept that there's lots of times temp moves are made and it's not straightened out in CenturyLink's records?
Not on the Word doc. I would agree with that.
My question is not about a specific one. I'm talking about not straightened out in CenturyLink's records. Yes or no?
True.
And as we looked at, the Word doc actually had an error in it. True?
No.
It had the wrong binding post listed per Mr. Pepler's email that we just looked at.
Yes, the Word doc, yes.
So the Word doc was inaccurate.
Correct.
After February 27th, 2023, did you forget the temporary path was put in place?
I think I did at one point.
Could you, in hearing exhibit 121, turn to page 29?
You know which one that is?
That's gonna be this here, gonna be
Your deposition sites.
what page?
Hearing exhibit 121, page 29, lines 5 through 8.
At page 29, 5 through,
Page 29, lines 5 through 8.
I'm there.
You just gave me a different answer to the same question. So I want to know which is correct. Did you forget that the temporary path was put in place after February 27th, 2023?
It's a lot of info, and I do have trouble piecing it together at times.
It's a simple question. After February 27th, 2023, yes or no, did you forget the temporary path was in place?
No.
Okay. I'm going to fast forward to July of 2024, a year and 5 months later, when the Alexander Mountain Fire starts. When the Alexander Mountain Fire started on July 29th, 2024, you were aware the temporary path was still in place, weren't
Yes.
you? You'd go to CRR1, so Hearing Exhibit 201C, Attachment 1. And I want you to go to page 4. And this is not confidential, so I believe we can put it up for the public view. Oh, it is? Oh, they didn't produce it confidentially. Let's say confidential at the bottom. Huh. All right. Well, I'm going to ask you about the content, which I don't think is confidential. Starting at the bottom of page 3, you, on Monday, July 29th, 2024, at 2:50 p.m., emailed a bunch of people and indicated in response to an email string about a press release that there's no central office concerns at the moment, correct?
Correct.
That means the Estes Park Central Office and the Loveland Central Office are not at risk in that moment.
Correct.
And then you go on to say, however, this will be our IOF to Estes Park. That's inter-office facilities to Estes Park, right?
Right.
Which is partly leased through PRPA on WAPA high transmission poles following the floods years ago. You typed that to all the people in that group, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Knowing in the moment that you were temporarily off the WAPA fiber.
I guess in that moment, I forgot with everything going on.
And you continue, it sounds like both our owned and PRPA leased sections are in danger.
True.
And both are owned. CenturyLink, when we talk about the green path along Highway 34 and County Road 43, CenturyLink owns facilities between Loveland and Drake, correct?
Correct.
Leases facilities between Drake and Glenhaven on County Road 43, correct?
Correct.
And then has CenturyLink owned facilities from Glenhaven going back to the central office in Estes Park, correct?
Correct.
So when you refer in this email to both your owned, you're referring to that fiber path there that I just described.
Correct.
And then you say, and PRPA leased sections are in danger. Are you referring to the temporary path?
Well, if I'd forgotten about it in that moment, then I just knew they were both in danger. Like the map, the way it's depicted, my general knowledge of it, that's what I meant.
I want to make sure we're crystal clear. Did you forget the temporary path was in place or not?
In that moment, I guess I did.
You weren't, I need a different expression. You know the expression CYA?
Yes.
Okay. You weren't trying to CYA because you were the only individual who knew the temporary path was in place, to your knowledge, and you were worried about getting caught, not having acted on that for over a year, were you?
I wasn't worried about being caught about anything. I was just giving information as I got it and trying to pass it along.
CRR 6 is the map we've looked at, and you got that map from Sarah Williams in Transport at about 4:30 p.m. on July 29, 2024, correct?
Correct.
Who added the colors on CRR-6?
I have no idea.
It wasn't you?
No, it was not.
And she sent that to you to show you the geographically diverse routes that the inter-office planning team had on record, didn't she?
Correct.
If you go to, and I'm going to march through a series of your attachments, CRR2 at 2.
I'm sorry, what page?
Page 2 of Hearing Exhibit 201C, CRR-2.
I didn't hear the first part. I only heard -2. CRR what?
Hearing Exhibit 201C, attachment CRR2.
Okay, thank you. I apologize.
Yep, and then page 2. You there?
Yes.
On July 29th, 2024, at approximately 3:25 p.m., did you send an email to Tom Zita that
Yes.
was part of a string that read the subject line, urgent, Denver Post on wildfire?
Yes.
And in that email, well, first of all, who's Thomas Zita?
He is a Tier 3 engineer.
Tier 3 in the NOC.
He's not really in a NOC.
Tier 3 what? Where?
He's Tier 3 support. He's our next level of support above and beyond my technicians.
And you wrote to him, thank you. I did confirm our IOF is in the path, as is the section we leased from PRPA. They want to discuss rerouting through Granby, which the Adams Tunnel substation fibers are not good enough to use. I'm going to pause right there. Who's the they?
I'm not sure who they, but I imagine Lita or just our team of individuals who are working to look for alternate routes.
Okay, and that started the first day of the fire at approximately 3:30 in the afternoon.
It's a topic of discussion all the time.
And you ended that communication to Tom Zita. I'm sure it won't happen, but I have to make every effort. You see that?
I do.
And you had to make every effort because you were concerned that the Estes Valley was at risk of isolation for 911 purposes.
Because I thought both paths were at risk of burning.
Yes or no? You said, I have to make every effort because you were concerned the Estes Valley was going to be isolated for 911 purposes.
Yes.
And if you go to page 1 of that exhibit, Tom Zita replies to you, and he says that, and again, he's referring to the circuit IDs that are on CRR6, but he says the Allens Park to Loveland actually rides the same path as the Estes Park to Loveland. So it's not going to work. Do you see that?
I do see that.
And all of the circuit IDs he lists thereafter, they all begin with a 3-digit number, correct?
Not all, but almost all.
Okay. And that, I'm just talking about the kind of the header for each section. And that 3-digit number is the same on page 1 and on page 2 of those headers, correct?
Correct.
And I don't want to say confidential information, but it's the same 3-digit numbers that we see on CRR6, correct?
Correct.
And nowhere in that communication is a different circuit ID number used, correct?
Not that I can see.
Six days later, at about 7 o'clock on the evening of August 3rd, CenturyLink did in fact have a path through the Adams Tunnel that was usable as a diversity solution for 911. True?
Just for 911, yes.
And that path was created in coordination with governmental entities and at no cost.
That is correct.
And you personally had to find and get the equipment needed to make that happen during the fire.
Correct.
And you, in fact, had to make sure that the proper documentation was in place, like a lease with Trailblazer, so that that could, in fact, happen, correct?
I engaged the individuals who could do that.
Yep. And you sent it to them. You're talking about CenturyLink individuals, right?
Yes.
Who could sign off and approve that work.
Correct.
And that, again, took time to get the lease created, get it to the right people who could review, get approval, and sign it, right?
That is correct.
I'm going to ask you more about the Adams Tunnel history. Could you turn to a hearing exhibit 100, attachment JG8?
And what tab is that?
Hearing exhibit 100, attachment 8, pages 4 to 5.
Did you say 4 and 5?
Pages 4 to 5, yes.
Okay.
And this is not confidential.
Yes, it is.
We can pull up the public version then. Are you there?
Yes.
On December 14th, 2021, had Jeff Grant of PRPA reached out to you and Sarah Williams and indicated and I'm reading the last sentence of his email. maybe we can revisit the discussion on the Adams Tunnel fibers between Estes and Granby at some point, as we have found some issues that might be correctable on that path. Did you receive this email in December of 2021?
Yes.
And did either you or Sarah Williams follow up to further revisit Adams Tunnel issues?
I don't believe I did at that moment.
Okay, and we're talking about the same Adams Tunnel WAPA fibers that were ultimately used during the Alexander Mountain Fire.
Correct.
While we're on that page, you actually did set up a Teams meeting with you, Sarah Williams, and Jeff Grant, right?
On what page again, 4 or 5?
Page 5.
Yes.
And that Teams meeting that you, Sarah Williams, and Jeff Grant scheduled, you indicated on page 5 was to discuss affected routes for the work that was coming up on December 15th, 2021, right?
Correct.
And those affected routes were which ones?
I would assume the 2 and...
The 2 on the map,
Yes.
CRR6.
Correct.
Okay. So again, you had familiarity going back at least to 2021 with those 2 paths on that map.
Yes.
If you could turn to CRR4, pages 5 to 6. This is confidential. Are you there?
I am.
At the bottom of page 4, did you, Christine Rangel, on Monday, July 29th, 2024, at 5:41 p.m., send to everybody on that email string, including Sarah Williams, a statement that you had forgotten you built another path?
I did say that. I'm sorry. I got confused. I went to my testimony. What page?
I'm sorry. It's the attachment CRR4.
Mm-hmm.
And at the bottom of page 5, top of page 6.
Yes, I sent that.
Okay. And that's in response to a PowerPoint drawing that she sent to everybody on that email string at about 4:30, correct?
That's correct.
And so when you say I had forgotten you built another path, what did you mean?
It means I had forgotten that entire diagram in the middle of the fire. I oversee hundreds of central offices, hundreds of connections. I can't remember everything.
You'd forgotten about Pole Hill, which had existed between September of 2013 and until the fiber move on February 27th, 2023?
I guess in that moment I did.
For purposes of public safety in the state of Colorado, there are fires all over the state, right?
Right.
They are unpredictable. Correct?
Correct.
They can break out at any time, correct?
Correct.
And they can last for a long time or a short time, correct?
That's correct.
They can be snuffed out quickly, or they could burn through a community, right?
Right.
And in the middle of a fire, for purposes of assessing 911 risks presented, in that moment of a fire or a flood, of 911 going down, who is in charge?
I would say 911 not to monitor those circuits to ensure they don't.
It's not you, is it?
Go down.
It was circuits, not services.
Yes, circuits. That's fine. I'm sorry.
It's not you.
Not directly, no.
Is it you indirectly?
Well, there are circuits that I install, maintain, and I help monitor, but ultimately the NOC responds to alarms.
No, my question's a little bit different. In the middle of a fire, when you're trying to assess the risk to 911 infrastructure, who's in charge of that? You don't know, do
I
you?
still would say it's the NOC because they're monitoring constantly.
Okay. If you could turn to hearing exhibit 121.
Your Honor, I've let this go on a long time, but all of this is irrelevant to any of the claims. Whether or not someone is monitoring is really not the point. The point is there a tariff violation, an order violation, et cetera? And so this really isn't relevant to a single claim, and we're spending a lot of time on material that isn't germane.
I have a response.
I do. I think it's very germane because someone has to assess the risks to 911 infrastructure in the moment of a natural disaster, be it a flood, fire, a snowstorm. And CenturyLink is here saying it did everything right. And this person, who is the manager region operations for the state of Colorado, doesn't know who's in charge in that moment to address the infrastructure issues, which are what bring us here today.
Yeah, I mean, I somewhat see your point, but I also see that CenturyLink has kind of claimed, not there's lack of knowledge different places, and who has knowledge of when and who should have knowledge of when of stuff, I think is kind of important here. So while I understand, while it might not relate to a claim, I think part of the defense that's being made by CenturyLink more question of who knew this and when. So I think it kind of comes into play then. So I'll let it continue.
Are you at hearing exhibit 121, page 40?
I am now.
Yeah, hearing exhibit 121, page 40, lines 2 through 5. In your deposition, I asked you, in the middle of a fire, for purposes of assessing 911 risks, risk of 911 going down, who is in charge of that? And you answered, I don't know. Correct?
I did say that.
And I asked you, it's not you, is it? And you answered, no. Correct?
Not.
You said you didn't know whose job it is. Correct?
Correct. I said that.
So when the Alexander Mountain fire broke out, you reached out to Tim Kunkelman and learned he was out of the office, correct?
Yes, at the start.
And you wanted to speak with him regarding the potential for infrastructure to be at risk of the fire and about PRPA, didn't you?
Yes.
And you indicated in your testimony there were multiple fires going on in Colorado at the time, right?
Yes, there were.
Did any of those other fires also present the risk that a Colorado community could be isolated and unable to call 911?
Not to my recollection.
You are not a team of one, are you? You supervise 5 other people that hold the title Supervisor Region Operations, correct?
And 110 other employees.
Does anybody need a break?
How much more you got?
Probably another 30 minutes. That would put me right at my hour and a half.
Yeah, well, okay. Please let me ask you real quickly, how much redirect? I know there's more to come.
I'm thinking 12 or 13 hours. Right now I would say less than 10 minutes.
Don't try and be my friend that much. No, I'd say, why don't we take about 10 minutes here? If it's going to be that quick, I don't think I'm going to have a whole lot. So, why don't we do that? We'll take a break real quick here for about 15. Then, That should get us done, I would think, somewhere between 5:30 and 6, and that's fine. So take a short 15-minute recess. There it is. Gee, I'm dying up here, Harriet. You shut up. Here, put this on. I don't think it's, you think it's cold? I'm dying up here. right. You said, Harriet? We'll go back on the record. I'll remind you, you're still under oath. Sotomayor, go right ahead.
Mrs. Rangel, I want to fast forward to July 30th, the second day of the Alexander Mountain Fire.
Okay.
You had Chad Pepler sending you photos from the central offices. Those are in your attachments to your written testimony at tabs 9, 10, and 11, correct?
Correct.
And you could not get the information that you needed in any CenturyLink databases or records you had available to you. You had to send somebody to put feet on the ground to take pictures, correct?
I don't believe that's correct.
And why did you send Chad Pepler to take those photographs?
In case we needed to do something and another technician was going to go into the office, they would have pictures of the locations to more quickly identify.
So that information would be only documented in photographs taken that could be shared. It's not in a database or other records that already existed that could be shared.
That's not what I said. I just said it could assist other technicians in locating the facilities more quickly. We do have documents. They're called Word docs.
Okay. And the Word doc that we mentioned earlier had the error in it.
It did show it on the other, at the other location.
Let's fast forward to the next day, July 31st, the third day of the fire. Could you please turn to CRR 13? And if you could turn to that at page 3. Hearing Exhibit 201C, her written testimony, attachment CRR 13, page 3. You there?
I am.
That's a picture of CenturyLink's RAM tool, correct?
That's right.
And the RAM tool is taken to show the location of a natural disaster in relation to CenturyLink infrastructure, correct?
That's correct.
And the blue line is the indication of CenturyLink infrastructure, correct?
I'm not sure about that.
Okay. So how do we determine that there's 2 fires depicted on that RAM tool image shared on July 31st, true?
That's true.
And how do we determine where those fires are in relation to CenturyLink infrastructure if it's not the blue lines?
I'm not saying it isn't the blue line. I'm saying I don't know if that's what that depicts.
Is there anything on there you think the blue line could depict other than CenturyLink infrastructure?
I don't have any reason to suggest otherwise, no.
And to your knowledge, CenturyLink did not have infrastructure between Drake and Estes Park along Highway 34 since at least the floods of 2013, true?
Can you say that again?
CenturyLink did not have infrastructure between Drake and Estes Park along Highway 34 since the 2013 floods. True?
I think it's Drake and Glen Haven.
That got washed out in the 2013 floods, correct?
Right, but we have it from Glen Haven to Estes Park.
But my question is Drake. This shows Drake, Estes Park. There's no infrastructure noted on Glen Haven, true?
I don't use this tool, so I cannot tell you for sure if that's what that indicates.
Okay. Let's go to the fire swing for CenturyLink's portion on July 31st, back over to Pole Hill, was completed after approximately after 6 p.m. Is that true?
I believe that's true.
And you and Colleen Kingman were in Teams chat as that progressed, correct?
Correct.
And I just want to walk through those team chats. They're attached in 2 different places in the record. One is attached to your testimony, but I'm more familiar with the one attached to Ms. Culp's testimony. So I would like you to please turn to and I can hand you a copy, or you can turn in the notebook, whichever is your preference.
Which one is?
But it's attachment 1, or hearing exhibit 110, attachment KC-10C.
Attachment 110, and then what was the rest?
Attachment 10. And these all have been labeled confidential by CenturyLink.
And then attachment 10.
Okay. On page 1, did you, Colleen Bingman, on July 31st, 2024 at 10:21 a.m. include in a Teams chat the second sentence? I told them we can't be sure 911 is diverse and it may isolate Estes Park during the groom. You told Colleen Bingman that, correct?
Yes, I did.
And on July 31st, we're talking about moving a 911 fiber circuit from the temporary path back to the whole Pole Hill path, correct?
No, we're talking about moving our entire fiber, which is all services.
Okay. Which would include 911.
Yes,
Back from the temporary path to Pole Hill.
yes.
What's groom? What does that mean?
Move, coordinate.
Could please turn to page 3 of that document. Very bottom, at about the 12:09 time frame, you were asking Colleen Bingman for help identifying the skid that carries our 911 trunks. Do you see that?
Yes,
And so you were having trouble within the system finding what you needed for purposes of identifying circuit IDs that are going to be affected by the work that's going to take place later that day, correct?
I don't think that's what I meant. I was asking her for the skid so that I could retrieve the information.
Okay. And you were having trouble. If you look at page 4, go back and forth, and she's trying to explain to you where in the system and how you can find that information, correct?
No, because I know how to find 911 circuits using the diagram at the bottom of page 3.
Okay. Could you go to CRR 17?
Okay.
Colleen Bingman sent this 2-page email to you on July 31st at approximately 12:21 p.m., correct?
That's correct.
And on page 2, she's sending you a list of critical circuit results from that search tool, correct?
That is correct.
And on the network segment, there's a lot of 3 digits that begin with those circuits, correct?
Correct.
Tie that together later. You could go to page 6 of Hearing Exhibit 110, KC-10C. The Teams chats we were just looking at.
Okay. What page?
Page 6, please.
I'm there.
Could you go to the bottom to the the Teams chat you sent at 1:23 p.m. on July 31st, 2024? It's in a red box. Do you see it?
Yes, I do.
Third sentence. From our old records, before we were collapsed, those fibers don't make it. I am not getting back on that bridge with Lita to tell them what is going on. What were you conveying to Colleen Bingman in that Teams chat?
Exactly what I said. I was not getting back on the bridge with Lita.
No, the sentence before that, our old records before we were collapsed, those fibers don't make it. What does that mean?
I can only assume that from my central office to where we meet them, those fibers no longer made it there. And I'm pretty sure I found out later there was a splicing job that redirected those fibers.
So my question to you is, you're saying from the central office in Estes Park to Town Hall, the fibers that you needed to have that swing back to Pole Hill, those fibers weren't there?
They were not there.
You turn to page 8. There?
Yes,
At 3:10 p.m., on that same day, did you Teams chat to Colleen Beeman and say, and things got worse?
yes, I did.
And then at about 3:26 p.m., did you tell her we can't use the proposed route because we no longer have that route into where they would be grooming us?
Yes,
We being CenturyLink.
correct.
Turn to page 9, please. Are you there?
Yes,
At 3:31, were you communicating with Colleen Beingman about a CenturyLink technician you were waiting to arrive to do work at Town Hall?
yes,
And that individual's name was John Human, correct? Turn to page 2 of that exhibit.
yes,
Okay, going back to page 9, you indicate you were going to call him. Did you have a phone call then with John Human?
if I said I did, I probably called him.
Okay. Are you aware that John Human was identified as a CenturyLink technician who did work between July and October 2024 in Estes Park?
Yes,
Are you aware we took his deposition?
yes,
Are you aware he testified under oath he did not go to the Estes Park Central Office or to Town Hall on July 31st?
I'm not aware of that, no.
That's news to you. Do you have any reason to, well, I can hand you exhibit 124. Your Honor, I would just offer exhibit 124.
Can I see it?
Yeah.
Is there any objection to 124?
Yes, Your Honor, there's an objection to Exhibit 124. This is testimony of a non-witness. They're trying to supplement the record with deposition testimony after the fact, and this is outside the scope of their responsive testimony, and she just gave her own testimony, so yes, we object.
Your Honor, on page 3, this is the witness's testimony under oath. She just indicated she had a phone call with him as he was going to Estes Park to do the work on July 31st, and he's saying he wasn't there.
Hey, this witness isn't here. No ability to cross-examine over what's been said here. You've made this statement there and testified to it. I'm not gonna.
Page 9 of hearing exhibit 110, attachment 10, at 3:48 p.m. Are you there?
No, tell me again. Oh, wait, 3:48, yes.
Okay. Did you text Colleen Beingman indicating there was a job that moved those fibers for a national job? I just found those prints.
I teamed her that message, yes, I did.
Did you communicate that to her?
Yes,
Okay. We're talking about the fibers between the central office and town hall.
that's right. It's her IOF fibers.
Can you explain or elaborate on what you meant when you said there was a job that moved these fibers for a national job? I just found those prints.
Yes, so in the underground or in the air for our fibers, all kinds of infrastructure, we're constantly redirecting and moving them when there's not active circuits on it. It's very costly to put fiber in the ground, so it's normal course of business.
Okay, so fiber is essential to the Pole Hill path had been redirected from.
No,
You could not connect the Pole Hill path because there was a lack of fibers between the central office and Estes Park and Town Hall.
In that very moment, we could not, but we corrected that issue.
That day.
I believe it was that day.
It took a while to get there, but by sometime after 6 p.m. you got there.
Yes.
If you could turn to, in your testimony, attachment CRR 22.
I'm there.
In CRR 22, on page 2, did you text with Jeff Grant of PRPA?
Yes.
And at about 1:09 p.m. that day, did you tell him, we don't know the appearance in our Estes Park office for both sides?
Yes, I did say that.
He asked a question, and then you responded again, they are, but we don't have the appearance in our office, correct?
That's correct.
What does that mean, you don't have the appearance?
Meaning, we didn't know where they wanted us to move to and from, because this was a coordinated move, and they would need to tell us where to meet them.
Can you go back to CRR 18?
I'm there.
Page 2?
I'm there.
On July 31st, 2024, at approximately 1:14 p.m., did Michael Jacobs communicate to you, Laura Garcia, Stephanie Woods, Brian Adkins, Tim Kunkelman, Paul Brown, Drew Groff, Chris Anderson, David Bossy, Robert Erickson, Brandon Miller, and Carl Klein, in part, it's important to be sure appropriate procedures are followed so that any reroute is tracked properly.
I must not be in the right location.
CRR 18, the attachment to your written testimony.
Okay.
Page 2,
Okay.
in the middle. Are you there?
I'm there.
And the end of the second sentence, beginning of the third line, the second line to third line. Did Michael Jacobs say to everybody that I just listed, be sure appropriate procedures are followed so that any reroute is tracked properly?
I don't see that.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Sure.
May I look over your shoulder?
Yes. Okay, that wasn't the exact words, but, and I am not on that email. Unless I'm missing it, but I do not see my name listed.
My question to you is, was CenturyLink aware on July 31st, 2024, that the temporary path had not been a reroute that was tracked properly in CenturyLink's records?
I wouldn't say it wasn't tracked properly.
Was the temporary path tracked properly in CenturyLink's records? Yes or no?
Your opinion or based on that email?
In your opinion.
In my opinion, there wasn't anything to track, and you opened up and said this was sent to me, and it was not.
I listed off the people to whom it received. I don't think I said your name.
You did at first.
I don't think it matters.
Good.
Going forward,
I
that's why I
don't
asked you,
know
that's why I
if
asked you to
the
clarify.
procedures were followed, like,
Okay.
in my eyes, we documented in emails and all kinds of ways. Now, we didn't update the Word doc because it would, not something we'd do on a temp move.
Okay. I'm going to fast forward to August 2nd. Well, I want to go through one more exhibit. CRR 23.
I'm there.
This is a confidential document, but is that a communication that Sarah Williams sent to you and others, including Michelle Boyd, Dean Nguyen, and Jennifer James, related to post-swing circuit IDs?
It's a document with circuit ID she sent to us, but I don't know if it was
Okay.
for that purpose.
Okay.
Maybe if I go back.
Will you turn to page 4?
There.
And I just want to ask, in the second column, there's an abbreviation, UNPROT. Does that mean unprotected?
Yes, it does.
And then there's a SKID code in red, correct?
Correct.
And that's referring to the Estes Park to Loveland circuit, correct?
It refers to one of them. I just don't know at what level.
Do you have exhibit 120 in front of you? It was received through another
120?
witness. It's a standalone exhibit.
I don't know.
It's gonna look like that.
Thank you. Yes, I have it.
On page 2, on August 2nd, was Dan Troop asking you for an update because of the utility meeting that was that day at 11?
Yes.
And at the top, there's a reply to that email string, which went to many people, and I don't need to list them all, but that was attaching a PRPA KMZ map, correct?
That's what it looks like.
And that individual was Sam Faustino in the third-party dark fiber acquisition group, right?
Yes.
And he's indicating that per PRPA, they moved our lease fiber traffic back to the WAFA OPGW green route, which is Pole Hill, correct?
Correct.
The Adams Tunnel process was completed, at approximately 7 p.m. on August 3rd, 2024, that path?
The Adams Tunnel path?
Yes.
Yes. I'm sorry? No, ma'am, I'm from Alabama. But I've lived here longer than there. Yes, ma'am. It'll never go away.
Not Louisiana. I know Louisiana. It's not
Yeah,
Louisiana.
I ain't on the bayou. Oh, yeah, that's where our headquarters used to be. Yeah,
Louisiana has more of a drawl.
yes. Most people guess I'm from Texas. I spent time there in the Army, so.
Not Texas either. I lived in Texas for a while. I can tell that.
But I did just visit Alabama, so it's probably real thick right now.
Ms. Rangel, I just want to wrap up, given the late hour. In your deposition, I asked you if you understood that part of Lita's complaint was that there were not two open and lit fiber pairs, and you understood that at your deposition, correct?
Understood that's their complaint, yes.
And I asked you, what evidence do you have that there were two open and lit fiber pairs? Do you recall your answer?
I believe I said no physical evidence.
Let's turn to hearing exhibit 121.
Your Honor, can she just ask the question, what evidence does she have, instead of impeaching her before she's asked the question?
I'm going to,
Hopefully, I think we're close to the end here, so I'm just going to let her go and have this.
And I'm sorry, where am I going?
page 38 of hearing exhibit deposition.
I'm there.
Looking for my copy. Yeah. Oh, no. Bear with me in all my organization. I just lost your deposition. I found it. Page 38,
I'm here.
line 17 through 19. What was your answer in your deposition, if you recall?
But I don't have anything.
No further questions.
Right. Not yet. You gotta wait for me. I don't have much though. I'm gonna read a sentence to you. I want you to tell me what you think it means.
Okay.
This work is being done to avoid a long-term outage while WAPA rebuilds their transmission line and OPGW fiber cable route from Loveland to Estes Park. What does that mean to you?
It means they're asking for my help to perform maintenance to prepare for whatever work is happening in their network.
Okay, does that give you any idea of the length of time that maintenance?
No, none.
And this is from that email, the first email, which I'm not going to make you look at.
That's fine.
And so, what did you think when you got that?
I thought it could take a month or 6 months, who knows? Like, it's subjective to whoever's, I mean, our maintenance takes 4 hours. Sometimes it takes 2 weeks. There's no set rule.
Did you feel it was necessary did you forward that to anyone? Your call.
I believe I did, but if not, it would have been because the appropriate parties were already on it that I felt needed to know.
Now, your Kunkelman testified that something like that, it should have been sent to, and I forget what groups he said. They were not on there. Did you think to forward them, the email to them?
I don't know that department, so no, I wouldn't have been able to.
Is there no internal policy or anything like that? Something like that comes forward to forward it there? Or?
No, because I thought they requested my assistance in maintenance. There was no implication that I needed to do more than I did.
And so you knew you know a change was being made.
Correct.
And you thought it was a temporary change.
Correct.
Did you not wonder at any point, if you had to send someone out there to do the initial change, not wonder, when do I need to send someone out there to put it back?
They've always communicated with me on every maintenance. I assumed they would enlist me when they were ready to put it back.
But you never asked.
I did not ask.
That's the guy.
Let's continue with that for a moment. You said that this indicated normal maintenance to you, and you did not know how long.
That's correct.
When normal maintenance happens, and you send Chad Pepler out to the central office to run a jumper, here it was to the town hall to run a jumper, does the technician have any insights as to where that fiber is out in the world outside of the place where they're running the jumper?
Not a central office technician, no.
Were you a central office technician in the past?
Yes, I was.
In 2013, in the middle of the flood, after the flood, who ran the jumpers at the at town hall?
I did.
Do you have any indication where the fibers had been and where they were going to be once you were finished?
No, none whatsoever.
As I forget your title. What's your title?
Manager Region Operations.
Do you have any insights to the field, where fibers are out in the world once they leave your central offices?
No.
Any at all?
None. I have an idea from the name of a cable where it goes from and to, and that's it.
And so can you tell if there's going to be an issue with diversity after it leaves your central office?
No, I cannot.
As a result, if it's going to impact diversity, what do you expect someone to tell you?
That it's going to impact diversity.
Did PRPA ever make any suggestion to you that this temporary move on February 27 would impact diversity?
No.
Had they told you that, what would you have done?
I would have sent it to Tim, and I would have enlisted Sarah Williams, our IOF planner, and I know they would have gotten it to the appropriate place.
But what did it look like to you?
Routine maintenance.
All right. Let's look for a moment at your deposition testimony that was looked at a moment ago. And there was a portion of the deposition given regarding page 173. Notice it didn't contain page 174.
I'm sorry, I'm not tracking you.
Look at exhibits 121.
Right?
Page 38.
38. Okay, sorry.
And
Oh,
since 174 is not there, can I approach so she can see her full deposition?
Absolutely.
oh yeah.
I see it? Oh, okay, that's fine. I thought you had another. I have more copies. You see page 173, it says, quote, question, if you sit here today, what evidence do you have that there were two open and lit fiber pairs? Answer, I don't have anything.
That's correct.
Then you say, question, you understand that PRPA says there were not two open and lit fiber pairs? Answer, yes. PRPA be right? Answer, no. Why do you say that? Answer, because all WU 44 outages are an automatic email to leadership, and I would have known if they were not lit.
Yes, I do.
So, did you have evidence that both fibers were lit?
Yes.
And what was one piece of evidence that you had?
Chad was in the office. The lights on the equipment was green in every location he went to. I actively monitored my IOF circuits, and Colleen actively monitored the 911.
And do you have Teams messages showing that you were doing that very thing?
Yes, I do.
Why don't you turn to Exhibit 215?
I'm there.
Before we get to 215, you remember council asking you questions about Chad Hepler, the work Chad Hepler was doing.
Yes, I do.
And in Chad Hepler's deposition testimony attached to your testimony, he talks about the work he was doing on July 30 in the middle of the fire. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Mr. Pepler was out there doing work in Estes and Loveland to give you information that are contained in exhibits in your testimony, right?
Correct.
And do you remember Chad saying the lights were green?
Yes, I do.
Why don't you look at Exhibit 215?
I'm there.
And it's kind of upside down.
It is upside down. That's why I took it out.
But if you look at the top and you see those green lights, do you see that?
Yes, I do.
What does that indicate?
Specifically, the facility OSC light being green means it cannot be a open fiber.
What does that mean?
It means I have a lit service.
And so if Chad Pepler is out in the field on July 30, 2024,
Your Honor, may I object? That photo was not taken on that date. I asked a specific request for production for all photographs that were taken, and those were produced in native format. And the photographs that counsel is referring to were not within that group.
that's 100% true. I'm just depicting the green lights, what it means, and now I'm going to ask a question to follow up and say, but that's true. That picture was not taken July 30, and I was not trying to suggest it was. It's more for demonstrative purposes to show what it would be. Exactly. Thank you. And so if Chad Pepler sees lights like were depicted in Exhibit 215 that are green on July 30, what does that mean?
It means we have lit fiber.
And then if you also let's look at those Teams messages, which are your exhibit testimony, 201, I believe it's tab 17 or 18. Hey, Mr. Steves, make sure you're getting into the microphone. Thank you, Your Honor.
Can you tell me again, Chuck?
It's 201, tab 16.
I'm there.
You know, before we do tab 16, let's do tab 22.
Okay.
And look at exhibit 201, tab 22, page 3.
Okay.
And these are text messages you're having with Mr. Grant.
They are.
And there's a message in the middle, 8/1/2024, where you say, everyone over here at Lumen is pushing hard for me to understand the path that both our leased fibers take in your network. I know you feel we only have two, but we have an active DWM circuit through Glen Haven, and we don't have fiber there. Somehow we must use you. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
What message are you sending to Mr. Grant right there?
That I have two circuits, two fiber paths,
That are what?
4 fibers that are lit.
That are lit. So that's a particular piece of evidence from the middle of the fire that shows two lit circuits.
Yes, it is.
Now let's look at the Teams messages between you and Ms. Bingman on July 31, 2024. And that is Exhibit 201, tab 16.
What page?
I just said tab 16, and why don't you start on page 2?
I'm there.
And you see it starts at 11:43 a.m., and if you turn all the way to the last page, this goes all the way to 5:53 p.m. that same day. Do you see that? Very last page of the exhibit, page 12.
12, is it? Or we're on page 12?
It goes through 5:53 p.m. that same day, July 31, 2024, correct?
Correct.
And you were on an active Teams call for this many hours with Ms. Bingman?
Yes, I was.
And what were you doing that entire time?
We were monitoring circuits and working with PRPA.
And what was Ms. Bingman doing?
She was monitoring the 911 specific circuits.
And was she on the phone talking to you about what she was seeing?
Yes, periodically I believe we were on phone calls as well.
And what did she make plain to you about how many 911 circuits were active and running during the middle of the fire?
2.
Now, if you go to page 5 of tab 16 of Exhibit 201,
I'm there.
and Ms. Oldemeyer read you the the Teams text message that talks about in the middle, halfway down. So Jeff Grant with PRPA told me we are just moving jumpers from our old records before we were collapsed. Those fibers don't make it. Do you recall her asking questions about it?
Yes, I do.
And then if you look, you were asked questions about this is a national fiber that has been used. Words to that effect. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Does that mean there's only one lit fiber?
Absolutely does not mean that.
What does it mean?
It means they just redirected the fiber from our central office to use on another job.
And so the Drake to Glenhaven fiber is still running.
Yes, it is.
And now what you're doing in the town hall is taking the one path that ended up being the temporary path and reestablishing a new second path.
That's correct.
Again, any indication that means only one lit path.
No, it doesn't mean that.
All right. All right. In the middle of this fire, did CenturyLink have ongoing internal meetings?
Yes, we did. We had an AM and a PM call.
And were you involved in those calls?
Yes, I was.
And do you remember Ms. Oldemeyer asking you, who's the captain of the ship? Who's in charge? Who's the one person?
Yes, I do remember.
If you look at these teams, is it a team?
It's a team, not a person.
Not a person.
Yes.
And so that this team, which includes what kinds of people?
All sorts of people, field supervisors, managers, center, engineering, construction, everyone.
And so when you look at who's in charge of 911, there's different people that have different responsibilities, and they're all collaborating together as a collective.
That's true. Correct.
Earlier, there was questions where Ms. Oldemeyer asked you a question, and she said, is it a different circuit ID? And you said, you wanted to explain. Do you remember what you wanted to explain?
Yes.
What?
When there are changes made on the circuit design, sometimes that leading number changes.
Does that mean it's a different circuit?
No, it does not.
let's look at Exhibit 110, Ms. Culp's testimony, tab 3, page 2.
Tab 3, which page?
Page 2.
Page 2. I'm there.
Right. There were questions about who was notified and what are their responsibilities during February 27 of 2023. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And on the bottom of this particular page, there is a message that says diversity conflicts were not found. What does that mean?
For the purposes of this document, which is in creating a GCR global change request, they will place a yes or no on whether or not another maintenance event will impact these same circuits and cause a diversity, or there not to be diversity during this event, this maintenance. That's what that means. Not that there isn't diversity, that they could conflict with each other.
I think I might be done, but just let me look at my notes.
Take your time.
Oh, a couple other things. There were questions about the notice provision in the contract.
Yes, sorry.
Do you ever review contracts?
Never.
Are you familiar with even that there are notice provisions in contracts?
No, I'm not, or I wasn't until now.
Did you even know that there was a written contract between CenturyLink and PRPA?
I knew there was a lease agreement, loosely. That's really what it was to me, just an agreement.
Make sure you're better, Mike.
Oh, I didn't say disagreement. Oh, okay.
I know His Honor asked this question of a couple of other witnesses. I'm going to ask it of you. 911. Is there a primary path and a secondary?
No, they are always active, and the call routes the way it needs to.
Your Honor, I'm not going to ask any more questions. That's all I have.
All righty. Nigel, thank you very much. Thanks for your patience. Thanks for being here late. We appreciate that. Get some new glasses. That might be a good idea. Always remember, whenever testifying, bring your reading glasses. It's always a good idea. Okay, step down. Thank you very much for your testimony. I do appreciate it.
Absolutely.
All right, then. I do not recall when SOPs are due. I'm guessing in
August 13th, which is a Wednesday.
I'm going to ask a simple question here. We're obviously going to want to get the transcript, and this is only my issue. I have another arbitration coming up in a couple of weeks. I don't know if we can I know you're strapped for time with your decision. Is there any way we can bump that back just a little bit so we can get the transcript and because of my hearing? If not, I'll make it work.
Again, let me just look. 29th. About to give you a couple days. I'll give you to the 15th. That's 2 more days. Friday.
I'll take whatever Your Honor is willing to give me. That's fine.
I guarantee you file it on the 13th at 5 o'clock. The earliest I'm going to look at it is Thursday. And so
it's the 15th by 5 o'clock.
By 5 o'clock, if I close business on the 15th, over to there. Do you have any Lita, have any objection to that?
No, Your Honor.
I will say one thing about the SOPs, real quickly. Obviously, make whatever you want. I've also said Lita can attach that document that, whatever, 111, I think was the number. If you want to attach that, I'm not gonna count that against your pages, okay?
Okay, thank
That'd
you.
just be an attachment to it. If you want to attach something of equal, you can do that. Make your own timeline, go ahead. The one thing I would like, and hopefully it's kind of been somewhat obvious in some of the questions I've asked, I'm kind of curious about. This is a new thing. I've not had an issue, I've not had a case like this before, a complaint case like this before. This is, kind of unusual, and I think one of the things that's been, talked about or thought about or whatever, one of the defenses being used is, we didn't know. But the complaint relates to filings that were made as part of it not being there. In my original world in criminal law, we always worried about the mens rea. Is there a mens rea associated with this? Do those filings need to be knowingly made? If they were if they were incorrect, and does it have to be shown that they were knowingly made? Please address that. Is there a strict liability with those filings? Or is it negligence? Could it be just by, is it an act of negligence if it's filed that way without proper things? That's, if you address that, if you're following where I'm going with that, that's something that, I hope to see in your SOPs. I don't know if there's anything out there, but tell me why you think that or not. The other thing, and this is, I'm going to say, is mainly for Lita. I don't think CenturyLink is going to want to put this, but the complaint is kind of vague on what penalties should be assessed. I'm curious if you think I find that there was a violation, or what penalties you think. I'm quite sure I know what CenturyLink thinks what penalties would be if I find them assessed, but if you want to address that, you can, but I think I know what you put. But if you could also address that, I'm curious, because I don't know. I've never had, I mean, this is almost a civil penalty assessment case, kind of what it's trying to be, and so I don't know. But other than that, those are the two things that I think that I would like to see addressed in those. Are there any questions that anyone has?
Your Honor, I'm sure it's in the scheduling order. I don't remember the number of pages that we have. I just don't recall.
I don't think I put it in there. I think we normally limit to about 30, though. That'll be nice and say 30. That's a lot.
That is a lot. That's fine. I just didn't recall. Thank you.
That's fine. Seriously, if you're going over 30, I'm shuffling through a lot of it. I'm telling you right now. Anything else? Lita, anything?
No, not from us, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
Okay. CenturyLink.
We appreciate your diligence the last couple of days, so thank you, and thank you for the banter. It was fun. You made it actually enjoyable. So thank you so much.
I always try to make things enjoyable. I have to live through this life, and so I don't see making it a hard thing to deal with. I try and be as friendly and nice as I can. I will say one other last final note. This case obviously involves a really terrible thing that happened. A lot of people here have a lot to do with making sure that people are alive and safe. That's what we do here. That's what the commission's for, is to make sure things are done right. Everyone did a good job here as far as, at the end of the day, if no one died, if none of these lines went down, it's really great. And I think that, I especially want to tell Lita, thank you to the gentleman that was sitting in the back, and I feel incredibly horrible that I did not go there. They came here and they didn't need to testify, and I'm assuming that was the fire chief and the undersheriff that were here yesterday, or just. But thank them for them. They did a lot of great work during this time. So certainly, I personally appreciate everyone doing work to try and make sure that okay, and the commission itself. I speak for them. So if nothing else, we'll be in adjournment. 5:38. Not too bad.
Thank you, Ron.
Okay.